276-9 does already testify to profound ethnic changes and the development of assimilative processes. If linguistic and ethnic affiliation do not coincide, the result is inevitably a change in one's national self-awareness registered. Elsewhere the author makes clear that bilingualism, though itself not constituting linguistic assimilation, is a lower transitional phase in this same sequential process that culminates ultimately in psychological assimilation. After noting how bilingualism leads to deliberate selection of loan words and phrases, the author concludes, bilingualism accelerates the gradual process whereby bilingual nationality communities become monolingual registered. However, the strengthening of bilingualism and the rise in the social functions of the lingua franca do not justify the premature conclusion that the Russian language is serving a new linguistic community, the Soviet people, as the universal Soviet language. The bilingualism that has come into being in our country does not yet signify that the Soviet people have become a single linguistic community. It only testifies that even in so distinctive a sphere of national culture as language, a harmonious relation between the national and the new historical community of people one has been established. *Myazcg, more concisely, a member of the Soviet Academy of Sciences has written, groups of people who change their language also change their ethnic affiliation in the course of time, usually in the second or third generation. Registered and a leading Soviet demographer, while making this same linkage between ethnic and linguistic assimilation, perceives no time lag between the two. The two are treated as synonymous. The process of ethnic assimilation occurring among all the peoples of the USSR is indisputable. Specifically, the fact that the 1959 census showed more than 10 million persons, i.e., every eighth non-Russian listing as his native tongue a language other than that of his nationality, is an indicator of how far this assimilation has proceeded. Registered still more recently, a study by two of the Soviet Union's most influential empirical investigators of that country's linguistic trends and processes also underlined this conviction of a direct link between language and ethno-national identity. It concluded as follows: the spread of bilingualism in breadth and in depth has an essential effect in transforming nations' national identity. Bilingualism is a factor which, helping to eradicate ethnic prejudices. Reinforcement for the forms 277 furthers the strengthening friendship and cooperation among the Soviet nations and the building of a single international community, namely the Soviet people. The development and functioning of bilingualism in any one ethnic milieu is an objective process, but one closely linked both with language policy and with the Soviet Union's general national policy, which is a most important factor affecting the people's historical development. The control over language processes, the development of bilingualism included, exercised by both the Communist Party and the Soviet state, offers broad possibilities for affecting the social and ethnic development and convergence of the nations and nationalities of the USSR in a purposeful way. Registered 7 official avowals of their Leninist orthodoxy to the contrary, then, the actions of Marxist-Leninist governments and the writings of their theorists betray a conviction that language is much more than just form. The recruiting and purging of elites, though significant, language is not the sole, nor even the most important form involved in the transmission of socialist content. More important is the human conduit between the upper reaches of the party and the masses. If Lenin's strategy concerning the nationalization of forms were to be honored, ethno-national ancestry would necessarily be a major consideration in the recruitment of the visible elite, those whom the masses perceive as being in authority. Otherwise, as Lenin noted, the party ran the very real risk that Marxism would be popularly perceived as a new guise for alien domination. There are evident parallels between Lenin's plan to rule through a visible elite recruited from the local ethnic group and the quite common practice of colonial powers of ruling their overseas possessions through indigenous chieftains. The differences, however, are more fundamental than the parallels. For example, the colonial powers were interested in the colonial peoples only to the degree that the latter participated in or did not thwart the economic and strategic aim of empire. There was certainly little interest in the peoples themselves or in their social and political integration. By contrast, Leninist national policy aims at converting the populace to Marxist ideology and to full integration into the socialist society. 278-9 beyond ensuring that the local leader was not apt to act in any way detrimental to the mother country's interests, colonial authorities were little concerned with his social and political inclinations. By contrast, the ideologically and politically integrationist purpose behind Leninist policy causes the inclinations of all members of the visible elite. The Marxist-Leninist term is cadre, registered to be a major concern. Third, since the colonies were not considered integral parts of the parent state and their inhabitants were not considered citizens, colonial authorities felt no need to design a political structure that mirrored the empire's ethnic mix. By contrast, Leninist national policy, being a blueprint for nurturing Marxism within a single, integrated, multinational structure, would seemingly mandate that the visible central organs of authority reflect the ethno-national complexity of the entire population, while the more localized, visible power structure reflects the unique national coloration of the immediately surrounding populace. In particular, one would expect that the visible power structure within an ethnically delineated constituent unit, a union republic, autonomous region, autonomous area, and the like, would be manned by members of the titular group. Thus Ukrainians would tend to monopolize leadership in the Ukraine SSR, Croats in the Croatian Republic, Yakuts in the Yakut ASSR, Mongols in the Inner Mongolian Autonomous Region, and so forth down to the lowest level of ethnically delineated political district. To do otherwise would risk undermining the very raison d'etre of such administrative units, namely, to convince each national group that it has its own, autonomous political organization. One of the earliest dilemmas facing a small revolutionary movement that takes power in a populous state is the choice between temporary utilization of the ruling apparatus of the previous regime on the one hand or a large measure of chaos on the other. The Bolsheviks opted for the former, employing the traditionally Russian-dominated apparatus of the Tsars as a stopgap measure, while concomitantly training their own cadre. The replacement of old by new cadre did not proceed very rapidly, however, and, 5 years after the revolution, Lenin fervently denounced this slow rate of personnel changeover in terms of its injurious consequences for national policy registered after noting that the present bureaucracy was in fact the same Russian apparatus that was borrowed from Tsarism and only barely anointed with the Soviet chrism. Lenin predicted that unless changes were made, the minorities could not be defended against the incursions of that 100% Russian, one-iv. Reinforcement for the forms 279 the Great Russian, the chauvinist, in reality, the scoundrel and despoiler, which the typical Russian bureaucrat is. As to the new cadre, many of whom were not ethnically Russian, Lenin immediately added that there can be no doubt that the insignificant percent of workers who are Soviet or Sovietized will drown in this great Russian sea of chauvinist riffraff like a fly in milk. As against those who dismiss the reality of this danger on the ground that the people's commissariats which deal with matters of national feeling and national education are autonomous, Lenin questioned whether it was possible in fact to keep the operations of these commissariats immune from great Russian domination and whether we have shown enough concern in adopting measures really to defend the people of other nationalities from the truly ethnically Russian Držimorda. Registered in a follow-up memorandum, Lenin warned that the need for unity would be used by the Russian-dominated apparatus as a pretext for perpetuating its domination, and, therefore, great Russian domination, over the various non-Russian peoples. To combat this threat, decentralization of the apparatus would be essential, and Lenin was prepared, if necessary, to go so far as to retain the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics only in the military and diplomatic spheres. The dangers of such decentralization, he maintained, could be neutralized by the authority of the nation-transcending, ethnically neutral party. In any case, those dangers were not as dire as those that a continuation of present trends held both for the Soviet Union and for the entire world movement. The harm which can befall our government from the absence of unification between the national apparatus and the Russian apparatus will be incomparably smaller, infinitely smaller, than that which can befall not only us but also the whole international, the hundreds of millions of the peoples of Asia who in the near future are to enter the stage of history in our wake. It would be unforgivable opportunism if, on the eve of this emergence of the East, and at the beginning of its awakening, we should undermine our prestige there with even the slightest rudeness or injustice to our own minorities. Here is vintage Lenin. The nationalization of Qatar was to be defended not as a good in itself, but because a strategic appreciation of nationalistic proclivities throughout the globe demanded it. Lenin was not alone in perceiving Great Russian discrimination being practiced against the non-Russian peoples within the new 289 Soviet state degree. Yet, as we know, Lenin's call for confederalizing the non-party apparatus was not heeded. Indeed, Stalin used the issue to undermine some of his opponents. By exaggerating the reforms desired by the advocates for the non-Russian nations, Stalin equated their stand with Marxian heresy, in that it subordinated the proletarian question to the national question, and the industrial regions to the agricultural borderlands, instead of vice versa. Moreover, it risked the possibility that a crack may develop in the system of proletarian dictatorship. Despite Stalin's unwillingness to countenance decentralization of the apparatus, the 1920s and early 1930s, the period of indigenization, did witness a great growth in the recruitment of local nationals into the local apparatus. Lenin's plan for a series of Qatar, each one national in its language and ethnicity, appeared well on its way to realization. But though this growth in national Qatar took place with Stalin's blessing, he apparently remained distrustfully alert, lest a crack develop in the system of proletarian dictatorship. And when, having concluded that the conditions were appropriate for the final consolidation of power in his person, he unleashed the massive purges of the 1930s against all detectable challenges to that focalized authority, he made the national Qatar a major target. Charges of nationalist deviation, bourgeois nationalism, separatism, anti-state activity, and the like were leveled against members of the Qatar from the Ukrainian SSR in the west to the Buryat SSR in the east. The purge extended throughout the entire apparatus from the highest to the lowest level, both within and without the party. It extended as well to those outside the apparatus, particularly members of the intelligentsia, who might serve as alternate sources of leadership. The scope of the purge is still staggering to contemplate. It is generally estimated that approximately 1 million non-party members were arrested. The number of additional Qatar who were dismissed from their positions without incarceration was still higher. No region was immune from the purge, but the Ukrainian Republic, perhaps because of its size and its buffer location relative to Nazi Germany, was treated more severely than most. Registered in 1938, Nikita Khrushchev, though ethnically Russian, was appointed by Stalin to head the Ukrainian Communist Party. Under him, the Ukrainian apparatus was to undergo further purging, but this is how he described the situation in the party at the time of his appointment. Reinforcement for the forms 281. The party had been purged spotless. It seemed as though not one regional or executive committee secretary, not one secretary of the Council of People's Commissars, not even a single deputy was left. The party leadership was almost totally demolished. We had to start rebuilding from scratch. Though Khrushchev speaks here only of the party, the purge was equally severe upon the scientific, industrial, cultural, and academic Qatar. While Lenin's plan for a Qatar, national in form, had not been realized in the era between the revolution and the Great Purge, it was never again to come so close to realization. With local leadership decimated, Russians and lesser numbers of other non-local peoples were placed in positions of responsibility. This practice of so-called borrowing from other national groups, combined with sporadic purges, which, though of a much less drastic scale than those of the 1930s, nevertheless served as a significant reminder of the dangers of nationalist deviation, characterized official personnel policy during the remainder of Stalin's rule. In the struggle for power following his death, Lavrenti Beria openly appealed to the resentment that Russian domination of the apparatus had incited among the non-Russian peoples. Under his prodding, the Presidium on June 22, 1953 resolved to put an end to the mutilation of Soviet nationality policy and specifically to organize the preparation, education, and wide selection for leadership positions of the members of local nationalities, to abandon the present practice of selecting leaders who are not of the local nationality, and to relieve individuals who do not have the command of the native language, and have them recalled by the PSUK degree although hidden from our understanding by the veil of secrecy that masks all Politburo infighting. This policy that enjoyed the momentary endorsement of the uppermost party organization and that, if implemented, would have led to a realization of the Leninist model led instead to the formation of a successful coalition against Beria by the other members of the Presidium. This is how Khrushchev described the matter. Beria stressed the principle of drawing the Republic leadership from the local population. It so happened that Beria's position on this question was correct and that it coincided with the position of the All-Union Central Committee, but he was taking this PO. 282-9 session in order to further his own anti-party goals. He was preaching that the predominance of Russians in the leadership of the non-Russian republics had to be reversed. Everyone knew that this was right and that it was consistent with the party line, but at first people didn't realize that Beria was pushing this idea in order to aggravate nationalist tensions between Russians and non-Russians, as well as between the central leadership in Moscow and the local leadership in the republics. Although Khrushchev here carefully avoids criticizing the policy of renationalizing the Khader, it is evident that he and his colleagues did in fact find such a policy odious. If such a policy would, as Khrushchev maintained, lead to increased tensions between Russians and non-Russians and between the central and local leadership, it would do so whatever the motivation behind its implementation. Moreover, despite his claim of feeling that Beria's position on this question was quite correct, Khrushchev immediately overt this assertion by recording his comments on the matter to Georgy Malenkov. Surely you must see that Beria's position has an anti-party character. We must not accept what he is doing. We must reject it. Although Beria's stand on the national Khader proved to be the immediate cause of his undoing within the privacy of Kremlin politics, the fact that the highest central authorities had acknowledged the injustice inherent in Russian domination of the nominally national apparatus and had in fact taken some steps to rectify the situation made an immediate return to the Stalinist status quo a most unlikely eventuality, particularly so because of the highly competitive struggle for power that marked the post-Stalin interregnum. Degree added to these considerations was the decision to denounce publicly the atrocities attributed to Stalin, for, in any such denunciation, the injustices that had been perpetrated against the national groups would necessarily loom large. Degree * denunciation implies a desire for rectification. All in all, then, it is not surprising that the period following Beria's downfall was one of general amelioration of the worst excesses of the Stalinist era. So far as personnel policy was concerned, the major developments were a gradual increase in the number of local Khader within the non-Russian areas and the making of membership in the local national group a criterion for certain high positions, most notably the first secretaryship of the local Communist Party. Degree an alteration in this post-Stalinist trend was heralded in 1959 by HLI. Reinforcement for the Forms 283 the purging of a number of local Khader for nationalistic tendencies. 2 years later definite limitations were placed upon the degree to which nationalization of the Khader would be permitted. The 1961 party program announced that the growing scale of communist construction calls for the continuous exchange of trained personnel among nations. Heretofore, the Soviet authorities had in fact never tried to make their Khader fully national in form, and, during the 1930s appeared more intent upon Russifying them. But the 1961 program was nevertheless the first official repudiation of the national in-form formula with regard to Khader policy. Moreover, tied as it was to a higher stage in the evolution of communism, that is, the growing scale of communist construction, a subsequent return to a policy of nationalized Khader would appear by definition to be ruled out as unprogressive or reactionary. Exchange of trained personnel implies a quid pro quo process, with an equal number of indigenous Khader being transferred to positions of equal status within such traditionally Russian strongholds as Moscow or Leningrad. However, exchange in practice has proven to be a euphemism for what on balance is a unidirectional movement of personnel. It has not so much meant the trading of personnel as it has the need to make room for Russians and lesser numbers of other non-indigenous cadre. 0 degrees as such it has remained a key to official policy since 1961. Thus a Pravda editorial of September 5, 1965 warned, any display of national separateness in the training and use of workers of various nationalities in the Soviet republics is inadmissible. 4 years later, on January 24, 1968, a Pravda article complained, one still encounters people who underestimate the great strength of the fraternal assistance and mutual aid among the peoples of our country and the significance of the exchange of cadres among the peoples of the USSR, people who sometimes express distrust for cadres of other nationalities and take a non-objective attitude toward other nationalities. Again, 2 years later, in still another Pravda article, readers were reminded that the inter-republic exchange of cadres remained a key element in the coming together of the Soviet nations. 107 These recurring references to the importance of cadre exchange serve to remind one and all that the nationalization of cadre cannot go too far. So, too, do the periodic purges of leaders on charges of local nationalism. However, even in tandem, the need to exchange cadre slogan and the purges do not constitute firm guide. 284 9 lines, thus leaving the central authorities with great latitude in determining when and where nationalization has gone too far. Degree 8 and, in fact, the degree of nationalization permitted by the authorities has varied substantially both with regard to place and time. The percentage of non-indigenous cadre within Armenia, for example, has been steadfastly less significant than the number within the Ukraine. Degree in the case of any national group, cadre policy is apt to be somewhat cyclical. A purge of local leaders on a charge of nationalist proclivities is usually followed by a drive to increase the exchange of cadre, followed in turn by a quiet redress in favor of local cadre which progresses until a new charge of nationalist proclivities heralds the beginning of yet another cycle. Assessing the ethnic composition of cadre is not an easy task. Even if the ethnic composition of the cadre operating within a single Union Republic were static, it would likely prove impossible to express that composition in precise numerical terms. The concept of cadre is so amorphously generic with regard to both sphere and level of authority as to resist quantification. However, though it too suffers from several inadequacies, the ethnic breakdown of membership in the Communist Party is probably the best single index to the ethnic composition of the cadre that is available. 1. While many cadre are not members of the party, it is the case that most party members are cadre. Joining the party is broadly viewed by pragmatists as an avenue for getting ahead, that is to say, for being appointed to cadre status. 5. Moreover, given the stake of the hierarchy in the existing distribution of power, those in authority can be expected to reward conformity and acceptance of the present power structure, and membership in the party is viewed by authorities as a positive endorsement of the status quo, commonly expressed as loyalty to the state. From this perspective, membership in the All-Union CP reflects great discrepancies in the ethno-national composition of the country's cadre. Registered Russians, who account for 52.4% of the total population, account for 60.6% of party membership. Otherwise, only the Georgians are significantly overrepresented, 1.4% of the population, 1.7% of the party. Armenians and the two non-Russian Slavic peoples, the Ukrainians and Belarusians, are represented fairly, but the other 10 nations with Union Republic status are all badly underrepresented. Moldavians are the most seriously underrepresented, 1.1% of the population, 0.4% of party membership, followed by Tadshiks, Turkmen, and Uzbeks. 6. Somewhat older data available on the ethnic composition of the reinforcement for the Forms 285 parties of the individual republics indicate that malrepresentation has been the rule in the local parties also. In 10 of the 14 Union Republic parties for which data were uncovered, the percentage of the titular people who were party members ranged from a low of 37.7%, Kyrgyzstan, to a high of 76.1%, Georgia. 8 in all but 2 of the 10 cases, Georgia and Kazakhstan, The titular nationality was underrepresented relative to its percentage of the entire population of the republic. The percentage of malrepresentation ranged from 6.1 percentage points, Kyrgyzstan, to 17 points, Lithuania. Unlike the case of the All-Union Party, the two non-Russian Slavic peoples, Ukrainians and Belarusians, were badly underrepresented. In 6 of the 7 cases for which data were available, the Russians were overrepresented in the party, as contrasted with their number living within the particular republic. The overrepresentation ranged from 2.4 percentage points, Azerbaijan, to 12 points, Tajikistan. Asterisk. In only 3 cases, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Uzbekistan, are longitudinal data available for determining trends, but all 3 cases suggest a gradual improvement in the representation of indigenes since 1960. Fragmentary information from other sources lend credence to the existence of such a trend. Asterisk. However, the principal point, manifest in the preceding data, is that with the exceptions of the Armenians and Georgians, those nations who have ostensibly been granted their own independent state, Union Republic, remain at a marked disadvantage in terms of representation among that state's cadre. 8. While cadre policy has been a matter of great concern to the highest authorities of the Soviet Union, it is dangerous to ascribe any and all modulations in that policy to the decisions of those authorities. As we shall later have occasion to note in our discussion of internal migration policy, the image of an all-powerful, highly efficacious political system with a nerve center whose will is tantamount to actual state practice and vice versa can be detrimental to analysis. Though the opinion of those in the uppermost echelons of the party who are responsible for cadre policy is the major force in determining the criteria actually employed in the appointment of cadre, it is not the sole one. Operating at any one time within a bureaucracy will be a host of individuals and commissions interpreting and applying personnel directives in accordance with their innermost predispositions and biases. As cited above, we have Lenin's word for it that governmental officials of Marxist-Leninist states have not been free of the ethnocentric impulse to take care of one's own. This impulse was sufficiently prevalent in 1971 to cause 286-9 the party through Pravda, to warn officials against hiring and promoting personnel on the basis of national origin. For the manner in which official cadre policy and what we might term bureaucratic ethnocentrism can complement one another is apparent in the following account of events within Latvia. After noting that the Orgbureau, the second secretary of the Latvian CPCC, and the first secretary of the Latvian CPCC are regularly staffed by Russians appointed by Moscow, the account continues, the Orgbureau and these high commissars from Moscow have continually directed the Republic's cadre politics so that all leading positions and primarily all party, state, and economic department head positions are given to Russian newcomers. These people in turn grant other newcomers preference for registration in cities, provide apartments, and appoint them to better jobs. 5. The great Russian bureaucrat, against whom Lenin railed, has not been the sole practitioner of bureaucratic ethnocentrism. Thus a letter sent by 26 Jewish residents of Vilna to the leadership of the Lithuanian Communist Party in February 1968 complained bitterly of the tendency to employ Lithuanians in preference to others. Here are 2 excerpts. When the Deputy Minister of Trade, Kazbaras, was reproached for not observing the Leninist principle of selecting cadres on the basis of their political and technical qualifications, he replied publicly, to be a Lithuanian in Soviet Lithuania is a political qualification. The president of the Pedagogical Institute, Uogintas, bluntly told one of his instructors, "It matters little that today you excel others in the German or English languages, in physics or mathematics, chemistry or music. We will develop our own cadres so that tomorrow Lithuanians will be more qualified than you." All Uogintas did was to give public expression to a principle that had been in force for a long time in cadre policy. 6 5 years later, a group of members of the Communist Party of Georgia complained that IJN Abkhazia and ASSR within Georgia a half-baked theory according to which responsible posts should be filled only by representatives of the indigenous nationality has gained a certain currency, 7. This phenomenon that we have termed bureaucratic ethnocentrism has been more prominently in evidence in the case of Yugoslavia. Reinforcement for the forms 287. One of the major causes of discontent within pre-World War II Yugoslavia had been Serbian domination of the power structure. As in the case of the Russians, it was therefore to be expected that the need for immediate expertise in matters of government should favor the Serbs. Moreover, it will be recalled that Serbs and the Montenegrins, many of whom insist that the Serbs and Montenegrins are one people, had formed the backbone of the partisan movement even within Croatia. As a consequence, the spoils of victory, in the form of governmental and party office, quite naturally fell disproportionately to Serbs and Montenegrins. *8 _ The YCP did try to redress the balance through the training and assignment of non-Serbian cadre. However, the party never went through a period similar to that of the early indigenization phase in the Soviet Union, when the authorities there had attempted to nationalize the cadre of the individual republics and autonomous provinces. From the beginning, the emphasis in Yugoslavia was on multi-ethnic cadre. 9. As noted, the end result of this policy was that Serbs and Montenegrins tended to be overrepresented within party and state organizations. There was an offsetting factor so far as Croats and Slovenes were concerned, in that their regions were far more industrialized and modernized than Serbia. Here expertise favored the indigenous people, and the decision of Tito's government to promote what it termed self-management immunized somewhat the individual industrial enterprises from the control of the Serb-dominated state and party apparathy. But although Serbs did not come to be overrepresented in the industrial cadre of Slovenia and Croatia, their prominence within the political power structure has rankled, and periodically they have been the target of bitter criticism. Tito was apparently never in sympathy with this imbalance, for it ran counter to his strategy of lessening the sense of ethno-national competition through the dual tactics of socialist self-management and even-handedness. However, it became known in the mid-1960s that bureaucratic ethnocentrism had its champions at the highest levels of officialdom, when Alexander Ranković, considered at the time to be the second most powerful person within Yugoslavia and the likeliest successor to Tito, was purged. Ranković was accused inter alia of conspiring to undermine economic decentralization because of a conviction that decentralization would favor Slovenia and Croatia over Serbia, and of conspiring to place Serbs in as many influential positions as possible. A committee established to investigate the charges found that there was a network of collaborators who 288-9 very often interfered in the whole work of cadre policy. Despite the great publicity given Rankovic's sin, the hydra-like phenomenon of bureaucratic ethnocentrism did not disappear following his purge. Serbian overrepresentation within the state and party apparathy continued, as did Slovene and Croatian resentment. 5. The magnitude of this imbalance in the case of Croatia is illustrated by the ethnic composition of that republic's party. In 1972, the Croats, who represented 80% of the republic's population, accounted for only 65% of the party's membership, while the percentage of Serbs within the party was more than double that people's percentage within the population as a whole. 4. And a decade after the Ranković affair, Yugoslavia was again reminded that bureaucratic ethnocentrism can reach the highest levels of power, when charges circulated that Tito's wife had been in collusion with high officials to ensure that certain positions should be filled by Serbs. 9. But more important than a few high officials are the core of mid to high-level bureaucrats who are responsible for carrying out the day-to-day directives of higher authorities. The difficulty of dislodging an entrenched ethnic element from these ranks is illustrated by the failure of the rather extensive, post-Ranković, official efforts to bring about a radical redressing of ethnic imbalances throughout the ruling structure. More than a decade later, Croats were still chafing under what they broadly considered to be disproportionate Serbian influence even within Croatia. 6. The personnel problems faced by the Chinese communists at the time of taking power were very different than those faced by either the Soviet or Yugoslav parties at the comparable point in their histories. In some ways, the situation within most of the minority regions of China was more reminiscent of that of an overseas colony than that of a section of the contiguous territory of a state. 9. Throughout history, Peking's and Nanking's authority had rested lightly and had been exerted through traditional, local leaders. For their part, the local people tended to be illiterate and pre-modern. As a result of their physical remoteness, their daily lives had remained largely unaffected by forces emanating from outside of their region. There was, therefore, no experienced, ready-made bureaucracy, either Chinese or local, that the communists might utilize to make their rule immediately effective over the non-Han peoples. Sending large numbers of Chinese cadre into an area whose populace was unaccustomed to such an alien presence ran the risk. Reinforcement for the Forms 289 of causing the people to perceive the CCP as the vanguard of Great Han imperialism. The CCP leadership, being ardent students of Lenin's policy concerning the national question, was fully attuned to this danger and to Lenin's prescription for its avoidance through the use of national forms. Thus an official governmental report issued in 1953 noted, "The problem of national forms is an important one which affects the rights of the nationalities and their development. Many of our tasks can only be carried penetratingly among the masses of the national minorities through the use of appropriate national forms." Degree and Mao had personally made clear in a statement during 1949 that cadre constituted a key form in this strategy: thoroughly solve the race question, fully isolate racial reactionaries. This is impossible without a large number of communist cadres who were born in the minority areas. 199 Impelled by this view of things, the authorities launched a massive campaign to recruit and train cadre in the shortest possible time. 4 degrees. The high priority ascribed to this program is reflected in the pronouncement of the Minister of Education that the training of national minorities cadres should be taken as the foremost task in our national minority educational policy. 4. But as a stopgap measure until the program would bear sufficient fruit, it was decided to utilize those traditional leaders who were prepared to cooperate, backed up by Han Chinese cadre. National cadre were therefore to be introduced as rapidly as possible. But although the authorities spoke of the nationalization of all organs within the national areas and specifically defined this goal as meaning that the people of all nationalities practicing autonomy should principally use their own cadre, their own language and speech, and their own appropriate national forms in the management of the internal affairs of the nationality, the authorities explicitly indicated that they had no intention of pursuing this policy to the degree that the Soviets had during their immediate post-revolutionary period of indigenization, much less to the degree that Lenin had advocated in his last comments on the matter. While stating that nationalization would make each national group the master of his home, government spokesmen concomitantly insisted on the seeming negation of that slogan, namely, that Han cadre were to be viewed as permanent members of that household, if it is considered that by assuming control of one's own homeland and by nationalization, there is no further need for leadership of the Chinese Communist Party. And there is no need. Be averaged where appropriate. Inclusive years in parentheses. For the support of the Han people and cadres, then it will be an obvious mistake which must be prevented and rectified. 45 Despite the high priority given to the recruitment and training of minority cadre, accomplishments proved disappointing. Official reviews of minority policy in 1953, 1956, 1962, and 1971 commented on the inadequacy in numbers of cadre from the non-Han populace and the pressing need to rectify the situation. The rather fragmentary figures on available minority cadre that were released prior to the Cultural Revolution point to radical annual fluctuations in recruitment. For example, while some 155,000 minority cadre reportedly were trained during 1957 alone, only 20,000 cadre were added over the 4-year period from 1960 to 1963. Whatever the causes of these great variations, the cumulative impact of the low output years had been devastating. As indicated in Table 2, the total number of minority cadre available in 1963, 500,000, represented approximately 1% of the total non-Han population, only a fraction of the number that would be necessary to man all of the cadre positions within the minority regions. Moreover, this total pool of cadre remained relatively constant well into the 1970s, in large part because the special institutes for the training of national minorities became casualties of the Cultural Revolution and were closed between 1966 and 1971. 46 The schools were reopened as part of a much broader campaign to expand markedly the pool of indigenous cadre. By late 1982 the Chinese press was boasting of the great strides that had been made. In the case of Tibet, for example, indigenous cadre were said to have grown from 200 in 1951 to 7,508 in 1965, to 20,023 in 1978, to 29,046 in 1981-47. The use of quotas was encouraged in some areas in order to ensure proper representation for indigenous. Reinforcement for the Forms 291 cadre for registered authorities acknowledged, however, that indigenous cadre remained in short supply. The first secretary of the Sinkiang Regional Party, for example, noted in late 1982, "We must persistently implement the policy of vigorously training and promoting minority nationality cadres. This is not only the requirement of instituting autonomy in nationality regions, it is also the key to solving China's nationality issue." **. The shortage of minority cadre has been reflected in Chinese cadre policy in three ways. 1. An absence of major purges. The minority cadre have not been totally free of purges. In 1957 and 1958, and again during the Cultural Revolution of the late 1960s, purges did in fact occur. 5. But not on a scale remotely approaching those in the Soviet Union. In China the number of minorities purged has been small and the percentage subsequently reinstated has been large. Registered. Considering the willingness of the authorities to assent to the denunciation of other individuals, including such luminaries as Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao, and groups, including, during the Cultural Revolution, the Communist Party membership, it is evident that the relative immunity of non-Han cadre was not due to a lack of appreciation for the periodic purge as an implement of policy. 2. The continued utilization of traditional leaders. Although the use of traditional leaders was intended to be only an interim measure and was periodically attacked by the more radical wing of the party, the services of such people continued to be utilized into the post-Cultural Revolution period. This tenure was the more remarkable because it straddled numerous years during which massive numbers of Han cadre, with very badly needed expertise, were being purged throughout the Han area of China under such slogans as "better read than expert." The ideological gymnastics necessary to maintain these class relics in office during periods when ideological purity, regardless of cost, was elsewhere Peking's order of the day attest to the inordinate need felt by the authorities for the services of these local leaders. 3. The imbalanced assignment of native cadre. Apparently as a means of maximizing the impact of the relatively small numbers of available national cadre, the authorities have assigned them disproportionately to highly visible offices at the grassroots level where contacts with the masses are most numerous. 52. The indigenous cadre are heavily concentrated at the village level, where they tend to occupy such highly visible positions as school teachers and members of the health service, as well as more showcase slots in state and party administration. Registered. The severe shortage of national cadre is suggested by the Dispro. 292 proportionately fewer number, only 20% of the total native cadre as of 1963, who have been trained and assigned to the important but less visible industrial and agricultural sectors. 154 As in our previous cases, the cadre policy of the Czechoslovakian Communist Party has also been strongly influenced by the fact that the regions of the country historically varied substantially with regard to the level of urbanization, industrialization, literacy, and the like. Being more advantaged than the Slovaks in terms of formal education and technological tradition, as well as in numbers, the Czechs have tended to dominate all aspects of the apparatus, political, economic, and educational, from the state's origin in 1918. The short-lived, World War II, independent Slovak state represented only a temporary reprieve from this Czech dominance so far as the Slovak people were concerned. Czech preeminence quickly re-established itself in the post-war period and continued into the era of Communist Party control. Many Slovak communists had hoped for a truly federal structure in which Slovaks would have greater freedom from Czech domination, but this element was effectively silenced through a number of purges, ostensibly for bourgeois nationalism, during the early 1950s. The communist leadership did embark on an investment program that favored the less developed Slovakia, and a significant closing of the economic gap between Czechs and Slovaks was accomplished. However, since economic decisions continued to be made at Prague, and since Czechs had more experience in the management of industrial enterprises, top managerial posts tended to be filled by Czechs. Degree in purely quantitative terms, however, the Slovaks appear to be better off than other minorities we have studied. The number of Czechs living within Slovakia has never been large. Slovaks account for approximately 85% of the population of Slovakia, and Magyars, Poles, and Ruthenians account for most of the remainder. Moreover, Slovak representation in the local wing of the Communist Party, the Slovak CP, quite accurately reflects Slovak strength within the Region 5. If the state and party apparathy were truly decentralized, then, the Slovak situation would be quantifiably quite reasonable. But we have earlier seen that the plans for a truly decentralized system that crystallized during 1968 were subsequently thwarted by Moscow's opposition. Registered 8 figures that surfaced during 1968 offer an unusual glimpse of the degree to which Czechs had come to monopolize the statewide apparatus. Although the Slovaks then accounted for 29.6% of the state's total population, their percentage of personnel in the reinforcement for the form's 293 countries foreign service was only 14%, in the Ministry of Agriculture, 9.8%, Ministry of Construction, 6%, Ministry of Transport, 5.1%, Ministry of Foreign Trade, 5% of the posts abroad and 2 to 3% of those at home, Ministry of Heavy Industry, 4.5%, Ministry of Health, 4.3%, Ministry of Finance, 3.4%, State Planning Commission, 1.5%, Ministry of Fuel, 1.3%, Ministry of Education, 1.2%, and the Ministry of Justice, 0%. Degree. During 1968 the statewide CP did declare itself in favor of reforming cadre policy, and it is reasonable to assume that some improvements in the ethnically badly distorted situation have occurred. 6 degrees. However, given the magnitude of Czech entrenchment reflected in the above figures, it is likely that what we have termed bureaucratic ethnocentrism has continued to ensure a highly disproportionate allocation of cadre positions to the Czechs. Registered. It is perhaps worth emphasizing at this juncture that in the matter of cadre policy, just as in other aspects of national policy, Marxist-Leninist governments have displayed great variety in the vigor with which they have applied policy to one group or another. In the case of the Soviet Union, for example, a study has documented great divergencies among the Union republics in the relative number of top echelon, non-indigenous cadre found in both the state and party apparathy and in both showcase positions and real seats of authority. Registered at one end of the spectrum, the representation of Armenians in the higher offices of the Armenian SSR hovered about the 90% mark, while the corresponding offices within Kazakhstan are nearly divided equally between the titular national group and non-indigenous peoples. Similarly, although the Chinese have placed very few non-Han in positions of authority, Mongols and Hui have done much better in this regard than have the peoples of Tibet and Xinjiang. Registered. Some of the factors that help to explain these variations in the prosecuting of cadre policy are quite tangible. One factor is the percentage of non-indigenes living within the region. Appointing a markedly disproportionate number of non-indigenes to office risks drawing the attention of the masses to their unfavorable situation. Yet another consideration is whether a people is located safely in the interior or on the border, and, if the latter, the status of relations between the two bordering states. A less tangible but probably more influential factor is the relative trust, or distrust, that the authorities place in a given minority's loyalty. Thus the tendency of Armenians to perceive Turks as the arch-enemy of their nation has dovetailed 294-9 with the general Anti-Ankara stance of Moscow to make Soviet rule rest lightly on Armenian shoulders. Registered in turn, the absence of anti-state turmoil within Armenia has given Moscow less cause for concern and commensurately less perceived need for hedging devices. 65 On the other hand, a history of incidents of an anti-state coloration, example those among the Tibetans, will, from the viewpoint of the central authorities, quite naturally add to the wisdom of having larger numbers of non-indigenous cadres spread throughout the structure as a precaution against the future outbreak of such incidents. 166 Despite the apparent tendency of the authorities to correlate larger numbers of non-indigenous cadre with greater security, the actual number of such outsiders in the apparatus is not necessarily of key importance. Since even one strategically placed individual could conceivably apprise the center of vociferous forces at work. Moreover, a final aspect of cadre policy, one that comprises the authorities' ultimate hedge against nationalistic, anti-state activities, remains to be discussed. Not every agency and office is of equal significance. If, as we have maintained, the regimes, by employing a series of hedging devices, have demonstrated serious doubt that Lenin's formula could indeed neutralize nationalism and solve the national question, then the functions of certain agencies and offices could be expected to make their staffing a matter of special concern. In particular, the authorities would want to be certain of the loyalty of the military and other security forces. The issue of the ethnic composition of security forces within a multinational setting is an old one. More than a century ago, for example, John Stuart Mill voiced his concern that a despotic government of a multinational state might employ troops of one ethnic strain against fellow citizens of another. According to Mill, in such event the soldiers will have no more desire to ask the reason why, than they would have in doing the same thing against declared enemies. 6-7 Mill's statement was part of a biting criticism of the multinational state per se. But those in authority within multinational states and empires have drawn quite different conclusions from the sort of scenario described by Mill. Rather than viewing it as a reason for dismantling their polyethnic unit, they have perceived in it the key to maintaining the integrity of the unit against ethnically inspired dissonance. The twin first principles of how to maintain control over a multinational polity have come to be, 1. Deploy all troops outside their ethnic homeland, and, 2. Restrict the higher levels of the military command structure and the more reinforcement for the Forms 295 sensitive positions responsible for internal security, particularly the secret police, to members of the most loyal ethnic group. Registered The most loyal ethnic group can be assumed to be that group with the largest vested interest in perpetuating the status quo, that is, the politically dominant group. In most instances, this means the numerically dominant ethnic element. Marxist-Leninist states have also lived by these principles. Lenin had established the precedent of deploying the troops of one ethnic group in the homeland of another at a very early point. In January 1918, at a critical point in Bolshevik history, Lenin had ordered a detachment of Latvian troops to Petrograd, Leningrad. In the words of one biographer, Lenin knew that the Lettish troops had no particular sentimental ties with the Russian people and would carry out their orders with the loyalty of a Praetorian Guard. Registered consonant with this precedent and its underlying rationale, minority members of the military forces of Marxist-Leninist states are, as a matter of policy, regularly assigned to posts outside their ethnic homeland. The practice has given rise to complaints, as witness the following message from Latvia. During World War II, 2 Latvian divisions and a special aviation battalion heroically fought as part of the Red Army. Today, however, there are no separate Latvian military units. Latvian youths in the military are purposely not assigned to the Russian units stationed in Latvia, but are scattered throughout the Soviet Union as far from Latvia as possible. 17. There may be an ethnic pattern involved in the deployment of troops that goes beyond simply assigning minorities outside of their homelands. The Soviet forces that quelled national unrest within Georgia in 1956 and within Lithuania in 1977 were composed principally of Asians. 2. Since such personnel are readily distinguishable from Russians, their use as anti-national forces safeguards against popular resentment being aimed at Russians. there would be less chance of unfurling the banner, "Russians, get out of the specific homeland," as happened, for example, within Uzbekistan in 1969.174. The policy of deploying troops outside of the homeland has also been a major source of irritation within Yugoslavia. When Ranković's behind-the-scenes efforts in support of cementing Serbian-Montenegrin control of the apparatus became public knowledge in the mid-1960s, the military authorities reluctantly consented to permit 25% of all recruits to be assigned to units within their 296 own republic. 5. In the early 1970s, angry Croatian spokesmen made known that this agreement was not being honored, and that only 15% of new recruits were being assigned locally. 7. Registered, however, at this juncture, a short-lived period of overt, militant Croatian nationalism. Many Croatians demanded far more than that a certain minority of recruits be permitted to serve their military service within the ethnic homeland. Some voices urged that the army be federalized, while extremists demanded no less than a separate Croatian army. The head of the student organization in the capital of Croatia is said to have publicly insisted that a state without its own army is not a state. 77 proponents of this position might have found a precedent in the experience of the Soviet Union. In 1944, as part of a campaign to gain separate membership status in the United Nations for each of its Union republics, the Soviet government had been very intent on painting its Union republics as independent states. It therefore amended the Constitution of 1936, Article 18b, so that each Union republic has its own military formations. 76. In the Soviet case, the amendment proved all form and no content, and was not carried over into the Constitution of 1977. 79. But in the Soviet case, there were no pressing reasons for the ET in Dorshisk. A Soviet attack aimed at resubordinating Belgrade to Soviet influence had been the specter haunting Yugoslav authorities since the split in 1948, and the threat seemed much more imminent following the Soviet intervention in Czechoslovakia in 1968. With an insufficient army to constitute a credible deterrent against such an eventuality, the Yugoslav authorities stressed that the country's forces would in such case revert to guerrilla warfare. As exemplified by the rise to power of the Chinese and Vietnamese parties, guerrillas operate most effectively in their own ethnic environment, wherein they can anticipate receiving the sympathetic protection of the local people. Such a consideration would be particularly meaningful within Yugoslavia, where the deep-seated animosities between Serbs and Croats could be expected to prove, at least for some, more intense than their dislike of a Soviet intrusion. Finally, it could be assumed that Croats, Slovenes, etc., would fight most determinately in defense of their own ethnic homelands. Yet despite such important considerations, the entreaties of the Croatians to decentralize the army along ethnic lines failed to elicit support among the highest authorities. The regime feared that locally recruited armies might provide the muscle for separatist movements. Reinforcement for the Forms 297. The Minister of Defense warned that we must be alert in the full sense of the word when it comes to people who are working on splitting the Yugoslavs People's Army because they also want to split the country. 8 degrees. And this warning was echoed by Tito in a speech of July 1971, in which he coupled a need for a decentralized, regional command structure to combat a potential invasion by superior forces with the caveat that if there is no unity, the nationwide defense may become an instrument of civil war. Registered. The leadership's response to this self-perceived dilemma was to create a territorial defense force, separate from the army, under the rubric of the General People's Defense. Self-defense units were created in every community, so an invading force would presumably be met by a guerrilla struggle conducted throughout the country by the citizens in arms. However, the citizens are in arms only while training. With the partial exception of border areas, the arms are kept under lock. One observer has found this manner of maintaining the territorial forces' arms a crucial weakness in the system, and he has added, obviously, the government is nervous about the substantial number of unregistered weapons for reasons that are not hard to guess. At the same time, it wants to have an armed citizenry. Registered. Judging by their unwillingness to arm the people's militia, as well as by their refusal to permit a majority of those THWI as Oilet Pusaga and like in the regular forces to serve in their home republic, it would appear that the authorities have perceived the internal threat of nationalism as of more immediate concern than the external threat of Soviet intervention. Registered in addition to deploying troops outside of their ethnic homelands, Marxist-Leninist governments have also tended to staff the higher military offices and the secret police with members of the most loyal ethnic group. Not surprisingly, given the uneasiness with which governments greet disclosures concerning their security organizations, such data are extremely fragmentary. In the cases of China and Vietnam, detailed information is almost totally lacking. It can quite safely be assumed, however, that Han Chinese and ethnic Vietnamese, the Kin, each enjoy an effective monopoly within the security apparatus of their respective states. In either country, the government has relied virtually exclusively upon members of the dominant ethnic group to fill positions of real, in contradistinction to ostensible, responsibility throughout the society, and the sensitive area of security probably constitutes the single most unlikely exception to this policy. Registered degree recalling the essential role played by minorities in the coming to power of the CCP and the 298-9 VCP, the subsequent lack of faith shown in these peoples by the communist leadership might appear unjustified. However, since the appeals made to the minorities during the revolution had been aimed at their nationalistic inclinations, the very history of success enjoyed by those appeals became with victory a vivid reminder that the minorities harbor anti-state, counter-revolutionary proclivities. These same policies emerge from the data available on other Marxist-Leninist states. Registered degree in each country, members of the most loyal ethnic group enjoy a disproportionate preeminence among the officer corps and the high command of the army, an agency which, as noted, is assigned a key role in matters of internal security. Degree 7. Thus one study established that as of 1972 all of the commanders-in-chief of the Soviet Union's military districts were Russian. Registered 8. Slavs, principally Russians, dominate the officers' corps and elite organizations such as the Strategic Rocket Forces. Central Asians are most apt to be assigned to construction or transportation units. 8 degrees Yugoslavia shows a similar pattern. Data released in Yugoslavia in the early 1970s indicated that Serbs and Montenegrins, 43% of the total population, accounted for 85% of all army officers, a percentage said to have been increasing steadily since the creation of the state. Registered degree. A similar though less drastic situation prevailed within Czechoslovakia, wherein the Slovaks, 30% of the population, accounted for only 20% of all military officers and for an even smaller percentage of people at the higher levels of the Ministry of Defense. Asterisk. Information concerning the ethnic composition of the secret police is inherently difficult to uncover. However, it is known that within the Soviet Union, the head of the KGB for each of the Union republics is customarily a Russian. Degree. In the capital of Latvia, where the Lets accounted for 56.8% of the population, they reportedly accounted for only some 300 of the 1,500 personnel in the Ministry of Interior, the agency responsible for internal security. A most unusual glimpse of the ethnic composition of what was described as the leading personnel of the Ministry for Internal Affairs of Yugoslavia was offered in 1971. It revealed that Serbs and Montenegrins, 43% of the total population, accounted for 70%, 61 and 9%, respectively, of all such high officials within the ministry responsible for internal security. Moreover, although 73% of all Serbs live within the Republic of Serbia, only some 36% of the ethnically Serbian officials came from Serbia. The largest Serbian component, 43%, consisted of members of the Serbian minority within Croatia, and reinforcement for the Forms 299. The remaining 20% came from Bosnia. Thus the higher echelons responsible for internal security were not only disproportionately staffed with Serbs, but with Serbs who could be expected to harbor the most unrelenting fear and resentment toward Croats, and therefore the greatest determination to keep the Croats a submissive part of the Yugoslav state. Romania's design for keeping the Ministry of the Interior in the hands of a specific ethnic group has been more undisguised and more thorough. In the mid-1950s, during the period when Leninist national policy was being paid ostensible homage in the form of a Magyar autonomous region, Interior was one of the few ministries to be designated national. This designation meant that employment was restricted to those of ethnically Romanian heritage. The domination of the secret police by the state's preeminent national group has also been a factor within Czechoslovakia and was one of the many irritants that helped to trigger Slovak discontent during the 1960s. In response to Slovak pressures, Article 8 of the Constitutional Law of 1968 anticipated that under the new federal system internal order and state security would no longer be the exclusive prerogative of the central government. Rather, authority over it would be shared by the center and the two constituent republics. If implemented, this measure would truly have vested the Slovaks with a substantial measure of autonomy with regard to security within Slovakia. However, the high priority assigned by the Soviet leadership to an uncontestably centralized system for internal security was soon demonstrated, when, in 1970 under Soviet prodding, the entire authority for security was reinvested in the Federal Ministry of the Interior. When analyzing the degree to which the Marxist-Leninist states have employed Katar policy as a hedge against nationalist proclivities, there is one office whose function renders it more critical than that of the security apparatus: the person or persons with responsibility for implementing and monitoring Katar policy. Within Yugoslavia, for example, the great impact that Alexander Ranković was able to exert upon Katar policy flowed not so much from his influence over the secret police, whose role with regard to the national question is the essentially negative one of deterring national dissonance, as upon his position as party secretary in charge of Katar. Had Ranković been Croatian or a member of some other non-Serbian nationality, it is likely that Serbian domination of the state apparatus, including the security apparatus, would have been far less pronounced. 309. Within the Soviet Union, the responsibility for Katar policy within each of the major non-Russian national areas usually rests with the second secretary of the local Communist Party. The ethnicity of the second secretary is therefore a matter of great import. The policy of the authorities in this matter must be seen in conjunction with their policy toward the ethnicity of the local first secretary. In the months following Stalin's death, that period during which Beria, as part of his strategy for gaining power, was openly appealing to the sense of resentment of Russian domination on the part of the non-Russian peoples, the Presidium of the statewide party had resolved to make membership in the local national group a criterion for eligibility to the first secretaryship. In Khrushchev's words, this was a decision that the post of first secretary in every republic had to be held by a local person and not by a Russian sent from Moscow. Registered. What Khrushchev did not acknowledge, however, was the decision, either made concomitantly or shortly thereafter, to neutralize any peril in such a practice by making the second secretaryship responsible for Katar policy and then making certain that a Russian was appointed to the position. A detailed study of the backgrounds of the individuals who have served as second secretaries since the mid-1950s uncovered a steady increase in the number of cases of an in-tandem relationship of a first secretary drawn from the local group and a second secretary of Russian background. Moreover, the second secretaryship was never filled by someone from the local Russian settler community but by a Russian sent from Moscow. Further, the tour of duty of the outsider was for a relatively short period. All of these precautions are admirably designed to ensure that the second secretary would not form close personal ties or regional sympathies. Thus immunized, his control of Katar policy assured him the wherewithal to preclude any local leader, such as the first secretary, from developing an effective personal or national following. The redistribution and gerrymandering or national groups, the division of a state's territory into a number of distinct ethnic homelands, poses serious problems to state integration. National groups tend to view their respective ethnic homeland as much more than territory. It is perceived by the group as its cultural hearth and, very often, as its geographic cradle. The result is an emotional, almost reverential attribution, evident in such familial metaphors. Reinforcement for the forms 301 as the fatherland, the motherland, the sacred soil of our ancestors, the native land, the homeland, land where my fathers died, and the like. In Bismarckian terminology, blood and soil become mixed. The national group is convinced that it has a unique and exclusive title to this piece of territory believed to be its cultural preserve, and an intrusion by aliens, even though those aliens be compatriots, is apt to meet with deep resentment. This exclusionary attitude, combined with the numerous reinforcing reminders of a distinctive national identity with which the homeland is laden, has caused the distribution of people into distinct ethnic territories to be a major barrier to acculturation and assimilation. And homelands have also provided fertile soil for the germination and maturation of the idea of national self-determination. Governments of multinational states have therefore traditionally attempted to blur their ethnic delineations. In contrast, Lenin's policy of regional autonomy required that the ethnic homelands be given greater prominence. As a dialectical step toward the eradication of national particularism, the various ethnic homelands were to be granted political status and territorial precision during the period of the flourishing of the nations. As in the cases of linguistic and cadre policy, however, Marxist governments in practice have demonstrated, by introducing hedging devices, a lack of faith villes, AAIGN 6 agile in the wisdom of Lenin's program. In particular, they have manifested a desire to dilute the ethnic purity of the homelands. Dilution holds both short-term and long-term attractions to governments. In the short run, it lessens the risk of an ethnic homeland developing into an effective base for anti-state activities. For example, the fact that the Mongols today account for less than 10% of the population of the Inner Mongolian Autonomous Region makes it far less likely that an effective, indigenous movement to separate Inner Mongolia from China will develop than would be the case if the Mongols were a majority. Over the longer run, dilution should, at least theoretically, increase the likelihood of acculturation and assimilation by offsetting any tendency of the autonomous borders to encourage physical and cultural isolation. There are two fundamental strategies available to a government that is intent upon effecting the ethnic dilution of an administrative unit. The first of these, population redistribution, can be subdivided into three alternatives. The government can weaken the ethnic concentrate through policies aimed at bringing about 1. An in-migration of non-indigenes, 2. An out-migration of indigenes, thereby increasing the proportion of the population represented 329 by minorities already present, or 3. Some combination of 1 and 2. The other fundamental strategy for effecting ethnic dilution involves gerrymandering, that is, the drawing of borders so as to circumvent their ostensible raison d'être. In the case of borders purportedly drawn to conform with ethnic distributions, gerrymandering consists of purposefully deviating from the geographic contours of the territory within which an ethno-national group predominates. The deviation might involve an expansion beyond the ethnic contours so as to incorporate alien persons, or it might involve purposefully falling short of those contours so as to leave a segment of the titular group outside. The consequences of the latter technique are magnified in the case of Marxist-Leninist states, because of the practice of tying national privileges, including the use of the national language, to residence within one's own titular unit. To achieve maximal impact, both types of gerrymandering can be used in concert, one part of the border excluding a segment of the national group and another part incorporating alien persons. Gerrymandering and redistribution can be viewed as alternatives. If people cannot be induced to move across a border, the same effect can be realized by moving the border. Conversely, if borders are resistant to change, the same ethnic effect can be realized by relocating populations. There is, however, no reason why gerrymandering and redistribution cannot be used to supplement one another. And, in fact, Marxist-Leninist governments have made intensive use of both strategies. Resort to these strategies is self-evidently anti-Leninist, since the guiding principle for granting regional autonomy to compact national groups should be one people, one autonomous unit. Yet, as a result of gerrymandering and population redistribution, the ethnic homogeneity of the ostensibly ethnically delineated constituent units within Marxist-Leninist states has been severely compromised. The Soviet Union, the Soviets demonstrated a flair for gerrymandering from the outset. In the Central Asia area, for example, the authorities feared that excessively large and unmanageable, self-aware groups might evolve through the growth of a Bukharan, Turkic, and/or Muslim national identity. Therefore, after a short interlude during which the Soviets consolidated their power, the region's political borders were drawn so as to divide the inhabitants into a number of units. Reinforcement for the forms 303 and thus encourage a sense of separate national identity on the part of the Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, Tadshiks, Turkmen, and Uzbeks, all peoples whose sense of national consciousness at that time was in a very inchoate state. By contrast, in the Caucasus the authorities were confronted with the Armenians and the Georgians, each of whom had a developed sense of national consciousness that had already manifested itself in separatist movements. This situation was therefore met with the opposite stratagem of grouping these two peoples, along with the Azerbaijani, into a single Transcaucasian Federated Republic, a solution that prevailed until 1936. Moreover, when this unit was dissolved into three union republics, the prevailing distribution of ethnic groups was quite evidently not a burning consideration. Some appreciation of the general lack of interest in creating ethnically homogeneous units that has characterized Soviet planning from the very beginning can be gleaned from the following data. In not a single union republic, as originally created, did the titular group account for 90% of the population. Within the 14 non-Russian union republics, the proportion of the total population represented by the titular group ranged from 49.4% to 88.7%, with a mean representation of 69.6% and a median of 69.3%. Concentrating exclusively on the Union republics would obscure the magnitude of initial gerrymandering. The RSFSR contains more than 3/4 of the country's territory and more than 1/2 of the country's population. It also contains 16 of the country's 20 ASSRs, whose combined population in 1970 accounted for 7.7% of the USSR's total population. At the time of the creation of these republics, Russians represented a majority of the population in at least 3 of them. In at least an additional 7 cases, there was no single ethnic group that accounted for a majority. The official titles of 3 of these republics contained the names of 2 distinct ethnic groups, thereby acknowledging a degree of ethnic heterogeneity. The title of another contained no ethno-national reference whatsoever, its highly heterogeneous population being grouped under the name of the region, Dagestan, but in 6 of the 12 republics bearing a single ethnic designation and therefore ostensibly designed to conform with that group's distribution, the group after whom the republic was named did not even represent a majority. %4 almost equally injurious to the principle of one nation, one autonomous unit was the large number of people left outside of 349 the republic bearing their designation. In the case of one of the 14 peoples given their own union republic, the Armenians, a majority of the nation remained outside. On the average, the excluded segment of all groups approximated 15% of the total. The mean was 14.5%, the median, 16.7%. For those people ostensibly assigned their own republic within the RSFSR, the statistics were even more unfavorable. In the typical situation, approximately 1/3 of the group was left outside of the republic's borders, a mean of 33.2%, a median of 31.2%. In only 2 of the 12 autonomous republics were the borders so drawn as to incorporate more than 90% of the titular group's membership, and in 2 others they excluded a substantial majority of the titular group, 62.7% and 73.2%. Recalling that residence within one's own autonomous unit became a prerequisite for schooling conducted in one's native language, the impact of this initial gerrymandering upon the rate of acculturation must have been considerable. Subsequent redistribution of populations within the Soviet Union has further vitiated the image of the Soviet Union as a country whose internal borders reflect ethnic distributions. Particularly pronounced has been the impact of migrations by the state's dominant group. During the period between the creation of the Union republics and 1959, the proportion of the population represented by Russians increased in 13 of the non-Russian Union republics. In the 14th Union Republic, the Moldavian SSR, it remained stable. On the average for all 14 Union republics, the percentage of the population accounted for by Russians rose 9.2%, from 7.5% at the time of creation to 16.7% in 1959, 206 during the same period. The Russian portion of the population also rose in 14 of the 15 autonomous republics within the RSFSR for which there are data. On the average for all 15 republics, the Russian portion of the total population rose a precipitous 15.1%, a jump from approximately one-third of the population, 32.1%, at the time of creation to approximately one-half, 47.2%, by 1959.207 as indicated by Table 3, Column 5. The dispersal of Russians continued in the intercensal period, 1959 to 1970. In 12 of the 14 SSRs, the percentage growth in the absolute number of Russians substantially exceeded the growth of Russians within their own republic. The percentage point increase of Russians within the 12 republics that can be assumed to be attributable to me. 306 migration ranged from 2.9% in the case of Lithuania to 29% in the case of Belorussia. Degree 8 Yet despite this very substantial emigration by Russians, Column 4 records that their proportion of the population decreased in 8 of the 14 republics and virtually stagnated in still another. Only within the 6 westernmost republics did the Russian component increase its share of the total population. The principal explanation lies with the striking variations in the natural increase of peoples during the period, Column 8. The Russians and the titular peoples of the republics located within the western sector of the USSR increased at a much slower rate than did the titular peoples of Asia and Transcaucasia. Degree elsewhere the gap in the rate of natural increase between the Russians and the indigenous peoples proved insurmountable. Even when the figure for Russian immigration was added to the natural increase in the Russian community already present in a republic, the total was not sufficient to offset the natural increase of peoples such as the Azerbaijani, 49%, the Kazakhs, 46.3%, the Kyrgyz, 49.8%, the Tadshiks, 52.9%, the Turkmen, 52.2%, and the Uzbeks, 52.9%. The gap between such figures and the 13.1% all-union growth rate of the Russians was simply too wide to be bridged by an otherwise quite impressive level of Russian immigration. Had it not been for the very substantial immigration of Russians during the period, the trend in the ratio of titular people to Russians would have been abruptly reversed. As it was, the 1960s proved a standoff, the Russian portion of the population of the average republic remaining remarkably constant. The mean percentage change was plus 0.2 points, the median, 0.5. The trends evident during the 1960s continued throughout the 1970s, Table 4. The net outmigration of Russians from the RSFSR continued, albeit at a reduced rate. The percentage of the entire Russian nation living outside of that republic increased by nearly 1 percentage point, from 16.5 to 17.4. As in the 1960s, the dispersion was quite broad. With the exception of the Kyrgyz SSR and the 3 Transcaucasian republics, all republics appear to have experienced in-migration of Russians. For the 10 republics experiencing in-migration, the percentage point increase in the absolute number of Russian inhabitants that can be attributed to migration during the 1970s ranged from 2.4% in the case of Kazakhstan to 15.7% in the case of Moldavia. For the 10 republics, the mean was 9.1% and the median was 8.3%. II. 308.9 Once more, however, as in the 1960s, the Russian portion of the population decreased within a majority of the republics. Again, only in the 6 westernmost republics did it increase. Elsewhere, immigration was unable to offset the discrepancy between the natural increase of the Russians and the larger natural increase of the titular peoples. For all 14 republics, the percentage of the population represented by Russians underwent a mean decline of 0.2 points and a median decline of 0.8 points. The overall scene in 1979 with regard to Russians living within territories nominally assigned to non-Russians was as follows: Russians accounted for a substantial percentage, more than 7%, of the population of each of the Union republics other than Armenia. See Table 4, Column 4. The range was from 2.3% in the case of Armenia to 40.8% in the case of Kazakhstan. Even including Armenia, and excluding the Russian Republic, Russians accounted for a mean percentage of 16.7% of the population of the Union republics and a median percentage of 12.3%. As to the autonomous republics within the RSFSR, the percentage represented by Russians ranged from 14.7% to 73.5%, with a mean of 45 and a median of 44.1. In 5 of the 16 ASSRs, the Russians constituted an absolute majority, and in 4 others they were the largest single ethno-national group. Not all of this dispersion occurred after 1917. Russians had dispersed over large areas of the country under the Romanovs. However, there has been a dramatic increase in the dispersal of Russians since 1917. As we have seen, the percentage of Russians has grown in all 14 non-Russian Union republics since the revolution. Meanwhile, the Russian share of the population of traditionally Russian territory has decreased from an initial 86.2% to a 1970 figure of 77.3%. The magnitude of this redistribution is all the more striking because the migration has taken place within a society ostensibly committed to regional equalization. As noted earlier, the economic equalization of ethnic homelands was a fundamental aspect of Leninist national policy, and over the years Soviet leaders and writers have regularly cited figures purportedly demonstrating a closing of the gap between richer and poorer republics. The economic equalization of homelands would, of course, tend to freeze the existing ethnic distribution, rather than to encourage the greater mixing of peoples. If economic opportunities were in fact approximately the same throughout the Soviet Union, there would be no economic motivation to migrate from one's ethnic hearth. Reinforcement for the Forms 309 numerous claims to the contrary. The Soviets have stressed regional economic equalization as a primary goal. In the most intensive and sophisticated study of Soviet demographic patterns yet conducted, Lewis, Roland, and Clem establish that other considerations have weighed more heavily. Specifically, they note that the highest priority in allocating investments and in locating industries has been assigned to strategic considerations. And the second most important standard has been economic rationalization, in terms of the presence of raw materials, support industries, markets, infrastructure, and the like. For these yardsticks, while perfectly understandable and rational, have nothing to do with promoting the economic equalization of ethnic homelands. Moreover, even at the level of form rather than of substance, the goal of regional equality was discarded by early 1978. With the reaching of the stage of developed socialism that had been heralded by the 1977 Constitution, regional gaps were alleged to have been eliminated and the utmost efficiency of the whole economy made the single criterion for investment. One basic feature of economic development under developed socialism is that the policy of distributing the productive forces and investments no longer hinges on the need to eliminate the backwardness of the country's outlying regions, as in the early period of socialist construction, but on the need to ensure the utmost efficiency of the whole economy. Productive forces and investments are now being distributed taking account of the fact that the gaps between the development levels of the central areas and the outlying regions have been eliminated. It is only natural that, in the future, special attention will be focused on areas that are particularly important for boosting the economy of the whole country. Registered. While there is no universally accepted standard for measuring regional economic discrepancies, the claim that interregional gaps had been eliminated within the Soviet Union would not survive even the most unsophisticated analysis. In 1970, for example, the per capita product of the wealthiest republic was more than 2 1/3 times that of the poorest. Copyright. But allowing that regional equalization had been achieved, the necessary consequences of the newly announced policy would be to recreate gaps. In effect, then, the dropping of a policy of regional equalization constituted a public admission that a key aspect of Leninist national policy would no longer be pursued even at the level of form. 310.9 The fact that the Soviet authorities have not in practice encouraged regional equalization does not in itself establish that they have actively promoted ethnic diffusion. However, it is inconceivable that such a massive and consequential redistribution of population as we have described could have occurred in the absence of official approval. The infusion of large numbers of Russians into non-Russian homelands has clearly been viewed as desirable by the authorities, as indicated by the 1961 party program, the appearance of new industrial centers, the prospecting and development of mineral deposits, virgin land development, and the growth of all modes of transport increase the mobility of the population and promote greater intercourse between the peoples of the Soviet Union. People of many nationalities live together and work in harmony in the Soviet republics. The boundaries between the Union republics of the USSR are increasingly losing their former significance. Consonant with this plank in their program, the authorities have done discernibly little to combat the continuing influx of Russians into non-Russian areas. There has been no visible attempt made by the authorities to persuade Russians living outside of the RSFSR to relocate in labor shortage areas within that republic. On the contrary, recruitment policies have continued to favor the outmigration of Russians from the RSFSR, thus contributing further to the regional imbalances between labor supply and demand that they insist they are anxious to correct. Even in cases where a sufficient pool of skilled labor has been available within non-Russian republics, the authorities are known to have recruited Russians from outside. The government has also demonstrated little interest in redrawing the borders of autonomous units so as to offset the erosive, invalidating effects that gerrymandering and migration have exerted upon ostensibly ethnopolitical borders. For example, northern Kazakhstan has been a favored target of Russian migration, and rather minor adjustments in the Kazakhstan-RSFSR border in favor of the latter would transfer a large percentage of the Russian community presently within Kazakhstan to its ethnically appropriate republic. In this and numerous other analogous cases, the authorities have not chosen to undertake such adjustments. 8. In the rare instances when alterations in the borders of the Union republics have taken place, ethnic homogeneity has not necessarily been advanced thereby. Registered. Finally, although the official position of the government is that those nations possessing Union republics reinforcement for the forms 311 have been thereby enabled to quickly achieve national statehood and promote their own economy, culture, and language. Degree. And although the authorities, as a means of lending credence to this claim, have constitutionally granted to the Union republics the three most significant attributes of sovereignty, namely, the right to conduct foreign relations, to maintain their own armed forces, and even that ultimate right to withdraw from the Union, it is instructive that the republics have never been granted, even at the level of pure form, the lesser right, claimed by all truly sovereign states, to control immigration policy. Official acts of both omission and commission have thus condoned, intensified, and perpetuated ethnic heterogeneity in the non-Russian units. This is not to say that migratory patterns have always faithfully reflected the wishes of the central authorities. Increasingly during the late 1970s, Soviet scholars and members of the government bureaucracy bemoaned the absence of a single, integrated, rational migration policy. Economic progress was being impeded by severe labor shortages in the eastern and northern sectors of the RSFSR, while Russians continued to migrate to other republics with labor surpluses. The bright lights of the more cosmopolitan cities of the westernmost republics had continued to exert a magnetic pull upon Russian migrants, but a region of greater concern to the Soviet planners was Central Asia. Although the republics there contained the country's greatest pool of underutilized manpower, they had, as we have seen, continued to attract Russian migrants. Concern at the highest echelon of authority became clear at the 26th Party Congress in February 1981. In his report to the Congress, General Secretary Brezhnev noted that to this very day, people often prefer to go from the north to the south, or from the east to the west, although a rational deployment of production forces demands movements in the opposite directions. 5. Rather than emphasizing the need to curtail migration to Central Asia, however, Brezhnev emphasized the need for this region's indigenes to migrate to the regions of labor shortage. In Central Asia and a number of areas of the Caucasus there is, on the contrary, a surplus of manpower, especially in the countryside. That means that the population of these parts must be more actively involved in the development of the country's new territories. *4 While here speaking of the need for migration to parts of the RSFSR, in another part of his speech Brezhnev indicated that he did not intend that migration to the other republics should cease. He did so by stressing the need for all republics to make life more 312-9 attractive for non-indigenes. *degree The General Secretary's prescription for Central Asia therefore appeared to be one of indigenes out, non-indigenes in. Further confirmation that the authorities did not desire to impede immigration into the Central Asian republics nor to induce non-indigenes to emigrate from them was made explicit in an article written later in the same year by the leading demographer of the Soviet Academy of Sciences. Let us note that the influx of migrants from different regions of the country to the republics of Central Asia is not adverse in itself. Such a process is necessary. The fact that the counterflow in its size was appreciably less and inadequately involved in the migratory turnover the indigenous inhabitants of the Central Asian republics, is adverse. 6 In short, the answer to the pressing demand for labor within sectors of the RSFSR was not to be sought through creating impediments to Russian migration into other republics but through fostering migration to the RSFSR by other titular peoples. Russians, of course, are not the sole agents of ethnic dilution. The presence of non-Russian, non-indigenes is also an important element helping to account for the ethnically heterogeneous character of the Union republics. Depending upon the Union Republic, their share of the population in 1979 could account for from 5.3% to 30.8%. In 4 of the 14 republics, Armenia, Georgia, Moldavia, and Tajikistan, the Russians were not the largest non-titular people. They were the Azerbaijani, Armenians, Ukrainians, and Uzbeks, respectively. Such settlers have in effect done double duty as agents of ethnic dilution, having simultaneously contributed to the dilution of their own titular republics and the republics in which they have settled. As to their own titular republic, any portion of a national group, simply by living anywhere outside of its Union Republic, thereby increases the proportion of Russians and other national groups within that republic. That is to say, any outmigration of the indigenous ethnic element automatically increases the proportion of non-indigenes, even if the latter's actual number remains constant. At the same time, the émigrés will obviously contribute to the heterogeneity of the republic in which they settle. As Table 4, Column 6 attests, in 1979 the percentage of 4 of the 14 peoples with Union republics living outside of their republic exceeded the comparable figure for the Russians. Degree and reinforcement for the forms 313 for all 14 peoples, the median and mean percentage of those living outside of their republic, 13.9 in each case, compare not too unfavorably with the Russian figure of 17.4. We should not credit all of these settlers with having a double impact upon the ethnic dilution of the non-Russian republics. However, for a substantial percentage of them were living within the RSFSR. Thus, easily the largest group of non-Russians living outside of their appropriate republic were Ukrainian, but 62% of all such Ukrainians lived within the RSFSR. Similarly, 25.6% of all emigrant Armenians, 19.8% of all emigrant Azerbaijani, 55.5% of all emigrant Belarusians, 40.9% of all emigrant Kazakhs, and 23.1% of all emigrant Moldavians lived within the RSFSR. While each of these emigrant communities materially helped to account for the ethnic heterogeneity of their native homeland, they did not contribute to the further ethnic dilution of the other non-Russian republics. There is, moreover, a major difference in the settlement pattern of Russians and of those non-Russians who have a union republic. While the Russians are broadly dispersed throughout the Soviet Union as a whole, non-Russians living outside of their union republic tend to be located nearby. Degree as the dominant ethnic element throughout the state's history, who gave their name to the official title of the state under the Tsars and to its popular appellation even today, the Russians have tended to view the entire state as their homeland. By contrast, the other nations have tended to remain close to that particular segment of the country that they consider their ethnic hearth. 5 Indeed, as noted, many of these non-Russians, although living outside of their Union Republic, are living within the ethnic hearth. They are the product of gerrymandering rather than migration. In any case, however, the fact that those members of titular nations who live outside their republic tend to be concentrated in adjacent republics does not negate their significance as a hedge against Lenin's policy of territorial autonomy. As noted, any portion of a national group, simply by living anywhere outside of its Union Republic, contributes to that republic's ethnic heterogeneity. As to the republic of settlement, a minority drawn from the region is more apt to harbor deep suspicions and historic grievances against the titular nation than would Russian immigrants from outside the region. As a result, the former can be relied upon to keep an alert eye open to any symptom of ethnic autarky on the part of the titular group. And if, as a result of the division of a people into 314 republics, an irredentist note should be introduced into the relations of the two titular groups, so much the better. 85 Therefore, the intraregional, inter-republic distribution of non-Russians lends itself readily to the ancient principle of divide et impera plus, and thus, the proportionately large number of Azerbaijani in Armenia, Armenians in Azerbaijan, and Armenians and Azerbaijani in Georgia unquestionably helps to account for the past equanimity with which the central authorities have tolerated the fact of the relatively few Russians in the Caucasus. Moreover, as we have repeatedly noted, national privileges, including access to some education in one's native language, have, as a matter of right, been confined to those living within the Union Republic bearing their ethnonym degree. Therefore, the forces of acculturation and, if Soviet theorists who link national change to language change are correct, assimilation operate even with regard to peoples living immediately outside of their home republic. 9. The acculturation consequences of living outside of one's republic were rather graphically described in early 1972 in a letter addressed to the communist parties of several states outside the Soviet Union by a group living within the Latvian SSR who described themselves as 17 Latvian communists. Although their letter was primarily a protest against what was perceived as the Russification of the titular group, the writers quite candidly acknowledged that non-Latvian, non-Russian peoples suffered from a still more unfavorable status. Those Lithuanians, Estonians, Jews, Germans, Poles, and other minorities, except Russians, residing in Latvian territory do not have their ethnic heritages at all respected. Until 1940, until the establishment of Soviet rule, in Latvia these minorities had their own elementary and secondary schools where they studied in their own language. They issued their own language newspapers, magazines, books, they had their own clubs, theaters, and other cultural and educational institutions. Now, in disregard of pertinent Marxist-Leninist principles dealing with ethnic questions, and contrary to the statements of USSR leaders that ethnic problems in the Soviet Union have been solved and that each nationality has been guaranteed complete freedom and equality, nothing of that kind is evident. In every republic the Russians have everything, people native to their republics have something, but others nothing at all. 5 Soviet specialists have neither been blind to the acculturational impact of dwelling outside of one's homeland nor hesitant to reinforcement for the forms 315 describe the impact as assimilation. In the words of the director of the Institute of Ethnography of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, ethnic assimilation evolved naturally during the Soviet period owing to the territorial mixing of the various national groups and the increase in economic, cultural, and other links. Assimilation processes, however, mainly involve territorially dispersed groups, Jews, Moldavians, Karels, etc., and groups of individuals settled in territories occupied by a different nationality. On the whole, peoples living within their own union or autonomous republics as a rule steadfastly preserve their mother tongue and their sense of national identity. 99 non-Russians living outside of their own republics thus tend to become Russified and, in turn, to act in a sense as surrogate Russians for the further Russification of the republic in which they are domiciled. 4 degrees recently, another important difference emerged between Russians and non-Russians living outside of their appropriate Union Republic. Whereas a net influx of Russians into other republics continued during the 2 decades from 1959 to 1979, this did not hold true for 12 of the other 14 titular peoples. The percentage of the nation living outside of its particular Union Republic actually declined for 10 of the titular groups and remained essentially static for 2 others. *4. While in some cases the decline was quite small, and may be either statistically insignificant or attributable to assimilation rather than migration, the overall picture, with the 2 exceptions of the Belarusians and Georgians, is for non-Russian peoples either to remain stationary or to migrate to their titular republic. As was noted earlier, in recent years the diluting effect of Russian in-migration upon the ethnic composition of the 8 Union republics within Asia and Transcaucasia has been neutralized by the much greater natural increase on the part of several titular groups. In and by itself, the decrease in the proportion of Russians within these Union republics should perhaps not be a matter of pressing concern to the authorities. They might find consolation in the expectation that the high birth rates among the non-European peoples will decrease over the long term as the people become more subjected to urbanization and the other processes collectively known as modernization, and even though the percentage of the population represented by the titular nation has increased in all 8 of these Union republics since 1959, column 2, tables 3 and 4, in no case does a republic merit being called ethnically homogeneous. 316.9 on the average, the titular group accounts for approximately 2/3 of the republic's population. 4 in no case does it account for over 90% of the total population, and in 2 cases it fails to account for a majority. 2 degree on the other hand, the gap in the natural increase of Russians compared with the titular peoples of Transcaucasia and Asia is impressive, 6.5% versus an average of 26.4% during the 1970 to 1979 period, and is unlikely to narrow appreciably in the near future. When coupled with a decline in the relative number of non-Russian peoples living outside of their respective republics, the resulting overall demographic trend should be a matter of concern to those desirous of maintaining ethnic heterogeneity within the Union republics. Given the unlikelihood of a radical decrease in the growth rate of the Transcaucasian and Asian titular peoples in the near future, the trend toward ethnic homogeneity that characterized every Transcaucasian and Central Asian Union Republic in the 1959 to 1979 period appears destined to continue. There are 3 means by which the authorities could slow the move toward ethnic homogenizing of the Union Republics. 1. Increased gerrymandering. 2. Inducing a still greater proportion of Russians to live outside of the RSFSR, and/or 3. Reversing the trend among the titular nations by inducing or directing large numbers to migrate from their respective republic. Several considerations should cause the authorities to place primary reliance upon the third course of action. As noted, each person who emigrates from his ethnic homeland does double duty by decreasing the proportion of the titular group in his home republic, and by increasing the proportion of minorities in the republic to which he migrates. Moreover, emigration avoids a, if not the, major barrier to acculturation and assimilation, namely, the psychological milieu that encapsulates the ethnic homeland. A series of Soviet studies unanimously concur on the significance of residence relative to one's homeland. For example, the incidence of inter-ethnic marriages is much greater among parties who meet on ethnically neutral territory. In other words, members of the indigenous element customarily demonstrate greater unwillingness to enter inter-ethnic marriages than do immigrants. 47 Moreover, when the child of an ethnically mixed family chooses his/her national identity, which a person must do at the age of 16 as part of the application for an internal passport, the most influential factor, when present, is the ethnic homeland. The relative strength of the principal variables can be sketched as follows: cement. Reinforcement for the forms 317, 1. A child will normally select the national identity of the father rather than of the mother. 2. However, if either parent is Russian, the child will tend to adopt the Russian identity. 3. But even though the father is Russian, that is, even though situations 1 and 2 reinforce one another, if the family lives in the homeland of the mother, then the child will tend to select the nationhood of the mother. 48 In short, severing non-Russians from their homeland substantially increases the likelihood of their assimilation. Therefore, encouraging out-migration of non-Russians recommends itself for both short-range, the double impact effect, and long-range, assimilation, reasons. To foster this out-migration, the Soviet authorities have a broad arsenal of potential weapons. In extremis, the government could conceivably resort to naked coercion. If convinced that the advantages were sufficient to risk tarnishing the carefully nurtured public image of a fraternal family of nations voluntarily united on the principle of national self-determination, the government might elect to effect rapid, radical alterations on the ethnic map through simple edict backed up by force. Thus, in retaliation for real or exaggerated anti-state activities during World War II, the Bakhar, Chechen, Crimean, Tatar, Ingush, Kalmyk, Karachay, and Volga Germans were all forcibly ejected from their homelands and deported well to the east under orders from Stalin. 4 However, actions of this type are undisguisably at odds with Leninist national policy, and resort to such extreme methods as a rule has been eschewed. Aside from naked coercion, there are several devices that the authorities can press into service as means of influencing population distribution. One potentially very powerful lever stems from the obligation of all students at institutes of higher learning and at technical and vocational schools to spend 3 years following graduation in a governmentally assigned position anywhere within the Soviet Union. In practice, enforcement of this obligation has been extremely lax. Students have demonstrated an ingenious talent for finagling assignment in a desirable area, usually one's ethnic homeland, or for otherwise circumventing the requirement. But, with tighter controls, this program could become a major agent of ethnic diffusion. In 1974, 2.8 million new graduates came under this requirement. Presuming that these figures were apportioned equitably among national groups, the government had the legal right to order more than 400,000 Ukrainians out of their republic for a period of 3 years. 25 If we treat the annual number of 318 graduates as a constant, actually the number is growing. 1.2 million Ukrainians could be on outside assignment at any one time. Moreover, given the dual impact of the migrants upon their old and new republic of residence, it would require a movement of 2.4 million Russians, or other, non-titular peoples, to exert a similar impact upon the ethnic mix of the non-Russian republics. If we apply this reasoning to all non-Russians living within their respective titular Union Republic, it becomes evident that more than 2.5 million non-Russians could legally be assigned outside of their republic at any one time, thus having an impact comparable to a migration of over 5 million Russians. 5 And all this still ignores the qualitative factor, for the young and well-educated would be the most likely source of national leaders. The absence from the homeland of the young national elite would materially decrease the likelihood of a nationalist movement arising. In addition to the post-graduation requirement, 2 other noteworthy means remain for bringing about ethnic redistribution. Indeed, the actual degree of ethnic redistribution that has been realized within the Soviet Union is greater than the census data indicate, in that the census reports prisoners and those on military duty at their last civilian address rather than at the site of their assignment. The distortion caused by this practice is particularly pronounced in the case of members of the state's large military establishment. We will recall that minority personnel on military duty are posted outside their homeland as a matter of established policy. The number of persons on active military duty in 1975 has been estimated at over 3.5 million, again assuming an equitable apportionment among nations. 1.1 million non-Russian service people were posted outside of their republic. Not all of the service people would exert what we have called a double impact, because 31 divisions were stationed outside of the USSR in Eastern Europe and a disproportionate number of the remaining divisions were in the RSFSR, particularly along the Chinese border. Nevertheless, hundreds of thousands presumably did have such a doubling effect. Moreover, military posting leads to some permanent resettlement outside of one's republic, and this development is clearly endorsed by the authorities who offer encouragements to take one's discharge at the site of one's final post. 56. It is apparently also general policy to incarcerate persons alleged to have committed serious crimes against the state within prisons that are located outside of the prisoners' republics. This practice evoked the following satirical comment from a Ukrainian dissident. Reinforcement for the Forms 319. Ukraine, according to its constitution, is also a sovereign state which even has representatives in the United Nations. Her courts sentence thousands of Ukrainian citizens and send them to be detained beyond her borders, a policy unparalleled in history. Perhaps Ukraine, like the Principality of Monaco, has no room for camps? Room was found for 7 million Russians, but for Ukrainian political prisoners there is no room in their native land. 5. The number of contemporary detainees is not known. At one time, the total ran to several millions, but it is unquestionably lower today. In any case, in this category numbers are of secondary importance to some of the individuals grouped thereunder. Among the prisoners are the social activists who have overtly denied the state in the name of their nation. The authorities evidently feel that the symbolic influence of such national martyrs is less when they are incarcerated some distance from the ethnic homeland. We have thus far discussed means by which the authorities can bring about migrations that they desire. In addition, they have tools for dissuading migration that is deemed undesirable. Most noteworthy is the requirement that settlement in a locale requires prior permission from the authorities, registration with the police, and the entering of proof that one has abided by this procedure in the internal passport which is carried by all Soviet citizens and which must be presented upon demand. 5. Although at first glance all such devices might appear purely negative in their impact upon migration, they may in fact be means for redirecting the migrational urge into governmentally approved channels. Thus, if rural youth, desirous of moving to a city, are denied access to cities within their homeland, they are, as a consequence, apt to migrate to a city outside of their homeland, rather than to smother the urge to live in an urban environment. Although the Soviet government has had the weapons to control internal migrations, it has not been prepared to utilize them effectively. 26. We have noted that the requirement that college graduates accept a 3-year assignment of the government's choosing has been very laxly enforced. Similarly, the fact that a number of urban areas, specifically designated by the government as no further growth zones, have continued to attract large numbers of new settlers casts serious doubt upon the level of enforcement of the requirement that migration requires both prior official approval 329 and registration with the local authorities upon arrival. But these are shortcomings of will rather than of weapons. If the authorities place a sufficiently high premium on attaining an objective that required strict controls over the quantity and quality of migration, then greater and more efficient use of the weapons would follow. Snuffing in advance any ethno-nationally inspired dangers inherent in Lenin's policy of autonomy for compact ethnic groups by diluting the ethnic composition of the republics has been such a primary objective from the beginning. And thus far the means employed have been sufficient to the task. Extant policies have sufficed to induce impressive numbers of Russians to migrate into non-Russian areas. This continuing migration, combined with the after-effects of earlier gerrymandering, imbues the republics with a high degree of ethnic heterogeneity even today. However, there is no evidence that the authorities have become any less enamored of the ideal, set forth in the 1961 party program, of having people of many nationalities live together, and should they conclude that the large natural increases in the number of trans-Caucasian and Asian peoples must be locally offset, or that the possibility of a future manifestation of ethno-nationalism should be countered by greater mixing of the peoples, then more effective utilization of the powers already at their disposal can be anticipated. As noted, Brezhnev's speech at the 26th Party Congress in 1981 appeared to herald just such a development. In addition to noting that Central Asians must partake in the development of the Eastern and Northern RSFSR, the General Secretary had stipulated that non-indigenes located anywhere in the Soviet Union must be accorded more privileges. The composition of the population of the Soviet Republic is multinational, and it is natural that all nationalities have the right to due representation in their party and state bodies. In recent years, the number of citizens of non-indigenous ethnic groups have considerably increased in a number of republics. They have their specific requirements in the spheres of language, culture, and everyday life. 6. Given the fact that Russians were certainly not unduly underprivileged with regard to representation, status, and language, the General Secretary's comment presumably referred to non-Russian émigrés and was prompted by a desire to counter the recent tendency for them to return to their homeland. Point 2. Registered the spate of follow-up conferences and publications designed reinforcement for the Forms 321 to clarify the points on migration that had been made at the 26th Congress made evident that the ruling apparatus had indeed signaled its intention to make migratory processes more responsive to its will. 764 An article by the editor of Communist, for example, suggested that the government enforce its right to direct graduates of institutes of higher learning to serve for a period in any sector of the country, the acute need for personnel of a number of sectors of the national economy and of some regions of the country, especially those being newly developed, was noted at the 26th CPSU Congress. It is no secret to anyone that a portion of the student youth, including those of higher education institutions, are disposed to work only in the customary national environment. Nothing bad would happen if the graduates of technicums and higher educational institutions, no matter what nationality they are, after their studies would go wherever they are actually needed and where they would acquire not only practical experience in the received specialty, but also an additional supply of proletarian internationalism. Registered perhaps the most comprehensive outline of the emerging policy appeared in a book appropriately entitled Law and Demographic Processes in the USSR. 6 degrees The author, after depicting migratory activity over the previous 2 decades as haphazard and non-rational, insisted that Soviet law must be utilized to ensure that demographic patterns serve the needs of Soviet society. He repeated Brezhnev's edict that large numbers of people from Central Asia must be shifted to the labor-short eastern and northern sectors of the RSFSR. 67 Among the administrative tools that he felt should prove particularly helpful in bringing about this and other desirable migration patterns were the aforementioned internal passports and resident permits required of all citizens. He further noted the recent tendency for Armenian and other non-Russian émigrés to return to their titular republics, and, in conformity with the directives of the 26th Congress, maintained that this trend must be countered. Also in conformity with the directives of the Congress, the author asserted that the law must encourage family size to remain within a range of 4 to 5 in number, a formula that would have the effect of encouraging larger families among Russians and other European peoples, while encouraging smaller families among Asians. The author also maintained that any attempt to increase investment within a region in order to employ a local 322.9 labor surplus, at a time when there were labor shortages in other regions, constituted a violation of Article 16 of the Constitution, which stipulated, in the author's words, that the USSR economy constitutes a single national economic complex, which encompasses all the sectors of production, including labor resources within the country. From this perspective, any attempt to circumvent or resist interregional migration could be branded as anti-state activity. China. The practice of circumventing the possible perils inherent in a system of autonomous units through gerrymandering and the redistribution of population has been more conspicuously demonstrated in the case of China. The CPR's less camouflaged approach reflects a much more favorable statistical situation and a greater willingness to take radical action to achieve a desired end. The ethnic demography of China is quantitatively so different from that of the Soviet Union as perhaps to bring into play the Marxist law of the transformation of quantity into quality, a paraphrase of which might read that at some point a sufficient quantitative difference transforms itself into qualitative difference. With the most loyal nation, the Han, accounting for 94% of the total population, as contrasted with the 52% figure for the Russians in the Soviet Union, and with an absolute excess of Han available in overpopulated China, the Han number some 7 to 8 times the number of Russians and more than the total population of any state, excluding the PRC itself. The Chinese authorities have had at their disposal the means for thoroughly diluting the non-Han homelands. And with their proven penchant for essaying radical surgery, as witness the great leap forward in the late 1950s and the Cultural Revolution of the late 1960s, it would be surprising if the CCP shied away from taking advantage of the Han's numerical superiority. The less concealed character of Chinese practices is due to the scope and character of their activities rather than to candor. As earlier noted, the Chinese insist that they are undeviating practitioners of Leninist national policy, and a major dimension of the polemics between Peking and Moscow has involved charges, countercharges, and denials concerning apostasy on the national question. Indeed, though Chinese actions have been less concealed, Peking has provided far less satisfactory statistical data on population distribution than has Moscow. At best the data tend to be reinforcement for the forms 323 very old and are usually of dubious validity. For example, a 1965 Chinese publication indicated that Uyghurs accounted for 78.8% of the population of the Xinjiang Uyghur AR and that Tibetans accounted for 94.5% of the population of the Tibetan AR, although in each case the titular group was by this time rapidly moving toward minority status. 6 degrees gerrymandering has been consistently practiced by the CCP from the outset. As mentioned, the first autonomous region was that of Inner Mongolia, created in 1947 while the struggle for supremacy over China was still in progress. As originally delineated, the AR housed 2 to 4 times as many Han as it did Mongols. In 1955 the authorities added the predominantly Han provinces of Suiyin and Chahar, Huhat, and part of a third, Ningxia, thereby increasing the ratio of Han over Mongols to 8 to 1. In 1969 the AR's territory was just as abruptly decreased by approximately one-third, as huge segments of territory were severed from both its eastern and western flanks. 7. Erstwhile Mongolian inhabitants of their own AR found themselves part of either Heilongjiang, Kirin, Liaoning, or Kansu province, or, more paradoxically, part of the Ningxia Hui AR. See Map 1. The partition not only further numerically disadvantaged those Mongols within the truncated AR, but left a majority living outside its borders. The impermanence of such borders was again underlined in 1979, when as part of the post-cultural revolution rewooing of the minorities, the region was returned to its 1955 to 1969 size. While this alteration at least had the effect of placing a majority, about 70%, of all of China's Mongols within their own autonomous region, it left the Mongols but a small fraction, estimates range from 10 to 20%, of the region's total population. By contrast with Inner Mongolia, the Tibetan AR, at the time of its creation in 1956, did contain a population composed principally of the titular national group. In this instance, gerrymandering took the form of excluding a majority of the titular national group, even though all Tibetans tend to populate a contiguous territory. Large segments of Qinghai and Sichuan provinces, as well as smaller sectors of southern Kansu and western Yunnan provinces, should seemingly have been included in the Tibetan AR. The concentration of Tibetans in these regions is suggested by the fact that in 1965 there were 5 Tibetan autonomous districts, ADS, and a 6th Mongol Tibetan Kazakh AD within Tsinghai, 2 Tibetan ADS within Sichuan, 1 within Kansu, and 1 within Yunnan. 275. 324-9 Here clearly the system of autonomous unit was used to fractionalize a people rather than to consolidate it. A Chinese explanation for refusing to consolidate the Tibetan homeland was offered in 1982. The 3-member delegation sent to Beijing by Dalai Lama this year requested that the central authorities accord Tibet the same treatment as is provided for Taiwan in the Chinese government's 9-point principle, and that all the areas inhabited by Tibetans in Sichuan, Qinghai, Gansu, and Yunnan be incorporated with Tibet to establish a unified Big Tibetan Autonomous Region. The central authorities' response to these questions was very clear: both Tibet and Taiwan are integral parts of China, but there are big differences between the two. Tibet has been liberated for more than 3 decades. The 9-point principle, therefore, is not applicable to Tibet. Neither is the request for merging all the areas inhabited by Tibetans realistic. For centuries, the Tibetan people have lived in separate communities within 4 other provinces in addition to Tibet itself. Just like other minority nationalities in China, they exercise national regional autonomy and are organized into an autonomous region, several autonomous prefectures and autonomous counties. It is not reasonable to change the historically determined administrative divisions simply according to the distribution of nationalities. 6. This stance, of course, was wholly inconsonant both with the pre-revolutionary promises of the Chinese Party and with Leninist national policy. Unlike the Tibetans, more than 90% of China's largest minority, the Chuang, were consolidated within a single AR bearing their name. However, this action was carried out in a manner that relegated them to the status of a minority. In 1958 the name of Guangxi province was changed to Guangxi Chuang AR, despite the fact that the Chuang constituted only 1/3 of the province's population. It is difficult to discern any basis for choosing this particular geographic configuration for the AR, other than the desire to dissipate the strength of the Chuang. Numbering some 8 million, twice that of the next largest minority, the Chuang were certainly sufficiently numerous to merit an essentially homogeneous AR. Moreover, the group's distribution posed no problem to designing such a homogeneous unit. With the exception of some 100,000 of their members located in Kwantung province, the Chuang reinforcement for the Forms 325 had settled in a single contiguous area covering the western Tuothirds of Guangxi province and a small salient in eastern Yunnan. Prior to 1958, more than 70% of the Chuang living in Guangxi were in their own autonomous district, wherein they accounted for 2/3, 67%, of the population. Registered had the authorities in fact desired to make the proposed AR's borders coincide with the Chuang ethnic homeland, a slight adjustment outward in the borders of the AD was, therefore, all that was required. But the authorities elected to incorporate the heavily Han-populated eastern third of Guangxi, thus assuring the Chuang a minority status. Moreover, the authorities elected not to incorporate the 500,000 Chuang of adjacent Yunnan. Rather, in the same year in which the Guangxi Chuang AR was created, the Chuang of Yunnan were incorporated into a newly established Wenshan Chuang and Miaoak, wherein Chuang represented only 32% of the population, while Han accounted for nearly 1/2. Thus, by keeping the borders of former Kansu and Yunnan provinces intact, the authorities managed to dissect 500,000 Chuang from those in Guangxi and to make each of the 2 resulting segments a minority within its respective autonomous unit. We have just reviewed how a similar decision to respect established provincial borders resulted in the fractionalization of the Tibetans. By contrast, no such respect for provinces was evident in the northern area surrounding Inner Mongolia, where, as we have seen, borders were altered with abandon and even entire provinces were liquidated. Indeed, curiously enough, Zhou Enlai answered early criticism of the decision to incorporate eastern Han Guangxi into the Guangxi-Chuang AR by citing the precedent of the incorporation of the entire province of Suiwan into the Inner Mongolian AR in 1955.78. The premier did not attempt to answer the paradox highlighted by his faulty analogy, namely, why should the preservation of provincial borders be more esteemed than the principle of ethnic autonomy in the one case, Guangxi, and sacrificed in the ostensible name of ethnic autonomy in the other? The yardstick for measuring the relative sanctity to be accorded provincial borders had evidently been the contribution they made to effective gerrymandering. Given this opportunistic approach to provincial borders, Chu's defense for the incorporation of the Han of Eastern Guangxi into the new AR amounted to little more than a statement that earlier gerrymandering in one section of the country justified subsequent gerrymandering elsewhere. Asterisk. Overall, the decision to replace the Chuang Autonomous Division within Guangxi with the Guangxi 326-9 Chuang Autonomous Region points both to the importance of gerrymandering in CCP thinking and the rather narrow line between an autonomous district and a region. The authorities preferred to give the Chuang an AR in which they were a minority rather than have them in an AD in which they were a majority. In the case of the creation of an AR for the Hui, one must acknowledge that their broad dispersal throughout China made their concentration within a single unit quite impossible. Registered. One should therefore not be too perplexed by the fact that the Ningxia Hui AR, as created in 1958, contained only 10 to 15% of the total Hui population. However, one might be inclined to ponder why this relatively small group of some 500,000 Hui should be honored with an autonomous region rather than an autonomous district. Registered degree. But whatever the reason, the new AR was so gerrymandered that Hui accounted for only 1/3 of the total population. 8 An additional act of gerrymandering was executed in 1969, when the AR was extended to the Mongolian border through the appropriation of a rather substantial section of former Inner Mongolian territory. This territorial transfer was a double-edged weapon, simultaneously severing a number of Mongols from their parent AR, while also further undercutting the already weak ratio of HUD within the Ningxia Hui AR. As noted, the territory was returned to the Mongolian AR in 1979. But this return to the pre-1969 status quo still left the Hui a definite minority within the autonomous region bearing their name. Preliminary data derived from the 1982 census indicated that the Hui accounted for 31.7% of the AR's total population, while Han Chinese accounted for 68%. 285 Gerrymandering has therefore been a major factor by which the Chinese authorities have diluted the strength of the titular national groups in 4 of the 5 autonomous regions. It has also been practiced widely at the next level of autonomy, the district. In 1965, the official designation of 7 of the 29 ADs contained the names of 2 ethnic groups and 1 bore the names of 3. Moreover, all ADs contained at least 2 significant ethnic groups, what the Chinese source called constituent nationalities, and 1 contained 17. The median number of constituent nationalities per autonomous district was 7 and the mean was 8.6 degrees. Nor did gerrymandering end with the district. Even at the smallest level of autonomous unit, the county, there were 8 that bore the name of 2 ethnic groups. 3 others were apparently still more ethnically complex, they bore no ethnic designation, each reinforcement for the Forms 327 being officially referred to simply as a multinationality autonomous county. Gerrymandering has thus been widely practiced. But in diluting the ethnic composition of autonomous units, the authorities have not relied solely upon this tactic. Migration policy has also been a major factor. Most noteworthy in this regard has been the resettlement of millions of Han in minority regions. Official encouragement of Han migration into traditionally non-Han areas began shortly after the CCP's victory. In 1951, the director of the Nationalities Affairs Commission described such movements as beneficial both to nationalities' solidarity and to the construction of the autonomous regions. Prior to the Great Leap Forward, however, the number of migrants was not too substantial. 26 registered. But so far as that program's impact upon ethnic redistribution was concerned, it might well have been termed the Great Leap Westward. In October 1958 the authorities initiated a policy of massive resettlement of young Han in the steppe area. Particular stress was to be placed on Inner Mongolia, Kansu, Ningxia, which ironically would be renamed Ningxia Hui AR less than 2 weeks after this policy was announced, Xinjiang Uyghur AR, and Xinghai. 8 degrees with the partial exception of Kansu, these were the homeland regions of the non-Han peoples. Though Tibet was absent from this list, Chinese press reports at this time heralded an expansion of that region's population from the current 1 million to 10 million by 1965, thereby confirming that massive in-migration by Han was planned. The only important non-Han homelands into which a large-scale influx of Han was not contemplated were in the southern provinces of Guangxi, Quechua, and Yunnan. These exclusions were apparently attributable to the authorities' conviction that those regions already contained a satisfactory number of Han for implementing national policy. Asterisk. This campaign to resettle Han in western areas was officially called Asia Fang, literally, sent down, a rubric that suggests its mandatory character. The program survived both the Great Leap and the Cultural Revolution, undergoing a particular surge during the latter when universities were closed and students were transported by the trainload to rural areas where, according to Mao, they were to be re-educated by the peasants. Peking Radio reported the number of those resettled in the 7 years between 1968 and 1975 at 10 million and anticipated that another 2 million would be added each year. **. The portion that settled in the non-Han areas, 328.9 was not given, but it can safely be assumed that it was substantial. Indeed, during this period, the majority status of the only two peoples who had ever enjoyed that role in their own AR, the Tibetans and the Uyghurs, was threatened if not eclipsed. As early as 1969, the CPSU's theoretical journal, Communist, had maintained that Tibetans now accounted for but 1/3 of the population of Tibet. This figure may badly underestimate the percentage of Tibetans, just as Peking's 1972 figure of 90% probably grossly exaggerated it. 0.2%. One less partial demographer, after noting that the percentage of Chinese had been persistently increasing, remained undecided whether the break-even point had been reached by the late 1960s. 0.7 In any case, given the rather small Tibetan population of 1.2 million, the large numbers of Han resettled in the interior, the special importance ascribed by Peking to settling their border areas with the most loyal nation, and repeated reports of Han migration to Tibet, it would appear likely that if the break-even point had been approached in the late 1960s, then it must surely have been crossed by the mid-1970s. 97 There is somewhat more agreement on the ethnic changes that have occurred within Xinjiang. Beginning with a percentage of only 3 to 5% of the province's population in 1949, migration of Han raised their percentage to 40% around 1980. As a result, the Uyghurs had lost their majority status. By making the Uyghur AR coextensive with Xinjiang province, the authorities had incorporated significant numbers of other non-Han peoples within the AR. In 1953 these peoples were in toto about 1/5 as numerous as the Uyghurs, and the percentage appears to have increased. 8 According to preliminary data derived from the 1982 census, the Uyghurs accounted for 45.5% of the AR's population, the Chinese for 40.4%, and the other national groups for 19.1%. If the large military forces were included, the Chinese might well be the largest element. Moving non-Han out of their homeland does not appear to have played an important role in Peking's population policies. Non-Han have been removed from the immediate area of a frontier shared with another country, and some very remote peoples have been resettled in regions where centralized control could be more easily effected. But in such cases, resettlement appears to have occurred within the same general region of the country, that is to say, within the same ethnic homeland. It is quite possible that the planners have perceived no need to redistribute large numbers of minority peoples throughout the country, because they have more reinforcement for the Forms 329 than the necessary number of excess Han to accomplish a safe dilution of non-Han through unidirectional migration. Moreover, the center's sense of security in this matter should certainly be strengthened by the realization that the world's largest army operates principally in the frontier regions. Thus, in addition to our earlier calculations concerning the number of Han in traditionally non-Han areas, we must add potentially as many as 3.6 million uniformed individuals who were further diluting the non-Han population. 3 In summary, then, a policy of extensive gerrymandering and migration has made the titular national group a certain minority in 4 of the 5 autonomous regions and a most probable minority in the other. Furthermore, these same techniques have been carried over to the next lower level of administrative unit, the autonomous district. According to Chinese data, in only 8 of the 29 autonomous districts existing in 1965 did the titular group represent a majority of the population. In 2 others, the titular group reportedly accounted for precisely 50%. This left 19 of 29 districts in which the titular element was a minority degree. Moreover, 5 of 8 exceptions were districts principally populated by Tibetans. All 5 were part of the contiguous Tibetan homeland and should logically have been made part of an enlarged Tibetan AR. They, too, are therefore the result of hedging against the principle of autonomy rather than of honoring it. And in one of the remaining 3 possible exceptions, the dominantly, 56.3% of the district's population, had to share the ethnic designation of the district with the Miao, even though the Miao accounted for only 2% of the population. T. Thus, out of 34 autonomous regions and districts within China, we are reduced to 2 that could possibly be said to reflect Lenin's plan to grant territorial autonomy to concentrated peoples. In one of these, the titular group represented a bare majority, 56.4%, and in the other 81.4%. Neither would therefore qualify as ethnically homogeneous. Autonomous and minority status bear a close relationship within China. Yugoslavia in contrast with both the Soviet Union and China. The internal borders of Yugoslavia have remained quite stable under communist rule. Any evidence of significant gerrymandering by Bell 339 grade must therefore be sought in the actions of the YCP at the time of the Federation's formation. We will recall that 5 of the 6 newly created republics were each ostensibly designed to satisfy the desire of one of the major Slavic peoples for its own state. In all 5 of these new republics, the titular group accounted for a majority, although the degree of ethnic homogeneity varied considerably. See Table 5, Column 2. Only in Slovenia and Montenegro did the titular group exceed 90% of the population. Elsewhere the most significant minorities were the Albanians and Hungarians within Serbia, where they respectively accounted for 8.1 and 6.6% of the population, the Albanians within Macedonia, 17%, and the Serbs within Croatia, 14.5%. The last of these regional minorities indisputably held the most significance for any scheme of a united Yugoslavia. Serb-Croat rivalry had been the cancer of the pre-war state. Even the monarchy's late-hour grant of autonomy in 1939 had not been enough to immunize the Croats against Hitler's subsequent bribe of a Croatian state unencumbered by any ties to the Serbs. Within this new state of Croatia, Serbs found themselves the target of officially condoned, if not sponsored, pogroms, a heinous testament to the Croats' desire to rid the homeland of an alien presence. Given this very recent series of events, there arises the question of why the YCP leadership did not show more interest in reducing or eliminating the Serbian minority within the area designated by them to become a Croatian republic. Certainly the preservation of the status quo ante bellum was not the result of oversight or an act of omission, for the status of the minority within Croatia was one of several pressing matters involving ethnic distributions in the new state that demanded decisive action on the part of the leaders. Many of these issues arose from the large number of Serbian refugees who had fled war zones, occupation forces, and/or genocide by compatriots, the last largely, but far from entirely, at the hands of the Croats. In addition to the question of permitting the return of Serbs to Croatia, the authorities were also faced with the issue of Serbs desiring to return to Vojvodina and Macedonia. With regard to the latter, the authorities were still vacillating well into the spring of 1945, first prohibiting a return and later reversing themselves degree. Their final decision to allow Serbs to return to Macedonia was likely influenced by the need to bring their position on Macedonia into line with that on Croatia, for there is no evidence that the possibility of prohibiting Serbs from returning to Croatia was ever entertained. And again, this was not simply a case of 332-9 oversight, for those Serbs desirous of returning to Croatia were carefully processed through the Ministry of Transportation in Belgrade. 08 The authorities therefore chose not to avail themselves of an excellent opportunity to diminish substantially if not eradicate the Serbian minority within Croatia through resettlement. Resettlement could have been justified as a desire to avoid any possibility of a recurrence of the inter-ethnic bloodletting of the wartime period, as well as a desire to make the proposed republics true nation-states. It also could have been justified in terms of the party's 1934 commitment to the expulsion of Serb occupiers, Serb troops, officials, and policemen, as well as Serb Chetniks, from Croatia, Slovenia, Dalmatia, Vojvodina, Bosnia, Montenegro, Macedonia, and Kosovo. 9 At a more politically pragmatic level, it could have been justified as necessary on other grounds, for this opportunity to make Croatia more ethnically homogeneous presented itself precisely at a time when the authorities were searching for hundreds of thousands of people to quickly resettle lands formerly in the hands of Germans and Hungarians within Vojvodina. Had the more than 3,000 people who were transplanted into Vojvodina been drawn from Serbs within Croatia, the Serbian community in that republic could have been depleted by more than half. Population transfers between Croatia and Bosnia-Herzegovina offered additional possibilities for substantially reducing the Serbian community within Croatia. That the authorities elected to return Serbian families to Croatia, rather than to resettle them, along with other members of the Serbian community who had remained within Croatia, in other regions of the country, strongly suggests an official decision to perpetuate a Serbian minority within Croatia as a hedging device against any recrudescence of Croatian secessionist sentiment. 3. The anomaly of the Republic of Bosnia-Herzegovina within an otherwise ethnically defined system of republics is also related to the Serbo-Croatian rivalry. Although the territory of Bosnia-Herzegovina had not been part of the autonomous province of Croatia created under the monarchy in 1939, it had formed part of the state of Croatia as deeded by the Axis powers. The prospect of being deprived of this large territory is not one that Croatians would contemplate with favor, but the prospect of the territory's independence would at least be seen as eminently preferable to its transfer to the despised Serbs. On the other hand, the Serbs could hardly be expected to endorse Croatian control of an area in which reinforcement for the Form's 333 Serbs accounted for 44.3% of the population, Muslims, another 30.7%, and Croats, only 23.9%. 3. Partition or independent republic status were therefore the two possible compromises. There is, however, no evidence that partition between Serbia and Croatia was ever seriously contemplated. On the contrary, the party had indicated as early as 1940 that some form of separate, autonomous status was in store for the region. For the Serbian community within Bosnia-Herzegovina was easily the largest Serbian element left outside of the Serbian Republic in the post-war period, accounting in 1948 for 17.4% of all Serbs within Yugoslavia. Had the YCP leaders truly been bent on satisfying Serbian aspirations for their own republic, they could have raised the percentage of all Yugoslav Serbs living within the Serbian Republic from 73.7% to 91%, either by partitioning Bosnia-Herzegovina or by grafting it outright to Serbia. 3. Copyright the decision instead to create this sole non-nationally defined republic was part of a much larger plan to weaken the relative numerical advantage of the Serbs by gerrymandering. Yugoslavia is unique among Marxist-Leninist states in offering an illustration of gerrymandering as a means of weakening the state's largest ethnic element. Elsewhere, as we have seen, gerrymandering has been employed to weaken minorities and thus to enhance the power of the largest group. But unlike those other Marxist-Leninist states, Yugoslavia does not possess what the Germans call a Staatsvolk, that is to say, a national group which, because of history and/or numerical superiority, occupies an uncontested cultural and political primacy within the state, therefore giving to the state its peculiar national caste. 7. As the most numerous people and with the site of state's capital located within their ethnic homeland, the Serbs had indeed managed to exert the most power under the pre-war monarchy. But far from being uncritically accepted, this preeminence had been a constant source of friction and a major catalyst in the growth of Croatian separatism. The YCP therefore decided to reduce the probability of a post-war reassertion of Serbian hegemony by diffusing the Serbian numerical advantage throughout a number of different administrative units. Registered the largest Serbian communities to be severed from the Serbian Republic were the two already discussed, those in Bosnia-Herzegovina and Croatia. The total number of Serbs recorded in the other three republics in 1948 accounted for less than 1% of all Serbs within the country. However, although not recorded 334 as such, Montenegrins were thought by some authorities, including certain members of the communist leadership, to consider themselves Serbs. Here, for example, is how Milovan Djilas, himself a Montenegrin and then a member of the YCP's innermost circle, assessed the party's wartime appeals to Montenegrin nationalism. I sensed that the Chetniks also profited from the communists' excessive stress on Montenegrin, as distinct from Serbian nationality. Serbianism was the most vociferous and emphatic sentiment of the Montenegrin Chetniks, all the more so in that the Montenegrins are, despite provincial and historical differences, quintessential Serbs, and Montenegro the cradle of Serbian myths and of aspirations for the unification of Serbs. 9. In a similar vein, a non-Marxist academician wrote of the Montenegrins in 1969 that the majority of them reject the concept of a separate Montenegrin nation and culture. Attempts to foster the idea that the Montenegrins are not Serbs but a distinct nation have thus far not been successful. 3. Whatever the validity of this claim that Montenegrins consider themselves to be Serbs, and there are data to support either side of the issue. In separating the Montenegrins from Serbia and in giving them their own republic, the authorities decreased the likelihood of Montenegrin numbers contributing further to that traditional Serbian conviction of being the state's most important people. The YCP's plan to gerrymander the Serbian community operated within the new Serbian Republic as well. Only Serbia was to have autonomous provinces carved from its territory. Kosovo province in the south and Vojvodina province in the north, together representing more than one-third of both the land area and population of the Republic, were granted autonomous status degree. It is difficult to disagree with one author's conclusion that all this was meant to keep Serbia from being disproportionately larger than Croatia and to bring about a balance between Serbs and Croats. This conclusion concerning the purpose behind the creation of the provinces is particularly convincing in the case of Vojvodina, for Serbs accounted for more than half of the population therein. Vojvodina, formerly part of Austria-Hungary, had been claimed by the Serbs in 1918 on the basis of ethnic demands. The precise validity of this claim is uncertain, because the region contained large numbers of Magyars and Germans as well. During World War I, the region had been made part of Hungary. Despite the party's pre-war support of the right of the Magyars to secede from Yugoslavia, upon assuming power the YCP moved quickly to raise reinforcement for the Forms 335 assert Yugoslav sovereignty over the entire area. The German community was summarily expelled, and plans were made to expel the Magyars also. But although many Magyars fled the region and many others are reported to have been slaughtered by the partisans, over 400,000 remained, registered. However, the proportion that this element represented within the region was rapidly decreased to about one-fourth of the total, as more than 300,000 Serbs, principally from central Serbia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and, as earlier mentioned, from Croatia, were hastily resettled in Vojvodina. A province ostensibly created to give autonomy to the Magyars thus became dominated by Serbs. Moreover, even following this huge influx of Serbian settlers, the authorities could have created an autonomous unit in which Magyars predominated. The Magyars are concentrated in the north near the Hungarian border. Nowhere in the southern sector do they constitute more than 25% of the population, and generally they constitute less than 10%. In contrast, the Magyars are a majority in 10 of the northern provinces and a near majority in others. 3*. Since in 1948 there were many more Magyars within northern Vojvodina than there were Montenegrins within the Republic of Montenegro, an autonomous province limited to northern Vojvodina could not be discounted on the basis of insufficient population. But the new borders simultaneously recommended themselves to the authorities on two grounds: 1. They made the Magyars a very manageable minority and squelched in advance any Hungarian irredentist claim to Vojvodina, and, 2. They reduced the Serbian community within Serbia proper by nearly 1/5, 1.1 million in 1981. 38°. There was a stronger prima facie case for granting autonomy to Kosovo province, in that Albanians had comprised 2/3 of the region's population at the end of the war. Although part of pre-war Yugoslavia, Kosovo had been ceded to Albania by the Axis powers. The YCP had called for an independent and united Albania in 1928, and had further called for the expulsion of Serbs from Kosovo in 1934, but neither of these promises was honored after World War II. The grant of autonomy to Kosovo following its reannexation was probably motivated in part by a desire to placate the Albanian inhabitants who had resisted reincorporation into Yugoslavia with arms, and also in part to make union with the Yugoslavian Federation a more attractive eventuality for Albanians still outside Yugoslavia, but it also served the authorities' aim of decreasing the number of Serbs within Serbia proper. Nearly 200,000 Serbs lived within the borders of the new autonomous unit. Significantly, most of them could have been quite easily excluded from 336(9). 4. As in the case of Vojvodina, Kosovo's frontiers were so drawn as to incorporate districts, abutting Serbia proper, in which Serbs overwhelmingly predominated. Moreover, a rather large area immediately across the Kosovo-Macedonian border was excluded from the autonomous region, despite the clear predominance of Albanians therein. It appears, then, that in drawing the borders of the autonomous provinces, the authorities were guided more by the desire to create minorities and politically dilute the Serbs than they were by the desire to give political expression to ethnic homelands. This structuring of republics and provinces so as to undermine the foundation of Serbian chauvinism and, what is the other side of the same coin, to reassure the non-Serbian communities that domination by any ethnic group was a thing of the past, sheds important light on the trend toward equal representation for each republic and province that occurred within the executive branches of both the party and state apparatus during the early 1970s. 3°. This trend was broadly seen as bolstering the autonomy of the national groups. But, as we have seen, this equating of republic/province with the nation is much too simple. It presumes, 1. That the republics/provinces are essentially ethnically homogeneous nation-states, 2. That a given national group is concentrated nearly exclusively within a given republic, and 3. That the titular national group within a republic/province dominates the power structure and exerts exclusive authority over delegates to federal and party posts. Gerrymandering has largely invalidated, 1, and 2, and cadre policy and party discipline has been designed to thwart, 3. Again, a more evident reason for granting equal status to each republic was to weaken Serbian influence and thus allay non-Serbian anxieties. 7 Equal status in effect gave each republic/province 12.5% representation, resulting in a gross underrepresentation for a people, the Serbs, accounting at the time for 40% of the population. Moreover, a representative from Serbia proper could not speak for the 42% of all Serbs living in Kosovo, Vojvodina, or one of the other republics. Serbs themselves quickly perceived the trend as inimical to Serbian interests and voiced strong dissent. 3% registered with the single exception of the large post-war resettlement in Vojvodina. Programmed migrations do not appear to have played an important role in governmental policies. During its first 2 decades in power, the YCP was intent upon achieving the economic equalization of all regions through intensive investment in the more backward republics. As earlier noted, such a policy, if successful, reinforcement for the Forms 337 tends to freeze existing ethnic patterns rather than to encourage interregional migrations. However, the policy did not succeed in narrowing the gaps among regions and was dropped in favor of gearing investment to maximal likely return degree. Although this latter type of policy does induce migration from the poorer to the richer regions, its impact upon ethnic redistribution is that of a side effect rather than a primary aim. The actual number of people who have been involved in an inter-republic/interprovincial migration in post-war Yugoslavia is quite impressive. In 1961, 1,358,000 individuals, 7.3% of Yugoslavia's total population, were living in a republic or autonomous province other than the one in which they were born. The rate of such migration continued to increase over the next decade, although at a dwindling tempo. In 1971 there were 1,685,000 individuals, 8.2% of the population, who had changed their republic/province degree. The impact that these migrations, combined with differential natural growth rates, exerted upon the ethnic heterogeneity of the republics over the first third of a century of the YCP's rule can be seen by contrasting columns 2 and 4 in Table 5.34. The biggest loss in numerical superiority was suffered by the Montenegrins, who dropped from 90.7% to 68.5% of Montenegro's total population. This drastic alteration was brought about by extensive Montenegrin outmigration to Serbia. The absolute number of Montenegrins within Montenegro actually decreased between 1953 and 1971, 54 #. This left only Slovenia with an incontestable claim to being a national area. However, the percentage of Slovenes had undergone a noteworthy decrease from 97 to 90.5%, and, as the most economically advanced republic, it was drawing increasing numbers of immigrants during the early 1980s. Should this trend continue, Yugoslavia would soon be devoid of any ethnically homogeneous units. It is doubtful that such a development would prove to be of much concern to the authorities, for diffusion of groups across administrative borders, Table 5, columns 3 and 5, and suffusion of groups within any single unit, columns 2 and 4, had been employed as a hedging device by the YCP since the inception of the Federation #Czechoslovakia. The Czechoslovak approach to national autonomy is unique in that neither gerrymandering nor migration has been a major stratagem in regulating relations between its major national groups. With 838-9 the expulsion of most Germans following World War II, the relations between Czechs and Slovaks became the state's major ethno-national issue. Though relations were far from amicable and, as we have seen, were marked by Slovak demands for a true federation, they were not exacerbated by the existence of large settler communities within one another's homelands. The two peoples remain surprisingly geographically distinct. Slovaks account for approximately 3% of the entire population of the traditionally Czech regions of Bohemia and Moravia. Czechs account for only 1% of the population of Slovakia. Moreover, since 1948 the government has attempted, with very real success, to close the economic gap between the more industrialized Czech area and the more rural Slovakia, and, as a result, there has been little economic incentive for interregional migration. *registered. There is, however, a major difference concerning the ethnic homogeneity of the two homelands. The Czechs make up nearly 94% of the population of their region, and, with the possible exception of the aforementioned Slovaks, there are no significant minorities present. 4 *. By contrast, Magyars account for more than 12% of the population of Slovakia. They are located in an elongated stretch along the southern border that Slovakia shares with Hungary, and a single, contiguous, autonomous unit could have been created to incorporate most of them. 34 At the end of World War II, both communist and non-communist members of the Czechoslovak government were in favor of expelling the 300,000 Magyars, as they had done to some 2.5 million Germans. *48 The Hungarian government, however, refused to cooperate unless the territory inhabited by their kin in Czechoslovakia was also to come under Hungarian sovereignty. 9. Barring this territorial grant, the Hungarian authorities insisted that the Magyars of Slovakia be granted an autonomous region, a proposal in turn rejected by Czechoslovakia both before and after the effective monopolization of power by the Communists in 1948. Shortly after taking control, the Communists redistricted the country. Slovakia was divided into 6 provinces, so drawn that the Magyar community fell within 5 of the 6 and did not constitute a majority in any. Nor was there any special allowance made for the Magyars at the next lower level of administration, the district. Nevertheless, Magyars were a majority within 6 districts. In 1960 a second redistricting occurred, which reduced the number of provinces from 6 to 3. Parceled out among all 3, the Magyars. Reinforcement for the forms 339 found themselves further weakened at this provincial level. Degree more injurious to Magyar representation, however, was the redrawing of district borders. Districts were so joined that the number in which Magyars predominated fell from 6 to 2.3. There is little question but that the Magyar community popularly perceived all of this as an exercise in gerrymandering. In the freer atmosphere of 1968, the semi-official Magyar organization, the Cultural Association of Hungarian Workers in Czechoslovakia, publicly complained about what it termed the mixed nationality districts. The new districts established in the 1960 territorial reorganization are hindering rapprochement and fraternal coexistence between nations and nationalities. Rather than strengthening the unity between nations and nationalities, they are a cause of friction. They slow down the practical enforcement of nationality policy and implementation of the resolutions of party and state organs. Experience has shown that districts inhabited predominantly by one nationality are more prosperous and successful in the political and economic fields. The further improvement of political and economic life, and the settlement of the nationalities question and the guaranteeing of their equality, make necessary the establishment of compact units homogeneous from the point of view of nationality in areas inhabited by the nationalities, through reorganization of districts along appropriate geographic lines. This demand for a territorial reorganization received support from Budapest. In a speech signaling a treaty of friendship between Czechoslovakia and Hungary, the first secretary of the Hungarian CP remarked that some remnants of this past have survived to this day, and their elimination is possible only on the basis of socialism and a Leninist nationality policy. 85 To those familiar with Lenin's national policy, this invocation was an unmistakable call for some form of territorial autonomy for the Magyars. Although all of this pressure for Magyar autonomy was exerted at a time when Slovaks were themselves intensely involved in a campaign to win greater freedom from Prague and the Czech populace, their response to Magyar aspirations was totally unsympathetic. 254 Magyar loyalty was brought into question, and the request for redistricting was branded as nationalistic and irredentist. 555 Following the Soviet intervention and the dismissal of Dubček, there was talk for a time of altering administrative borders in a 349 manner more agreeable to the Magyar minority, but nothing further came of it. Czechoslovakia completes our list of states that ostensibly conform to the Leninist precept of territorial autonomy for compact national groups. We will recall that the only other 2 states to experiment with such a system, Romania and Vietnam, subsequently jettisoned it. But even during their brief experimentation, the authorities in each of these 2 states introduced hedging devices similar to those encountered in the cases of the USSR, China, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia. Romania was the more hesitant of the 2 states to experiment with territorial autonomy. Despite being under communist control since 1944 and despite the enactment of a Marxist-Leninist constitution in 1948, the state had no autonomous unit prior to 1952. The system of regions into which the country was divided before 1952 had purportedly been drawn without regard to ethnic distributions. Copyright Whether or not this was the case, the end result was such as to rather effectively gerrymander the more than 1.5 million Magyars. Moreover, when what was to prove the rather abbreviated grant of territorial autonomy was made in 1952, it applied only to a small part of the total area populated by Magyars. There are basically two sectors of the country in which Magyars predominate. One is centered in the middle of the state and is surrounded by Romanian-dominated territory, the other stretches along the Hungarian-Romanian border and is therefore the most susceptible to irredentism. Magyars in the latter area have consistently been denied autonomous status and, in addition, have consistently been denied majority status in any administrative unit. The borders of such units were altered, in some cases quite radically, in 1950, 1952, 1960, and 1968. But following all of these reorganizations, the Magyars living near Hungary saw their strength dissipated throughout anywhere from 3 to 7 administrative units. 57 Romania's sole concession to the concept of territorial autonomy was therefore limited to an area far removed from the state's frontiers. The Magyar Autonomous Region was established by the 1952 Constitution. As originally delineated, Magyars accounted for 77% of its population, but nearly two-thirds, 64.4%, of reinforcement for the Forms 341. The country's Magyars remained outside pro-Budapest activities on the part of the Magyars at the time of the Hungarian uprising in 1956 focused attention on this minority's primary loyalty and ignited further doubt on the part of the Romanian authorities concerning the wisdom of permitting even this safely contained autonomous region. Dismantling, however, took place in stages over the next decade. In 1960 the unit's name was changed to Murs Autonomous Magyar Region, and the addition of the Romanian word, Murs, heralded the addition of more Romanians. In a flagrant case of gerrymandering, two districts in which Magyars were strong majorities, 85.3% and 90.2%, were detached from the region, while three other districts, in which they were definite minorities, 25.6%, 22.1%, and 13.7%, were added. The overall result of this gerrymandering was to increase the proportion of Romanians within the autonomous region by 15%, from 20% to 35%, and to decrease the proportion of Magyars by precisely the same amount, 77% to 62%. As an augury of further things to come, a reference to the autonomous region as the territory occupied by the compact Magyar secular population was deleted from the Romanian constitution. The region was entirely eliminated under the Territorial Reorganization Act of 1968. Somewhat ironically, its demise was an outgrowth of a redistricting plan that President Ceausescu had pledged would recognize the national composition of the population. We have already learned that this criterion was not applied to the Magyars along the borders with Hungary. As to those living in or near the former autonomous region, the new redistricting plan itself underwent a substantive change. At first, a single county, incorporating all of the area's principal concentrations of Magyars had been promised. Later it was decided to divide this interior community between two counties. Although Magyars were a decisive majority in each of the two resulting counties, 79 and 88%, it appears that the decision to create two rather than one administrative unit was predicated upon a desire to fragment the Magyar community, thereby denying it a single focus or rallying point for concerted activity. The decision is certainly not traceable to a concern that the originally proposed, single county would be disproportionately large. Its population would, in fact, have approximated the countrywide average and would have been substantially less than that of several other counties. As it was, the 342 9 counties actually created ranked 35th and 39th in size out of a total of 39 such units. Even though Magyars were thus gerrymandered into two small counties in which they were a majority, into 7 others in which they were an important minority, and into still another 7 in which they were present in noteworthy numbers, their territorial concentration continued to worry the authorities. Over the next decade there were increasing complaints from leaders of the Magyar minority concerning governmentally sponsored efforts to resettle Romanians in traditionally Magyar regions and to entice Magyars to move to Romanian and German districts. Registered degree Vietnam are remaining case of a Marxist-Leninist party that experimented with territorial autonomy is the Vietnamese Communist Party. It did so at a time when its sovereignty covered only the northern half of Vietnam and at a time when it was necessary to convince the highland people of South Vietnam, as well as those of eastern Laos and northeastern Cambodia, that total victory by the Communists would bring independence or at least autonomy in its wake. Consonant with this propagandist requirement, the VCP created its first autonomous region within a year of the withdrawal of French forces. And in announcing its creation, Ho Chi Minh stressed that the Timeo Autonomous Region was a prototype to which all peoples could aspire. The compatriots in the Northwest have the particular honor of having their autonomous region established first. Hence, they have the particular task of striving to set an example to other autonomous regions which will be formed one after the other. 5 degrees. The party's subsequent actions appeared to bear out Ho's words, for a second and a third region were created in each of the 2 following years. Given the bi-ethnic title of the first autonomous region, there was reason for immediate skepticism concerning its purpose as set forth by Ho. The aim of the founding of the Timeo Autonomous Region is to enable the brother nationalities gradually to run all their own activities so as rapidly to develop their economy and culture and realize equality among nationalities in all respects. It was not at all made clear why members of a national group would be any more enabled to run all their own activities in a multi-ethnic autonomous region than they would in an otherwise unitary multi-ethnic state. In point of fact, the Timeo AR was far more reinforcement for the form's 343 ethnically complex than even its bi-ethnic title suggested. 25 officially recognized national groups were included within its frontiers. 5 The second autonomous region to be created, the Viet Bac North AR, was also ethnically omnifarious, containing 14 different ethnic groups. *% No figures on the ethno-national composition of the third autonomous region, the Lao Hien AR, were located, but the area that it occupied was one of intense ethnic diversity, and it can safely be assumed that it too was ethnically very heterogeneous. 3% The pockmarked ethnic map of non-Vietnamese North Vietnam would tax the most well-intentioned cartographer assigned the task of drawing ethnically homogeneous regions, but the autonomous regions sanctioned by the VCP bore scant resemblance to the type of unit Lenin had envisaged when he referred to territorial autonomy for compact national groups. The scale on which the autonomous regions were constructed, the first 2 to be created alone accounted for 40% of North Vietnam's total territory, dictated in advance that they would not reflect ethnic distributions. Given the patchwork quilt nature of the area's ethnic map, a government intent on honoring the spirit of Leninist national policy during the phase of the flourishing of nations would necessarily have worked with smaller, more numerous, and multilayered administrative units. A government that recognized 37 distinct ethnic minorities could hardly hope to satisfy Lenin's requirement by creating 3 autonomous regions. Subsequent events were to demonstrate that the VCP had little respect for Lenin's view of territorial autonomy as an important ingredient for resolving the national question. That the VCP leadership perceived autonomy solely in terms of its propaganda impact upon minorities beyond its immediate control became evident in 1975. Hardly had the VCP's victory over the entire territory of Vietnam taken place, when the autonomous regions within North Vietnam were declared extinct. The first official announcement of their abolition asserted that the decision had been made with the approval of the Highland people who considered it a reasonable measure. 8 While it is very questionable whether the Highland peoples were in fact consulted in advance, it is probably true that the minorities had not developed a sense of intimate identification with and loyalty to these multi-ethnic autonomous regions and, as a result, did not grievously mourn their passing. Nevertheless, Hanoi felt compelled to rewrite history, deleting all references to a 344 autonomy from the selected works of Ho Chi Minh. In the words of a former member of the VCP inner circle, in order to cover up their crime of abolishing the autonomous regions and oppressing the minority nationalities, they have deleted President Ho's articles on the Northwest Autonomous Region and the Northern Vietnam Autonomous Region and his speeches to the people of various nationalities. 569 The VCP has also engaged in population redistribution on a gigantic scale. As in the case of the Chinese and Romanian parties, VCP leaders have displayed anxiety over the fact that the state's borderlands were populated by minorities. 5° Indigenes out and most loyal nation in became a two-pronged means of rectifying the situation even prior to victory over the South. By 1972, more than 70% of all the mountain peoples who formerly engaged in what was officially called nomadic agriculture had been resettled in lowland communities. 7. Meanwhile, more than 1 million Vietnamese had been moved into the North and Northwest autonomous regions, where they constituted more than one-third of the population. 5 Large as these migrations were, they proved rather meager relative to the population redistribution in store once the consolidation of power over the entire country was completed. In 1976 alone, more than 1 million Vietnamese were moved to what were termed new populous areas or new economic zones, expressions which, with few exceptions, referred to the traditional homelands of non-Vietnamese. Both northern and southern areas were affected. Recapping the successes of 1976, the chairman of the State Planning Commission recounted that hundreds of thousands of people from the Red River Delta had gone to new economic zones in mountain provinces in the north or in the southern provinces. 73 from the former southern capital alone, more than 700,000 Vietnamese were resettled in rural areas during the year, most of them in the highland province of Song. 74 Still greater reshuffling of peoples was called for by the 1976-1985 year plan. As one leading figure, long associated with minority policy, exclaimed, "New populous areas must be set up in the mountainous region." This project would be aided by the erection of a road network throughout the remote border areas. 57 Specifically, the plan called for the movement of 4 million people out of the crowded plains between 1977 and 1980. 57 Meanwhile, 700,000 Montagnards engaged in swidden agriculture in the south. Chapter 10 A question of tempo. Tejas claiming faithfulness to Lenin's national policy concur concerning the ultimate outcome of the national question, merger into a single, nationless whole. However, the faithful have been riven concerning, 1. The timetable according to which merging is to occur and, 2. A proper role for the vanguard in that historical process. On the first point, Lenin had been very indefinite, and on the second, almost uncommunicative. Although Lenin's pre-revolutionary writings had been peppered with allusions to the inevitability of merging, fusion, amalgamation, assimilation, and the like, the time element had been ignored. Consonant with the manifesto's dictum that national differences and antagonisms are daily more and more vanishing and that the victory of the proletariat will cause them to vanish still faster, Lenin perceived the movement toward homogenization as progressing incrementally. The exact moment at which the process culminated was therefore apparently not of any greater concern to Lenin prior to the October Revolution than it had been to Marx and Engels before him. From the changed, post-revolutionary position of the decision-maker, Lenin had made a passing reference to the probability that national and state differences will continue to exist for a very, very long time even after the dictatorship of the proletariat had been established on a world scale. But this statement was made in the euphoric days when worldwide revolution was believed imminent. Beyond advising that the process of homogenization would be a drawn-out one, it offered scant hint as to the timetable of that process's likely evolution within a Marxist society that was in turn within a world in which capitalism proved unexpectedly tenacious. This unanswered question of tempo is inseparable from the issue of a role for the vanguard. Lenin had envisaged a natural coming together of the nations as memories of national oppression faded. Beyond ensuring the equality and flourishing of nations, this process would seem to prohibit any tinkering by the state. And indeed, periodic speeches by Marxist-Leninist leaders describe the manner Biri 389 in which the dialectically antithetical vectors of flourishing and merging interact as an objective process toward which the party's basic line is one of laissez-faire. In the words of Soviet First Secretary Brezhnev, the further drawing together of the nations and nationalities of our country is an objective process. The party is against the forcing of this process. There is no need for this, since the progress is dictated by the course of our Soviet life. At the same time, the party regards as impermissible any attempt whatsoever to hold back the process of the drawing together of nations, to obstruct it on any pretext or artificiality to reinforce national isolation, because this would be at variance with the general direction of the development of our society, the Communists' international ideals and ideology and the ideas of communist construction. The line between not forcing the objective process of drawing together on the one hand, and ensuring that any attempt whatsoever to hold back the process will be dealt with as impermissible on the other hand, represents a flimsy line indeed. An attempt to defend any aspect of the flourishing of nations, for example, the retention of the national language in schools or the retention of a particular autonomous unit, could be, and on numerous occasions has been, perceived as obstructing the merging process. The artificiality of this division had earlier formed the nub of a harsh criticism of a speech that had been delivered in 1961 by Brezhnev's predecessor, Nikita Khrushchev. The critic, a Ukrainian, whose criticism was later distributed among members of the highest echelon of the Ukrainian party, took particular aim at Khrushchev's statements to the effect that communists will not conserve and perpetuate national distinctions. We will support the objective process of the increasingly closer rapprochement of nations and nationalities proceeding under the conditions of communist construction on a voluntary and democratic basis. The criticism noted, first of all, an objective process is a process that takes place by itself, independently of human intentions. But a process directed by the party and the state, and this is said by Khrushchev and in countless official publications on the subject, is no longer an objectively proceeding but an intentionally induced and predetermined one. Secondly, what sort of voluntariness and democracy is it when the choice has been made beforehand by the 390-10 leadership? Voluntariness indeed if it follows a plan, a directed voluntariness. If the leadership supports, and directs, the process, just try to come out against what the leadership supports, and directs. And if you cannot come out against it, as indeed you cannot, where is voluntariness and democracy? It was perhaps to be expected that political elites, whose ideology and founding fathers had assigned a positive role to human endeavor in aiding the otherwise objective processes of history, would find irresistible the temptation to speed up the process of merging. The situation would be quite different had Lenin ascribed some positive value to national pluralism, but Lenin had made clear that the pluralism, which for a time was to be encouraged, had no intrinsic value beyond serving as a necessary transitional phase leading to a higher stage at which national identities had withered away. To many Marxists, therefore, attempts to telescope this process would be as logical as telescoping the revolutionary process itself. The situation also would have been quite different had Lenin specifically prohibited any tampering with the process. But Lenin had never stated that merging should not be actively promoted. Quite the contrary, those who were inclined to promote the fusion of nations could find support in several citations from Lenin, whose only restriction was that coercion not be employed because it would prove counterproductive. Thus, said Lenin, the proletariat supports everything which contributes to the elimination of national differences. Elsewhere he would add that the proletariat welcomes any and every assimilation of nationalities with the exception of those carried out by force or on the basis of privilege. Registered given then, 1. Their proclivity for influencing historical developments, 2. The absence in Marxist-Leninist ideology of any ascribed intrinsic value to pluralism, 3. That ideology's designation of the elimination of national differences as belonging to a higher order of things, and 4. Lenin's blessing upon efforts to accelerate the otherwise objective process of homogenization. It is not surprising that the communist parties of multinational states have in fact become involved in efforts to compress the merging process. This tampering with the homogenizing process has not gone unopposed. Beyond his single proscription concerning the use of coercion, Lenin offered no firm guidelines as to what constituted proper versus improper efforts to hasten the demise of nations. As a result of his lack of specificity, those who at any one time have 391 been in favor of taking a step toward assimilation, those who have opposed such a step, and even those who have favored a step in the direction of re-encouraging national flourishing have all been able to find support for their cause in Leninist scripture. Programs, varying greatly in the degree to which they fall between the two poles of assimilation and pluralism, have been cloaked under the single rubric of Leninist national policy. Indeed, rather than exemplifying a steadfastness of purpose, the national policies of Marxist-Leninist states, despite their unswerving ostensible loyalty to Leninist national policy, exemplify a near constant state of flux on the continuum between emerging assimilation and emerging pluralism. Sometimes the vacillations in one or the other direction are quite radical and readily apparent, at other times, they are quite subtle and almost imperceptible. When trying to trace the vacillations in the national policy of a given government, a number of signposts aid the investigator. Three areas that obviously deserve particularly close scrutiny are those in which the governments have concentrated their hedging efforts, namely the areas of language policy, cadre policy, and population distribution. Is the government at the moment promoting the increased usage of the dominant language or the flourishing of the national languages? Greater or lesser exchange of national cadre? Greater or lesser geographic diffusion of national groups? Officially expressed attitudes toward the ethnically delineated administrative units are also very significant litmus tests of current thinking on the national question. Talk of downgrading the units or public questioning of their continuing value are often heralds of a desire to speed up the assimilation process. Equally revealing can be the current official view of a pre-communist national hero such as the Kazakh, Kanizari Kasimov, or the Mongol. Genghis Khan registered the launching of a denigration campaign against such figures customarily heralds pressure for more rapid progress toward assimilation. Constitutions can also provide important insight into the current thinking of the hierarchy with regard to policy on the national question. Granted, the constitutions of Marxist-Leninist states are not usually considered by scholars to be a reliable reflection of reality. Although a panoply of individual and collective rights are usually guaranteed therein, those same rights are difficult to discern in the society. Moreover, in the area of national policy we have noted that flux rules, while constitutions, by contrast, may remain unchanged for decades. Nevertheless, scrutinizing constitutions about the status of minorities can provide important clues to the prevalent 392-10 thinking at the moment of drafting, concerning the amount of pressure that should be exerted to bring about homogenization. The same is true of party programs, the statements of leaders, and officially sanctioned publications, all of which can serve as evidence regarding the authorities' current position on the application of more or less assimilationist pressure. The earliest clue to an impending shift in national policy is usually found in the use of the codified phrases, great nation chauvinism and local nationalism. Great nation chauvinism ostensibly refers to the penchant of a state's dominant ethnic element to act arrogantly toward minorities. Depending upon the state, it is therefore apt to be more specifically called Great Russian Chauvinism, Great Han Chauvinism, Great Serb Chauvinism, etc. Local nationalism ostensibly refers to nationalism among a minority. Although these meanings are never totally absent, Great Nation Chauvinism is more accurately understood in the Marxist lexicon as a shorthand for those who are pressing the merger of nations too rapidly, while local nationalism is a surrogate for a charge of too strongly defending the right of nations to continue flourishing. Therefore, if great nation chauvinism is described as the enemy of the moment, officialdom favors a slackening of the pressure for assimilation. If local nationalism is the principal enemy, more pressure for assimilation is in the offing. Tuesday Soviet Union under the sway of Stalin, who, following the revolution, had become the party's recognized authority and leading spokesman on the national question, the early resolutions of the Soviet Communist Party made passing references to both types of what they called harmful deviations, but indicated that great nation chauvinism was more harmful than local nationalism. Thus a resolution adopted at the party's 10th Congress in 1921 noted in part, on the one hand, the great Russian communists working in these non-Russian regions, not infrequently minimize the importance of national peculiarities in party and Soviet work, or else ignore them altogether. Which leads to a deviation from communism towards the dominant power spirit, the colonizing spirit, the spirit of great Russian chauvinism. On the other hand, the native communists, not infrequently exaggerate the importance of national peculiarities in party and Soviet work. 393 Which leads to a deviation from communism towards bourgeois democratic nationalism. The Congress, emphatically condemning both these deviations as harmful and dangerous to the cause of communism, deems it necessary to point out the particular danger and the particular harm of the first deviation, the deviation towards great power spirit, the colonizing spirit. The Congress therefore considers that one of the main tasks of the party in the border regions is to eliminate the nationalist, and particularly the colonizer, vacillations among the communists. Again in 1923, the party adopted a resolution drafted by Stalin which referred to the need to combat both chauvinism and local nationalism, but made it the first immediate task of our party to wage determined warfare on the survivals of great Russian chauvinism. Registered lest someone should miss the point or question the seriousness of the party's intention in this matter, the resolution elsewhere again reminded everyone that the leadership was condemning both these deviations as harmful and dangerous to the cause of communism, and drawing the attention of the members of the party to the particular danger of the deviation towards great Russian chauvinism. Registered moreover, in his accompanying address to the Congress, Stalin denounced great Russian chauvinism in terms usually reserved for such enemies as imperialism or revisionism. Great power chauvinism is growing in our country daily and hourly. Great power chauvinism, the rankest kind of nationalism, which strives to obliterate all that is not Russian, to gather all the threads of administration into the hands of Russians and to crush everything that is not Russian. Great Russian chauvinism, which creeps along without face or form, insinuating itself drop by drop, changing the mind and soul of our political workers, so that one can hardly recognize them. It is this danger, comrades, that we must lay at rest at all costs. That is the first, and the most dangerous, factor hindering the amalgamation of the peoples and republics into a single union. It must be understood that if a force like great Russian chauvinism begins to flourish and gets its way, farewell to the confidence of the formerly oppressed peoples, we shall never secure collaboration within a single union, and we shall never have a union of republics. The general thrust of Stalin's speeches during this early period of Soviet rule found expression also in actual Soviet policies. This 394 it will be recalled, was the period of indigenization, during which the flourishing of the nations was actively prosecuted by the government. However, even during the indigenization period, Stalin made clear that the stress upon great Russian chauvinism should not lead to complacency concerning the threat of local nationalism. In his famous 1925 speech, in which he introduced the notion of national in form but socialist, proletarian, in content, he inveighed against the danger of an exaggeration of local peculiarities, while making no reference to chauvinism. The oversight was apparently significant. Stalin subsequently exemplified a growing distrust of non-Russians, and a number of people were executed or imprisoned during the late 1920s for complaining about Russian political and/or cultural hegemony. Despite this backsliding, Stalin did not immediately cease his support for the flourishing of nations. Indeed, his most extreme statement concerning the long-ranged character of assimilation was made in 1929, differentiating between bourgeois and socialist nations. Stalin noted that it was only the former that disappears under socialism. Then, after citing Lenin's 1920 statement to the effect that national and state differences will continue to exist for a very, very long time even after the dictatorship of the proletariat has been established on a world scale, Stalin added, "From these passages it is evident that Lenin does not assign the process of the dying away of national differences and the merging of nations to the period of the victory of socialism in one country, but exclusively to the period after the establishment." of the dictatorship of the proletariat on a world scale, that is, to the period of the victory of socialism in all countries, when the foundations of a world socialist economy have already been laid. Registered. The passage of Lenin, to which Stalin here alludes, was a passing comment extracted from a lengthy pamphlet that otherwise had nothing to say concerning the national question. Standing alone as it does, it is susceptible to diverse interpretations, and forms a rather slender reed to support conclusions concerning Lenin's anticipated schedule for the merging of nations. As earlier noted, the statement was made in 1920 when a successful world revolution was believed to be near at hand. The theme of the pamphlet from which it was extracted, left-wing communism and infantile disorder, was that doctrinaire Marxists must adopt flexible tactics, so as not to abort the impending victory. Given this optimism, Lenin's passing statement that national peculiarities would survive the worldwide victory of 395 socialism was little more than a restatement of his conviction that assimilation could not be accomplished overnight. Had Lenin lived to see his faith in the immediacy of revolutions proven badly misplaced, there is no reason to assume that he would have expected the process of the rapprochement of nations to adopt a static state of hold until such time as world revolution should in fact occur. Moreover, contrary to Stalin's rather remarkable contention, Lenin nowhere had assigned the merging of nations exclusively to the period following the victory of socialism in all countries. As we know, his dialectical scheme called for flourishing and rapprochement to occur simultaneously and to begin in any socialist country upon the introduction of a policy of national equality. Indeed, in harmony with the Communist Manifesto, he held that assimilation occurred, albeit at a slower rate, under capitalism. But Stalin went even further, seemingly denying that merging would begin even with the victory of world socialism. It would be a mistake to think that the first stage of the period of the world dictatorship of the proletariat will mark the beginning of the formation of one common language. On the contrary, the first stage, during which national oppression will be completely abolished, will be a stage marked by the growth and flourishing of the formerly oppressed nations and national languages, the consolidation of equality among nations, the elimination of mutual distrust, and the establishment and strengthening of international ties among nations. Only in the second stage of the period of the world dictatorship of the proletariat, to the extent that a single world socialist economy is built up in place of the world capitalist economy, only in that stage will something in the nature of a common language begin to take shape. It is possible that, at first, not one world economic center will be formed, common to all nations and with one common language, but several zonal economic centers for separate groups of nations, with a separate common language for each group of nations, and that only later will these centers combine into one common world socialist economic center, with one language common to all the nations. Registered. Despite what superficially appears to be a relegating of the entire merging process well into the period of world socialism, Stalin's analysis contained all of the necessary ingredients for the immediate commencement of the merging process within the Soviet Union. His principal theme is that assimilation will occur in a series of 396 stages, with smaller groups being absorbed into a number of larger groups, which, in turn, will be incorporated into still larger nations, until a total fusion of humankind occurs. Consonant with classical Marxism, the crucible or unit within which assimilation is at any one time and place occurring is the economic nexus. Thus, what he terms zonal economic centers will each develop its own, single zonal language. As the principal language of a major economic zone, Stalin would presumably hold that Russian would become such a zonal language, a presumption that he would in fact make explicit in 1950.16. But if economic forces determine the extent of the force field of assimilation, would not the multistage process of smaller into larger logically be proceeding within the Soviet Union during the stage of socialism in one country? Indeed, as Stalin would also make explicit in his 1950 piece, the Russian language had been absorbing lesser languages of the Russian Empire for centuries. Stalin's seemingly straightforward 1929 assertion that the beginning of the dying away of nations and national languages will occur only after the world victory of socialism was therefore not without ambiguity. Its release on the eve of the decade that would see the mass purging of party members for nationalist deviations, as well as a general trend away from the flourishing of nations toward Russification, is susceptible to at least two explanations. Either he was about to undergo a rapid and radical transformation of viewpoint, or else his comments were intended to serve as a smokescreen to hide the looming pogroms from their victims until the last possible moment. Registered considering that he was about to embark on a program of downgrading the national language schools and of decimating the national cadre, the following comments of Stalin have a particularly hollow ring. What is needed is to cover the country with an extensive network of schools functioning in the native languages, and to supply them with staffs of teachers who know the native languages. What is needed is to nationalize, that is, to staff with members of the given nation all the administrative apparatus, from party and trade union to state and economic. What is needed is widely to develop the press, the theater, the cinema, and other cultural institutions functioning in the native languages. 9. Despite the rapidly approaching period of the purges, the party, under Stalin's direction, would once again endorse dutifully the 397 view that the principal enemy was Great Russian chauvinism. A resolution of the 16th Congress, held in 1930, reasserted anew that in the present stage, the greatest danger is the great power deviation. However, a hint that a change was pending could be detected in the statement that at the same time, the deviation towards local nationalism, which undermines the unity of the peoples of the USSR and plays into the hands of the interventionists, is becoming more active. The hint indeed proved portentous. At the next Party Congress, held in 1934, the relative danger of the two deviations was described by Stalin as follows: there is a controversy as to which deviation represents the major danger, the deviation toward Great Russian nationalism, or the deviation toward local nationalism. Under present conditions this is a formal and therefore a purposeless controversy. It would be absurd to attempt to give ready-made receipts for the major and minor danger suitable for all times and for all conditions. Such receipts do not exist. The major danger is the deviation against which one has ceased to fight and has thus enabled to grow into a danger to the state *. Although these words indicate that local nationalism had overtaken great nation chauvinism as a threat to the state, the rest of the report, most particularly the attack on Ukrainian nationalism that followed immediately, left no doubt that local nationalism had not merely overtaken but had surpassed chauvinism as the principal enemy. Great nation chauvinism did not regain its former eminence as enemy number one during the remaining Stalinist years. 22 Cadre were denationalized, histories were rewritten to extol the virtues of the Great Russians and the debt owed to them by the non-Russian peoples, the use of the Russian language was promoted in all social endeavors, attempts were made to bring scripts, grammars, and vocabularies of non-Russian languages into the greatest possible harmony with Russian. The citizenry was regularly warned against nationalist deviations, and officials spoke increasingly of the new, supranationalist Soviet man who had evolved. In short, the trend became lopsidedly in favor of assimilation. We have previously reviewed how, following Stalin's death, first Beria and then Khrushchev set out to reverse this trend under Beria's influence. The party's Central Committee resolved in 1953 to end the mutilation of Soviet nationality policy, criticism of past 398 hegemonistic practices, that is, Great Russian chauvinism, took place within the upper reaches of Republican parties, and leading party officials were removed from at least two Republican parties for abuses of Leninist nationality policy. Khrushchev's commitment to this same redressing of the balance seems little more than opportunism, for it barely survived his famous denunciatory speech against Stalinism, made at the 20th Congress in 1956. A major portion of that speech dealt with Stalin's perversion of Leninist national policy, and the Congress itself went on record as unambiguously committed to national flourishing * registered economic reforms carried out in 1957, however, downgraded the republics in the area of economic planning and management. During 1958, expressions such as the coming together and merging of nations were increasingly heard. In the same year, the government inaugurated the voluntary principle with regard to attending either national or Russian language schools. Point 2 Registered during 1959, a number of non-Russian leaders were purged for nationalist deviations. Degree if additional evidence that a reverse swing of the pendulum was now in progress was required, it was provided by the 1961 party program. The program was a masterpiece in doublespeak, bowing in the direction of national flourishing while laying out a blueprint for accelerated assimilation. Thus the section dealing with the national question, after opening with the uncompromising sentence, "Under socialism the nations flourish and their sovereignty grows stronger," immediately promised the loss of both national identity and sovereignty. The boundaries between the Union republics of the USSR are increasingly losing their former significance. Spiritual features deriving from the new type of social relations and embodying the finest traditions of the peoples of the USSR have taken shape and are common to Soviet men and women of different nationalities. Full-scale communist construction constitutes a new stage in the development of national relations in the USSR in which the nations will draw closer together until complete unity is achieved. Degree elsewhere, after noting that the obliteration of national distinctions and especially of language distinctions, is a considerably longer process than the obliteration of class distinctions, which had, of course, already disappeared, the program made clear that the party planned to speed up the process of obliterating national 399 ions as much as practical. In the realm of economics, for example, the program noted that inter-republic economic organs may be set up. In the realm of culture, the program noted that attaching as it does decisive importance to the development of the socialist content of the cultures of the peoples of the USSR, the party will promote their further mutual enrichment and rapprochement, the consolidation of their international basis, and thereby the formation of the future single worldwide culture of communist society. With regard to education in any particular language, the party pledged itself to ruling out all privileges, restrictions, or compulsion in the use of this or that language, an approach which we have seen was tantamount to education in Russian for those who aspired to upward mobility. Finally, although mentioning chauvinism of all types, the program made no specific mention of great nation chauvinism, while directing its sharpest barbs and most dire warnings against national narrow-mindedness and national aloofness. The party pledges to conduct a relentless struggle against manifestations and survivals of nationalism and chauvinism of all types, against trends of national narrow-mindedness and exclusiveness, idealization of the past and the veiling of social contradictions in the history of peoples, and against customs and habits hampering communist construction. Manifestations of national aloofness in the education and employment of workers of different nationalities in the Soviet republics are impermissible. The elimination of manifestations of nationalism is in the interests of all nations and nationalities of the USSR. In his speech of support for the program, Khrushchev reasserted that the complete unity of nations will be achieved as the full-scale building of communism proceeds. His seemingly contradictory comment to the effect that even after communism has in the main been built, it will be premature to declare a fusion of nations was probably not viewed by the leadership as a prophecy of a long, drawn-out process, for the early 1960s were halcyon days when the economic gap between the Soviet and United States economies was believed to be closing rapidly and the formal advent of communism within the Soviet Union was believed to be only 2 decades away. As one American scholar summed up official Soviet thinking on the national question at this time, there seemed to be an implicit intention of pressing for as rapid and complete Russification of the non-Russian peoples of the Soviet Union as possible. 410 Khrushchev's ouster was followed by a retreat from the rapid assimilation model. The republics were reinvested with the economic powers that they had enjoyed prior to Khrushchev's rule, and some officials of the republic were given ex officio status on decision-making bodies at the federal level. More significantly, talk of the merging or the complete unity of nations was shelved, and a more equitable balance between drawing together and flourishing came once more to characterize the speeches of party and state leaders. The change was one of degree rather than one of direction. For example, no attempt was made to drop the voluntary principle in education that had been inaugurated under Khrushchev, and a number of trends outlined in the previous chapter, for example, the assignment of Russians to the second secretaryships of the republics, continued unabated. The shift was nonetheless quite substantial, as can be gleaned from a comparison of Khrushchev's speech to the 22nd Congress of the party in 1961 with Brezhnev's speech to the 23rd Congress in 1966. Khrushchev noted, "We come across people, of course, who deplore the gradual obliteration of national distinctions. We reply to them, communists will not conserve and perpetuate national distinctions." By contrast, 5 years later Brezhnev would promise that in solving any problem, whether it be of the political, economic, or cultural development of our country, the party will continue to show solicitude for the interests and taser differences of each people. There are indications that the authorities were truly searching for some sort of new balance between flourishing and assimilation in this immediate post-Khrushchev period. In 1966 to 1967, a leading Soviet journal, in a most unusual simultaneous airing of differing opinions, published a series of articles reflecting a quite broad spectrum of opinion concerning the immediate direction that Soviet national policy should take. Both those in favor of much more rapid assimilation and those in favor of extreme foot-dragging were represented, more suggestive of uncertainty on the part of the authorities as to the most efficacious approach to take to the national question was the decision of the late 1960s to permit and to publish the findings of a series of sociological studies concerned with the relations of nations within the Soviet Union. Opinion surveys, modeled after what American social scientists call the social distance scale, asked non-Russians their opinions concerning such matters as working or marrying with Russians. Using harder data, other studies examined the actual incidence of ethnic intermarriage. 401 in terms of numerous variables, as well as investigated the variables accounting for the choice of national identity selected by the offspring of mixed marriages. Even when due allowance is made for the shortcomings of such studies, particularly the questionable validity of responses to sensitive questions within a highly regimented society, the fact remains that these studies contained a great deal of data that contradicted the official myth of the fraternal friendship of the peoples of the USSR. Percent 5 Under the principle of democratic centralism, such free debate and objective inquiry is permitted only until higher echelons have reached a decision on the issue. It would appear then that Khrushchev's ouster was followed by a serious re-examination of national policy to determine the ideal mixture of permitted flourishing and programmed assimilation. Having probably been made increasingly sensitive to the perils of relinquishing an uncompromising pose toward nationalism by numerous manifestations of nationalism within the Soviet Union as well as within the states of Eastern Europe, the Soviet leadership soon swung toward the pole of assimilation. Although Brezhnev's report to the party's 24th Congress in 1971 spoke of the further drawing together of the nations as gradual and in conditions of careful consideration for national special features and for the development of socialist national cultures, a lengthy section of the address entitled "The Molding of the New Man" is one of the party's main tasks in communist construction. Heralded a re-emphasis upon assimilation. Moreover, not only was the speech free of any charge of great nation chauvinism, but it contained a paean to the great Russians. All the nations and nationalities of our country, above all the great Russian people, played a role in the formation, strengthening and development of this mighty union of equal peoples that have taken the path of socialism. Applause. The revolutionary energy, selflessness, diligence and profound internationalism of the great Russian people have rightfully won them the sincere respect of all the peoples of our socialist homeland. Prolonged applause. Once in motion, the swing toward the pole of assimilation maintained its momentum. Brezhnev's speech on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the Soviet Union called for a new commitment to homogenization. After quoting an appropriate passage from Lenin, the General Secretary called for a marshalling of forces to 402 promote actively the obligation of national distinctions and the removal of national barriers. Lenin spoke out very clearly on this score: the proletariat cannot support any reinforcement of nationalism. On the contrary, It supports everything that helps to obliterate national distinctions and to remove national barriers, everything that makes the ties between nationalities closer and closer. Complete Collected Works, Volume XXIV, p. 133. In resolving questions of the country's further development along the path outlined by Lenin, the party attaches great importance to the continuous systematic and thorough cultivation of a spirit of internationalism and Soviet patriotism in all citizens of the Soviet Union. For us, these two concepts constitute an inseparable whole. Needless to say, they are being cultivated in the working people by Soviet life itself, by all our reality. But conscious efforts by the party and all workers on the political and ideological front are also necessary here. Our work in this area is a highly important part of the general cause of the construction of communism. Registered consonant with this injunction, a recharged militancy against national deviations became apparent. The number of trials for nationalist proclivities rose, and several non-Russians were removed from high-level posts in their home republics. Degree 9 editorials, articles, and a new law on industrial associations made evident that the powers of the republics were once more to be curtailed. Degree all of these activities in the early 1970s were played out against preparations being made for the new Soviet constitution. When finally unveiled, that instrument proved very much in harmony with the spirit of the party program that had been designed by Khrushchev 16 years earlier. Whereas the earlier document had committed the party to the active pursuit of national homogenization, this role was now formally assigned to the state apparatus as well. The state helps enhance the social homogeneity of society, namely, the all-round development and drawing together of all the nations and nationalities of the USSR. 4. As we have noted, the new constitution elsewhere eliminated the technical right of the Union republics to maintain their own militia and reduced the use of one's native language from a right to a possibility. In his report on the constitution to the Supreme Soviet, Brezhnev acknowledged that there were those who would prefer more radical surgery to bring about the merging of nations. Brez. 403 NEV did not dispute the desirability of the actions advocated by this assimilationist school, restricting his criticism to the observation that the implementation of such policies at the present stage of communist construction was premature. His comments therefore offered an illuminating glimpse of the future. Allow me to talk also about those proposals that the Constitutional Commission found incorrect in substance. Some proposals clearly put the cart before the horse, failing to reckon with the fact that the new constitution is the basic law of a state of socialism, albeit developed socialism and not of communism. As is known, a new historical community of people has come about in the USSR. Some comrades, just a few, it is true, have drawn incorrect conclusions from this. They propose the insertion in the constitution of the concept of an integral Soviet nation and the elimination of the Union and autonomous republics or sharp restrictions on the Union republics' sovereignty, depriving them of the right to secede from the USSR and of the right to conduct foreign relations. The proposals to abolish the Council of Nationalities and to create a unicameral Supreme Soviet follow the same lines. I think that the erroneousness of such proposals is clear. The social and political unity of the Soviet people does not at all imply that national distinctions have disappeared. Thanks to the consistent implementation of the Leninist nationalities policy, we have, in building socialism, at the same time for the first time in history successfully resolved the nationalities question. The friendship of the Soviet peoples is indestructible, and in the process of communist construction they are steadily drawing closer together, mutually enriching their spiritual life. But we would be embarking on a dangerous path if we were to begin artificially to force the subjective process of the drawing together of nations. V.I. Lenin persistently warned against this, and we shall not depart from his behests. Applause. Despite the usual disclaimer of any intent to force artificially the merging process, this was a period when Brezhnev was unquestionably planning to promote assimilation more actively. As noted, the Constitution authorized a positive role for the state in promoting the drawing together of nations. Moreover, although in his speech Brezhnev had explicitly denied that a Soviet nation was yet a reality, In an article published the following month, he suggested that the homogenizing trend among Soviet peoples was reaching that Quan 404 tentity into quality point at which those traits held in common would become of decisive importance. The formation of a historically new social and international community. The Soviet people has become an important characteristic of developed socialism in our country, an indicator of the growing homogeneity of Soviet society and the triumph of the nationalities policy of the CPSU. This means that the common features of Soviet people's behavior, character, and worldview, which do not depend on social and national distinctions, are gradually assuming decisive importance in our country. Still another straw in the wind appeared the following month in an officially endorsed article explaining what the new stage of developed socialism signified for the national question. The author equated the homeland with the entire Soviet Union and posited a love for it that transcends love of one's own national area. More pointedly, he suggested that a further downgrading of the republics in economic matters was in store, and that this step was discerned as hastening the process of drawing together the country's integral economic complex serves the interest of the whole Soviet people as well as every individual socialist nation. Its development is essential for the all-round progress of the economy of every Union Republic, the objective material basis for the drawing together and stronger friendship of the socialist nations and nationalities. That the 1977 Constitution should signal an acceleration of the merging process was certainly ideologically sound. If the process began under capitalism, quickened, as predicted by the Communist Manifesto, under socialism, and culminated under communism, then a period of mature socialism, the highest/last stage of socialism, should be characterized by a higher stage in the process of fusing or merging of nations than was true during a period of immature socialism. Indeed, it is likely that the expression mature socialism was inspired by Lenin's 1913 discourse on mature capitalism, a discourse differentiating less developed capitalism from mature capitalism precisely on the basis of their varied impact upon the assimilation process. During the former occurs the awakening of national life and national movements, the struggle against all national oppression, and the creation of national states. Mature capitalism, by contrast, is characterized by the development and growing frequency of international intercourse in every form. 405 which underpins developed capitalism's world historical tendency to break down national barriers, obliterate national distinctions, and to assimilate nations, a tendency which manifests itself more and more powerfully with every passing decade, and is one of the greatest driving forces transforming capitalism into socialism. Consonant with this historical perspective, Soviet literature, in the years following the adoption of the 1977 Constitution, began to emphasize that the period of mature socialism was to be one characterized by more rapid strides toward fusion. As stated in Pravda, the processes of the consistent rapprochement and all-around cooperation among all Soviet peoples and the strengthening of their fraternal friendship are intensified in the mature socialist society. 47 Nor was this objective process to be permitted to develop according to its own imperatives. We have already noted the new stress Moscow placed upon managing migratory patterns at this time. We have also noted the rash attempt, following the ratification of the 1977 Constitution, to deprive the languages of the Armenians, Azerbaijani, and Georgians of their official status. This attempt was part of a broader program reflecting the authorities' determination that the adoption of Russian would accelerate during the period of mature socialism. At an all-union meeting in Tashkent in May 1979, delegates from all of the republics dutifully endorsed a series of proposals aimed at intensifying and improving instruction in the Russian language at all levels of education, beginning with nurseries. In his opening address, Uzbekistan's first secretary noted, under mature socialism a qualitatively new stage in the increase in the role of the Russian language is beginning. And later in his speech, the secretary referred to the Russian language as an extremely important factor in the communication of all peoples and nationalities and in the acceleration of the process by which they are moving closer to each other. Still greater efforts at spreading the Russian language were called for at the 26th Party Congress, March 1981, and this led to the subsequent convening of a series of so-called scientific practical conferences that were held throughout the various republics in order to discuss the means for implementing the party's injunctions. Among the practical steps called for was a substantial increase in the number of mixed-language schools wherein, in the words of the Latvian First Secretary, problems of ideopolitical, international education of children are successfully solved. Apparently as a means of making this accelerated program more palatable, the Russian language now became cloaked in such EU 406 euphemisms as the language of Lenin and the language of the October Revolution. Registered. And an Uzbek secondary school teacher of Russian, in an article provocatively entitled Fusing Heart to Heart, termed Russian the language of unification. Registered * yet another portent that the fusing process under mature socialism was to be implemented more rapidly than had been the case during the previous stage of socialism was a slight change of wording in the national inform, socialist in content formula, as presented in guidelines for the training of agitprop responsible for lecturing on the national question. The guidelines called for the creation and development of new, socialist customs and traditions national inform, deeply international in their character and content. Plus the following month, a lengthy unsigned piece in Communist referred to the writer's conviction that new prospects are opening up for the Soviet peoples in the immediate future, particularly in the question and natural question of the Soviet people of the future merging sliany of nations. Registered. One of the more unvarnished articles concerning the national question to appear at this time was written by the editor-in-chief of Communist for another journal. 5 Registered. He attacked those who shied away from the concept of fusion, citing Lenin's dictum that the goal of socialism is not only the convergence of nations, but also their merging. He immediately added, such a clear statement does not permit any misinterpretations. Despite this unambiguous mandate, the author noted that there were those social scientists who had tended to ignore Lenin's idea of the merging of nations or, worse than that, to depict it as an echo of great power chauvinism. The author then suggested that this apostasy had deeply penetrated influential scholarly and scientific circles. If we speak frankly, just a few years ago the comrades, who had insisted on the development of this idea of merger in an unabridged form and its comparison with practice, got into a difficult situation in some scientific collectives and editorial boards and were forced to overcome a certain psychological resistance. He acknowledged that defenders of merger had not been helped by those who had prophesied that merger would mean the eradication of all racial distinctions. Nations would disappear, but physical differences, while undergoing substantial changes, would never be totally eradicated. With regard to the tempo of the merging process, the author cited Brezhnev's comments concerning the party's opposition to both the artificial obliterating and exaggerating of national peculiarities, and he also cited the party's assertion that the obliteration J4T 407 of national differences, especially linguistic differences, is a considerably longer process than the obliteration of class boundaries. On the other hand, he urged social scientists to analyze constantly the factors touching on the national question and to offer timely practical conclusions. He added, the problems, which are growing ripe in this sphere, should not take us by surprise or be shelved. Emphasis added. Overall then, the article was a clear call to social scientists to aid the process of fusion. Brezhnev's death on November 10, 1982, does not appear to have occasioned a turning away from the emphasis upon fusion in the period of mature socialism. Less than 3 weeks after the secretary's demise, Konstantin Chernenko, a member of the Politburo, reasserted in an article the party's commitment not just to the rapprochement of nations but to their merger, and he hinted at the future eradication of the administrative organs of the national groups. At the present historical stage and in the future, the USSR represents the optimum state form for the cohesion of Soviet nations and ethnic groups in order to attain our program goals. At the same time, we do not regard the established national state structures as something fixed and immutable. Registered. The opening segment of the first speech made by the party's new General Secretary after taking office was dedicated to the national question. Registered. In it, Yuri Andropov spoke of the need to follow a steadfast course towards the drawing together of all nations and nationalities inhabiting the country. In his most explicit comments concerning the route ahead, the General Secretary stated, "Comrades, in summing up what has been accomplished, we, naturally, give most of our attention to what still remains to be done. Our end goal is clear. It, to quote Lenin, is not only to bring the nations closer together but to fuse them. The party is well aware that the road to this goal is a long one. On no account must there be either any forestalling of events or any holding back of processes that have already matured." Whereas his predecessor had warned against artificially accelerating or impeding the process leading to fusion, the new General Secretary warned only against impeding it. China, because the Soviet authorities face few if any domestic problems as risk-laden as those arising from the state's multinational Com. 408-10 position, significant alterations in that country's national policy are explicable almost exclusively in terms of the authorities' momentary assessment of the national question and how best to confront it. That is to say, the national question in and by itself is of such pressing concern to the authorities that discernible policy changes in this area are not apt to be the subordinate byproduct of decisions in other policy-making areas. Not so in the case of China. There the problem of national minorities is of lesser moment due to relative numbers, minorities accounting for 7% of the population of China, and nearly 50% of that of the Soviet Union, and the fact that the minority regions, particularly the border areas, have been ethnically diluted through the resettlement of Han. The national question has therefore not loomed as large in the deliberations of the Chinese authorities, and many of the government's most consequential actions toward the non-Han can only be understood as subordinate aspects of a larger domestic or foreign policy decision. Thus the two most radical shifts in Chinese national policy are better understood as the application of the countrywide Great Leap Forward, 1958 to 1959, and the Cultural Revolution, ca. 1966-1971, to the national minorities than they are as responses to developments in the national problem itself. But despite the fact that national policy within China is more apt to be treated as a subsidiary or subordinate issue, the history of Chinese national policy, because of its indisguisable, extremely eccentric fluctuations, is particularly revealing of the scale of opinion that can coexist within a leadership that unreservedly and undeviatingly proclaims its fidelity to Leninist national policy. The early approach of the CCP to the country's national question showed great respect for national peculiarities. Although the 1949 Constitution noted that both nationalism and chauvinism shall be opposed, its Article 53 made clear that the emphasis was to be upon the flourishing of the nations. All national minorities shall have freedom to develop their spoken and written languages, to preserve or reform their traditions, customs, and religious beliefs. The people's government shall assist the masses of all national minorities in their political, economic, cultural, and educational development. This was the period of the Chinese version of indigenization, when the strategic thinking of the leadership on the national question was colorfully captured in the official description of its national policy as no struggle registered. Not only were local languages and other 409 aspects of culture promoted, but differential time schedules for achieving socialism on the part of Han and non-Han peoples were officially approved. In practice, the latter meant that minorities could be at least temporarily excused from unpopular reforms, such as land collectivization. The mood of this early period is perhaps best captured by the honors lavished upon the Mongols' greatest national figure, Genghis Khan. While the Khan's momentary standing with the Peking authorities might seem a somewhat frivolous, minor issue, that standing has in fact been one of the most reliable and easily read barometers of official policy on the national question. During the period, much publicity was given to the return of his bones to the mausoleum from which they had been removed years earlier to protect them from the Japanese invaders. Their return was heralded as illustrating the profound concern of the Chinese Communist Party and of Chairman Mao for the minority nationalities. This period of courtship would survive from 1949 to 1957, but subtle shifts within the period are detectable. Thus, although an official summary of the experience of the first 4 years of national policy at first glance appears to swing further in the direction of the flourishing of nations than had the 1949 Constitution, in that it proclaimed that great Hainism at the moment constitutes the major danger for the proper relationships among various nationalities. The overall thrust of the document was in fact in the other direction. Registered it prescribed active assistance for those who desired to learn Han rather than their own language, and cautioned those who believed that autonomy would lead to the elimination of Han Khader and settlers from minority regions. 6** while noting the tactical advantage of carrying out the party's tasks through the use of appropriate national forms. It unambiguously warned that respect for national forms is not to be carried to the stage of the preservation of even such forms which obstruct the progress and development of the nationality. Registered the 1953 report can therefore be viewed as a decision to move slightly away from the erstwhile emphasis upon national flourishing. Flourishing would be continued but in a more carefully circumscribed manner. Assimilation was to be encouraged but not pushed. This slight leaning in favor of assimilation continued over the next 2 years. The preamble of the 1954 state constitution promised that the government would pay full attention to the special characteristics in the development of each nationality. On the other 410 hand, it did not single out Han chauvinism as the principal threat to an effective national policy as had the report issued the previous year. The 1954 Constitution pledged instead opposition to both big nation chauvinism and local nationalism. An abrupt shift back toward the pro-flourishing stance of the 1949 to 1953 period was signaled by Mao himself in April 1956. In an address to the Politburo, Mao listed 10 major problem areas that he identified as the 10 great relationships, among which was numbered the relationship between the Han nationality and the national minorities. Though Mao maintained that on this issue our policy is stable, it is evident that he intended a relaxation of controls over the minorities. Unlike the Constitution, which was itself less than 2 years old, Mao's speech singled out great Han chauvinism as the principal adversary. Our emphasis lies on opposing Han chauvinism. Local nationalism exists, but this is not the crucial problem. The crucial problem is opposition to Han chauvinism. 67 Mao's willingness to adopt a softer line toward the minorities at this particular juncture was, at least in part, but one aspect of his short-lived willingness to go along with Khrushchev's attacks on Stalin and Stalinism. Mao's speech on the 10 great relationships took place only 2 months after Khrushchev's famous denunciation of Stalin. In his speech, Mao noted, in the Soviet Union certain defects and errors that occurred in the course of their building socialism have lately come to light. Do you want to follow the detours that have been made? It was by drawing lessons from their experience that we were able to avoid certain detours in the past, and there is all the more reason for us to do so now. Registered in particular, Mao singled out past Soviet errors about the treatment of the peasants and national minorities. And it was in regard to the latter that he made his case for emphasizing the cultural flowering of China's national groups. We must sincerely and actively help the minority nationalities to develop their economy and culture. In the Soviet Union, the relationship between the Russian nationality and the minority nationalities is very abnormal. We should draw a lesson from this. Still another section of Mao's speech to the Politburo presaged a more favorable climate for national flourishing. In discussing the relationship between the center and the regions, Mao, although explicitly warning that decentralization must not be permitted to encourage separatism or striving for 411 an independent kingdom, called for increased decision-making at the local level. The leadership's support for national flourishing carried over into the party's general program, which was issued in September of the same year. The program directed that special effort be made to train cadres from among the national minorities and asserted that social reforms among the nationalities must be carried out by the respective nationalities themselves in accordance with their own wishes, and by taking steps in conformity with their special characteristics. While declaring its opposition to both great nation chauvinism and local nationalism, the program added that special attention must be paid to the prevention and correction of tendencies of great Hainism on the part of party members and government workers of Han nationality. 7. Consonant with the mood of both Mao's speech to the Politburo and the party program was a new slogan, "Let 100 flowers blossom and 100 schools of thought contend," which also made its appearance during 1956. It represented an invitation to the masses to engage in criticism, an invitation that the leadership presumed would act as a pressure valve to prevent minor grievances from developing into full-blown, anti-party attitudes as had occurred in Hungary. This departure from the usual stress upon ideological conformity was met with general skepticism and restraint until Mao lent his personal public endorsement in a speech before the Supreme State Conference in February of 1957. Mao began his speech by noting that there were two types of social contradictions: contradictions between ourselves and the enemy, and contradictions among the people. Unlike the former, the latter represented non-antagonistic contradictions, and giving voice to them could therefore be beneficially accommodated within the new China. Mao then invited popular criticism on a broad range of issues, and one of the 12 sections into which his speech was divided was entitled 6. The question of the minority nationalities. Given his 1956 speech to the Politburo, the section was unexceptional. Mao noted that in certain places, both great Han chauvinism and local nationalism still existed in a serious degree, but echoing his words of 1956, he emphasized that the key to the solution of this question lies in overcoming great Han chauvinism. He also reaffirmed the party's policy of permitting minorities to pursue a slower tempo on the path to socialism, and he cautioned that we should not be impatient. Breaking new ground, however. 412-10 Mao described both great Han chauvinism and local nationalism as contradictions among the people, thereby explicitly including them in the category of issues open to public criticism. The 100 Flowers campaign had an unintended effect. The hoped-for trickle of criticism appeared but soon became torrential. Scorching attacks were made on the most sacrosanct of objects, even extending to Mao and to the vanguard role of the party. Now aware that the 100 Flowers campaign was a Pandora's box, the authorities moved swiftly to replace the lid. When Mao's speech of February 1957 was formally published in June of the same year, 6 criteria by which to measure whether criticism was legitimate or treasonable had been added to the original text. 1. Help to unite the people of our various nationalities, and not divide them. 2. Are beneficial, not harmful, to socialist transformation and socialist construction. 3. Help to consolidate, not to undermine or weaken, the people's democratic dictatorship. 4. Help to consolidate, not to undermine or weaken, democratic centralism. 10. To strengthen, not to cast off or weaken, the leadership of the Communist Party. 6. Are beneficial, not harmful, to international socialist solidarity and the solidarity of the peace-loving peoples of the world. 4. Or given, 1. The key roles in Marxist-Leninist theory and practice of a. Socialist/communist construction, b. The dictatorship of the working class, c. Democratic centralism, d. The vanguard role of the party, and e. Proletarian internationalism, and 2. The relative numerical inferiority of the minorities. It is astounding that the national question should appear on such a list at all. But it is incredible that it should head it. 5. At least part of the explanation must lie with the unanticipated level of discontent that had been voiced by the minorities. As reported in the Chinese press, the minorities responded to the call of the 100 Flowers by giving vent to broad and deep-seated dissatisfaction with the Chinese version of autonomy. The following are typical of the statements that appeared in the press at this time. The Chinese Communist Party's policy of regional autonomy for the nationalities is that of divide and rule. Registered, the present system of regional autonomy is as useful as a deaf ear. All the principal responsible persons of party committees at various levels are Han. 413 nationals, which is contradictory to having the autonomous nationalities run their own affairs. Registered cadre of the local ethnic groups are traitors to their nationality and jackals serving the Han. 9. The minority nationalities run the house, but the Han people give the orders. Registered degree, many rights in theory, few in practice. registered. The publication of such complaints heralded a radical swing in Chinese national policy. Along with other poisonous weeds that had been discovered growing among the 100 flowers, elements harboring such counter-revolutionary sentiments were to be torn up by their roots. Not bothering to pause near that midpoint at which great and local nationalisms are described as equally pernicious, the authorities now abruptly replaced great Han chauvinism with local nationalism as the arch-foe. At a meeting of the Nationalities Affairs Commission held in November 1957, the principal speaker dwelled exclusively on the threat of local nationalism registered. This brand of nationalism was said to have permeated the highest ranks of the party apparatus in the various minority regions, and it was further declared that in certain areas there even exists to a grave extent the separatist tendency, the tendency toward secession from the big family of the motherland. Moreover, whereas Mao had described the contradictions between the minorities and the center as non-antagonistic, the speaker now noted that contradictions between local nationalists and ourselves are contradictions between the enemy and ourselves. Further, while denying that assimilation was part of the party's policy, the speaker made clear that fusion was now to be given increased encouragement. The gradual fusion of the various nationalities on the basis of equality is the natural law governing social development. Certain signs of fusion have appeared among the nationalities. This fusion is desirable, and we shall never oppose the natural fusion among the nationalities, because such is the progressive trend of historical development. *4 Following this conference, a full-scale attack was launched against local nationalism. Allegations that widespread separatist and anti-Han attitudes had been uncovered among the nationalities were highly publicized to justify the radical switch in emphasis. In January 1958, an article ordering drastic revisions in the education of minorities in order to obliterate local nationalism described the manifestations of local nationalism as follows. 414.10.1. Hatred for and opposition to the party as the instrument of Han Chinese chauvinism. 2. Opposition to the government's relocation of Han Chinese. 3. Rejection of government, party, and Han Chinese activist leadership. 4. Demand by separatists for independence even at the expense of socialism. Degree 6 If any doubts remained that the authorities had become committed to a new direction with regard to the national question, they were surely laid to rest by the National People's Congress in February 1958. There, a joint statement signed by 19 delegates representing minority national groups was read, whose motif was accurately reflected in its title: "The building of socialism is impossible without opposition to local nationalism." Registered. The attack on local nationalism had not long been underway when the authorities launched the Great Leap Forward. As noted, the Great Leap was an all-embracing, country-wide program, and it can certainly not be attributed to official preoccupation with the national question. However, the post-100 Flowers assault upon the dangers of local nationalism did offer something of a bridge between the permissive attitude toward national flourishing that had characterized the 1949 to 1957 period and the effort to achieve nearly instantaneous assimilation that was to characterize the period of the Great Leap. As applied to the national question, the Great Leap can be thought of as an attempt to complete in one all-out, intensive effort the process described in the Communist Manifesto as national differences and antagonisms between peoples are daily more and more vanishing. In the words of one Chinese authority, the less differences among peoples, the faster development can be. 88 Struggle was to be waged against all symptoms of non-Han, national individuality. Different tempos on the road to socialist construction were no longer to be tolerated. National dress, dance, and the like were discouraged. The Chinese language was introduced as the language of instruction for all grades. Intermarriage with Han was encouraged and, in some areas, reportedly forced. Huge numbers of Han were ordered into minority areas. Multinational communes were created that ensured that the minorities could not remain aloof from acculturating and assimilating influences. The study of national culture and national histories was ordered curtailed. One historic casualty was Genghis Khan, who 415 was now reviled as a brutal despot. Regional autonomy was attacked as outmoded and unnecessary. Quite expectedly, the authorities maintained that the seeming repudiation of Lenin's thesis that assimilation was to be reached via the route of national flourishing was no repudiation at all. Although somewhat gossamer, the underlying argument was not totally devoid of reason. Through the Great Leap Forward, the authorities hoped to short-circuit the historical process, thereby propelling China well along the road to communism while permitting it to hurdle stages that had been more sluggishly traversed by the Soviet Union. Since Lenin, as Marx before him, had presumed that progress toward communism would be accompanied by progress toward national fusion, a great leap toward the former demanded a corresponding jump toward the latter. For example, intermarriage was at this time encouraged on the ground that since Lenin had described the merging of all nationalities as progressive, intermarriage was necessarily a sign of a heightened socialist consciousness. This bit of sophistry, of course, overlooked Lenin's oft-stated conviction that heavy-handed attempts to bring about assimilation directly, rather than dialectically, would prove counterproductive by arousing the suspicions and enmities of the minorities. And, indeed, this was the result of the Great Leap. Even before the end of 1958, while the countrywide Great Leap Forward remained in full swing, there were public acknowledgments of minority dissatisfaction and indications that the short-lived experiment in assimilation now had been discarded. The realization that the goal of immediate fusion and its attendant radical prescriptions were proving counterproductive and had best be scrapped did not trigger an unambiguous, major shift in policy toward support for national flourishing. The promotion of immediate assimilation was replaced by its promotion at a more leisurely pace. No paeans were paid to national peculiarities. Rather, it was simply acknowledged that the onslaught upon them had been precipitate. The attacks upon traditional, minority leaders that had been made during the Great Leap Forward offers a case in point. The mounting post-Hundred Flowers attack on national distinctions had been accompanied by increasing references to the national question as a class question whose solution was therefore tied to class struggle. The real conflict was not between Han and non-Han but between classes. Eradicate the oppressing class within each national group and the national question was solved. Among other 416 things, this approach would require that Peking discontinue using traditional local leaders, as it had hitherto been doing in the case of the more remote peoples. Attacks upon these leaders had backfired, however, as the local people tended to rally to their traditional symbols of authority, who thereby became an effective focus of resistance. The first inklings of a retreat from this confrontation were not predicated upon a denial of the validity of the thesis that the national issue was a class issue, but rather that there were other dimensions of the national question that could not be ignored. Thus an article in December 1958 noted that exclusive emphasis on the class question, mechanical application of the methods used in other parts of China, neglect of nationality characteristics and neglect of historical nationality barriers will all lead to disputes among the nationalities themselves. In the months that immediately followed, a series of articles blamed the excessive attacks made on minority leaders and institutions on overzealous Han cadre, who allegedly had not really understood the party's policy on the national question and who, in some cases, had been guilty of great Han chauvinism. The words of one article, "Go slowly and relax a bit," best captured the predominant guiding standard of this period of retreat. The word predominant rather than exclusive must be used to describe policy at this juncture, because from the inception of the Great Leap Forward to well after Mao's death in 1976, it is evident that at least two factions, one pressing for a total scrapping of Lenin's dialectical formula for achieving national fusion and the other urging a slower approach, more in keeping with Lenin's precepts, were vying for predominance. While the former clearly had the upper hand during the early stages of the Great Leap, even this period of preeminence was not devoid of ambiguity. Consider, for example, the matter of regional autonomy. Consonant with the goal of rapid assimilation, voices had been raised demanding an end to the autonomous status of minorities. Yet contrary to this demand, grants of ostensible autonomy to peoples actually increased during the period. Indeed, The number of autonomous regions within the country was doubled during 1958 with the creation of the Guangxi AR in March and the Ningxi Hui AR in October. Since the well-publicized preparations for the creation of these units preceded the inauguration of the Great Leap, it may well be that the authorities were influenced by the image of perfidy that would result from too abrupt an abandonment of a pledge. But these too important, highly trumpeted 417 manifestations of a continuing commitment to implementing at least the form of Lenin's gradual, indirect approach to the national question, at a time when the extremists clamored for an end to autonomy, are evidence that the gradualists were not without influence. The competition between gradualists and ultraists that surfaced at the time of the Great Leap was, of course, not restricted to the national question. It was part of the larger dispute over the form, direction, and tempo that Chinese policies should take with regard to all aspects and regions of the society. The decision as to whether the prevailing modus operandi was to be one of great leaps and cultural revolutions or one predicated upon more evolutionary progress and pragmatic considerations would pervasively affect the lifestyle of Han and non-Han alike. But the fact that it was policy concerning the national question that became the first public battlefield of the two contending factions is not without significance. The adverse results of the Great Leap in minority areas had become unmistakably evident more quickly than had the social and economic dislocations occurring elsewhere throughout the country, thus supplying the gradualists with the wedge for their attack upon the radicalism inherent in the Great Leap. Unquestionably their hand was strengthened in this matter by the rapidly deteriorating relations with the Soviet Union and India, which lent the need to mollify the peoples near the borders an additional sense of urgency. The early victory of the gradualists did not prove conclusive. What followed was more of a muting of Great Leap rhetoric than a call for the status quo ante. The multinational communes were decentralized, the unique traditions of national groups were re-extended recognition in matters of eating habits and the like, the drive to have Chinese introduced everywhere as the language of instruction was quietly dropped. Traditional leaders who had been scheduled to be purged under the party line that the national question is a class question were now promised a bright future by the country's leading newspaper, and Cotter, as noted, were instructed to curb their zeal. But there was no overt attack on the recent experiment in rapid assimilation, per se, which, as part of the Great Leap Forward, was associated with Mao's prestige. Moreover, in the latter half of 1959, the ultraists mounted a counter-offensive. Following the purge of Defense Minister Piang Te-Hui, who had criticized Mao personally for the excessiveness of the Great Leap, there were indications of a move back toward the policy of 418-10 rapid assimilation. For example, the study of Chinese, rather than the local languages, was again pressed. This revival also proved inconclusive, and a lengthy period followed during which public statements on the national question reflected a guarded stance because their authors were not certain which faction would prove victorious. A red flag article in May 1960 noted that real advances on the national question had been achieved under the Leap system of communes, but it coupled this with quotations of a 1949 speech on the advantages of a policy of regional autonomy made by Liu Shaoqi, in 1960 the leading gradualist and expected successor to Mao, thereby indicating that the party's original post-revolutionary, gradual approach to the national question had been the correct one. A year of near silence of published expression on the national question occurred. When this silence was broken in April 1961, there was a suggestion that the ultraists had the edge. Appropriate policy was now described as follows: promote Marxism-Leninism and the thought of Mao Zedong on the theory of the nationalities question and the party's nationalities policies, promulgate the proletarian view on nationalities, criticize revisionism, bourgeois nationalism, and bourgeois nationalist studies, promulgate our party's solution to the nationalities question and the accomplishment of its nationalities work, reflecting the three great red banners of the general line, the Great Leap Forward, and the People's Communes present the criticism of 1. Revisionism, 2. Bourgeois nationalism, and 3. Bourgeois nationalist studies might well be viewed as attacks upon 1. Those contending that the Soviet model should be followed with regard to the national question, 2. those defending continuing regional autonomy, and 3. Those defending continuation of the encouragement of national flourishing. However, the obliquity of the criticism and the absence of the customary, less ambiguous word indicators, such as class struggle and local nationalism, suggest a persisting uncertainty over the outcome of the struggle. 9 degree and indeed, late in 1961, only a few months after the publication of this article, another piece, appearing in the same journal, made clear that the gradualists had once more won the day. The article, written by a vice-chairman of the Nationalities Affairs Commission, stated forthrightly that the notion that regional autonomy was no longer appropriate for China since the country had entered the stage of socialist construction was not only incorrect but against Party 419 policy. National flourishing was declared to be back in vogue. Administrative organs of the autonomous units were instructed to use the local language in all documents except those intended for countrywide use, and Hankoder were told to improve their facility in the local language through intensive study. The traditional elites were not to undergo a purge and, in a picturesque command, Kader were told that in dealing with the ruling elites of the minorities they were to use the technique of gentle winds and light rains, presumably in preference to the cyclonic winds and torrential downpour that had characterized the treatment of the elites during the Great Leap. The new emphasis upon gradualism was propagated through numerous articles and speeches and was given visible support by the party's highest luminaries, short of Mao himself, when Liu Shaoqi, Zhou Enlai, Chu Tai, and Teng Xiaoping attended a conference on the national question held in Peking in the spring of 1962. Their attendance demonstrated the importance they ascribed to publicizing and implementing the new go-slow policy. A major reason for their concern was that the party's inconclusive backing down from the excessively pro-assimilationist stance of the Great Leap had failed to quell turmoil in the minority regions. Unrest had continued among the Tibetans, and Kazakhs had engaged in a major revolt. Mongols, among whom dissatisfaction had also surfaced, were given a special assurance that national flourishing was back in style when Genghis Khan was removed from the list of villains in time for an official commemoration of his 800th birthday. The gradualists maintained their predominance throughout 1962 and 1963, but a statement attributed to Mao on August 8, 1963, heralded yet another twist in policy on the national question. In the final analysis, stated Mao, a national struggle is a question of class struggle. Degree registered the description of national struggle as a form of class struggle, a canon of the Great Leap period, had fallen into disuse in the post-Leap period. But now references to the linkage began to appear with increasing frequency. And the June 1964 issue of the party's principal theoretic journal, Red Flag, carried an article by the vice-chairman of the Nationalities Affairs Commission entitled The Present-Day Nationalities Question in Our Country and the Class Struggle. 0 degrees, yet, while the title reflected a revitalization in the fortunes of the ultraists, its contents indicated that they had not achieved preeminence. The article was marred by serious inconsistencies, the result 420 of trying to straddle the two opposing viewpoints. But on balance, it reflected a bias in favor of the gradualist position. Extensive lip service was paid to the proposition that the national question is a class question and can only be solved by the defeat of the feudal and bourgeois classes of each nation who always put their own class interests above those of the people of the whole nationality. Degree. But somewhat ingeniously, the linking of national and class struggle was now used to defend regional autonomy and the survival of national peculiarities, on the ground that class and not cultural differences were the wellspring of antagonism among nations. More difficult to understand is how the perception of the national question as an aspect of class struggle could be made compatible with the author's insistence that our party's work among the upper strata of the minority nationalities is to win them over to the anti-imperialist, patriotic United Front. 1. The class struggle approach should logically have demanded the upper strata's elimination, rather than the position that the establishment by the party of a united front with the upper strata of the minority nationalities serves the revolutionary cause of the workers, peasants, and other laboring people as well as the socialist revolution and socialist construction. Degree. The only matter on which the article appeared to side with the ultraists was the question of whether Han chauvinism or local nationalism represented the principal threat. We will recall that the post-Leap gradualists placed primary blame for minority discontent upon the overzealousness of Han Cotter, thus nominating Han chauvinism as the greater evil. By contrast, the 1964 article, while noting that both phenomena are class contradictions and therefore fundamentally irreconcilable with socialism and the proletarian view of nationality, reserved all further criticism for local chauvinism. In recent years, in many minority nationality areas, local nationalists have become very active. Working hand in glove with the imperialists, foreign reactionaries, modern revisionists, and the counter-revolutionaries within the country, they have used all means to stir up antagonism between the nationalities and vainly attempted to break the unity of the motherland and restore the system of oppression and exploitation. Their main attack has been directed against the unity of the motherland, solidarity among the nationalities, party leadership, and the socialist cause, their slogan being against the Han, for independence, and no reform. Thus the contradiction between the local nationalists 421 and the people of the various nationalities has become a contradiction between ourselves and the enemy. Degree. The heavier criticism thus heaped upon local nationalists could be viewed as a harmless sop to the ultraists and one that would be acceptable to the gradualists since it was aimed at those particular leaders of the Kazakhs, Tibetans, Hui, and other groups who had actually staged revolts against Peking, rather than being aimed at the upper strata in general. In any case, this vacillating document ultimately makes clear its author's overall predilection by concluding with a timetable for assimilation that the gradualists would surely applaud. As the common cause of socialism of all the nationalities of the motherland develops, agreement between them will become greater and greater while differences between them will become less and less. This is an immutable law of social development and an indication of progress. However, during the entire long period of socialist society, national characteristics and differences will continue to exist. It is only after the realization of communism and elimination of classes, with the gradual fading away and merging together of nationalities, that these characteristics and differences will fade away. Degree. Subsequent events were to establish that the strategy of the gradualists paying formal homage to Mao's statement that in the final analysis, a national question is a question of class struggle, while concomitantly pursuing a gradualist policy was fated to fail. Indeed, the author of the article, Liu Xichun, was destined for later purging because of his failure to follow a correct Maoist policy on the national question. However, the strength of the gradualists within the highest reaches of the party at this time is demonstrated by their ability to resist, for more than 2 years after its utterance, the radicalism inherent in Mao's 1963 statement linking national and class questions. Throughout 1964 and 1965, formal deference to the statement remained an empty gesture, exerting virtually no impact upon actual policy. Registered. But all this changed abruptly with the inception of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in 1966. Degree 8. A key theme of the Cultural Revolution was the attack upon the four olds, identified as customs, ideas, culture, and habits. While the campaign was waged countrywide, an assault upon traditional customs, culture, and habits portended greater consequences for minorities than it did for Han, in that it would necessarily herald 422-10 the end of national flourishing. Regional autonomy, toleration of national differences, different tempos for achieving socialism, and cooperation with traditional local leaders were all now violently attacked, and demands for proceeding with immediate assimilation were again raised, as during the Great Leap Forward, the most far-reaching measures demanded by the radicals were not carried out, and extremists operating in minority areas were often ordered by the central authorities to curtail their activities. Degree. The chaos orchestrated through the medium of the Red Guards was not without restrictions, particularly where national security was involved. Degree. It is therefore probable that the periodic orders to Red Guards to refrain from zealotry in the minority areas was due to a concern to maintain security in the border regions. On the other hand, unlike the period of the Great Leap, those favoring rapid assimilation could now savor the humiliation and purging of the most renowned figures who had publicly defended a gradualist approach to the national question. The list included no less a personage than the Chief of State, Liu Shaoqi. The most prominent gradualists were not, of course, purged solely or even principally because of their attitude toward the national question. It was their reluctance to prescribe radical therapy for all aspects of Chinese society that enraged their opponents. However, given the relative numerical insignificance of the non-Han peoples, it is remarkable how much emphasis was placed upon the alleged deviations of the gradualists with regard to the national question. Thus, the General Secretary of the party, Teng Xiaoping, was accused of abetting the 1959 Tibetan Revolution. And a pamphlet aimed at bringing down the Chief of State was entitled Completely Purge Liu Shaoqi for his counter-revolutionary revisionist crimes in unaided front, nationalities, and religious work. After citing from Liu's writings of 1937, 1948, and 1954, all of which had reflected what at the time was the current position of the party and Mao, the authors charged him with being a proponent of national separatism. Those who were purged for favoring a more gradual approach to the national question included a number of non-Han, some of whom had long been among the most honored and trusted members of the CCP's elite. Typical of the allegations were charges that they had promoted national splitism and had been trying to establish an independent kingdom. However, beyond such extreme accusations, the principal allegation made against both Han and non-Han gradualists was that they had undermined the thought of Mao Zedong on the national question. The absence of refer. 423 instances to Leninist national policy in the allegations is both revealing and appropriate, since the national policy of the gradualists, while falling well short of Lenin's prescriptions, was manifestly more in accord with those prescriptions than was the policy advocated by the ultraists. As the allegations of the ultraists made clear, the dictum of Mao that had been purportedly trampled upon by the gradualists was his 1963 pronouncement that the national question was a class question, and not his more Leninist-sounding statements from the pre-Hundred Flowers period. Having achieved the upper hand, the ultraists agitated for having this non-Leninist approach sanctified by inclusion in the party and state constitutions. The party constitution of 1956 was attacked for stressing only the special characteristics of the nationalities and the conducting of social reforms according to their own wishes, but not the party's leadership and the socialist revolution. It was further charged that this approach had fostered bourgeois nationalism rather than internationalism. By emphasizing nationalism to the exclusion of patriotism and internationalism, it in reality creates national schism. The broad revolutionary masses maintain that the following directive from Chairman Mao should be stressed in the new party constitution of the 9th Congress. National struggle is in the final analysis a question of class struggle. The unity of all nationalities on the basis of the thought of Chairman Mao Zedong and on the socialist road should be stressed. For the ultraists had their way through omission rather than commission, for the constitution that was unanimously adopted the following year, 1969, by the 9th Congress made no reference whatsoever to the non-Han peoples. When contrasted with the previous party constitutions pledged to make special efforts to raise the status of the national minorities, help them to attain self-government, endeavor to train cadres from among the national minorities, etc., this silence clearly betokened assimilation. A draft state constitution, circulated during 1970, reflected the worsening plight of the minorities, although it did not go as far in this direction as the more extreme radicals would have liked. It did, for example, recognize the existence of autonomous regions, even though it did so only in a passage emphasizing that the regions were inalienable parts of a unified, multinational state. Copyright. Similarly, the minorities were extended freedom to use their spoken and written languages, but this was far more preferable to the 424 extreme ultraists than had been the wording of the 1954 Constitution that had granted, in addition to the freedom to use, the freedom to foster the growth of their spoken and written languages. However, Most satisfying to the ultraists must have been the elimination of any reference to the 1954 recognized right of the minorities to preserve or reform their own customs or ways. This omission left little doubt that national flourishing was considered a thing of the past. The ultraists remained preeminent from 1966 until 1971. As the latter year wound down, a number of public disclosures and announcements suggested that yet another shift in the power struggle had occurred. Clues included a series of personnel changes in the leadership of the autonomous regions, a People's Daily article calling for more minority cadre, and numerous uncritical references to the cultural differences among national groups. During 1972, indications of a changing national policy multiplied. The Central Nationalities Institutes, closed down during the Cultural Revolution, were reopened, national forms were once more described in favorable terms, and selective quotations by Mao from the pre-Hundred Flowers period began to slip into print. Even more symptomatic of a shift was the re-elevation to good standing of Deng Xiaoping, along with a number of non-Han leaders such as Olenfo who had been purged during the Cultural Revolution. The reinstatement of these gradualists was made official by their presence at the 10th Party Congress, held in the summer of 1973. And yet, a party constitution passed at this Congress ignored the minorities almost as much as had the party's 1969 constitution. They were only mentioned in a statement requiring the party to lead the people of all nationalities of our country in carrying out the three great revolutionary movements of class struggle, the struggle for production, and scientific experiment. This rather cavalier treatment of the national question, combined with the reference to class struggle, would appear a throwback to the period of the Cultural Revolution. And it may be an indication that the gradualists had not yet consolidated power. On the other hand, it may indicate a desire to placate Mao, or at least not to draw attention to the fact that a number of his ideas were now officially discredited. Quite aside from the potential impact upon the outcome of the power struggle, denigrating Mao could have dangerous repercussions for any ruling clique, gradualist or ultraist. During the Cultural Revolution, Mao's words, as revealed through the famous Little Red Book of quotations from Chairman Mao, had 425 been elevated to immutable truths that the populace was expected to memorize as sources of inspiration for overcoming all problems. A sudden discrediting of what had hitherto been treated as divinely inspired, Holy Writ could exert an inestimable impact upon the populace at large. Not surprisingly, then, references to Mao's statement linking class and national struggle, so ubiquitous from 1965 through 1971, had quietly merely sunk from public view during 1972. And when, following the 10th Party Congress, the gradualists stepped up their attack upon the national policy that had been pursued during the Cultural Revolution, Mao was spared. For example, the post-mortem attack upon Lin Piao, who, during the Cultural Revolution, had been the principal wielder of day-to-day power and, at the time, Mao's designated successor, criticized Lin for undermining the party's position on the national question, while making no reference to Mao's intellectual contribution to this aberration. Consonant with this desire to avoid direct criticism of Mao, when the authorities decided to publicly repudiate his national struggle equals class struggle thesis, they employed the Soviet Union as a surrogate culprit. In an article entitled Analysis of Soviet Revisionists' Policy of National Rapprochement, it was asserted that national distinctions would long survive the eradication of classes, viewed from the long-term historical development the integration of nations and the extinction of nation conform to the law of historical development. But Marxist-Leninists maintain that the elimination of classes will come first, followed by the elimination of the state and finally that of nations. Lenin pointed out that mankind can arrive at the inevitable integration of nations only through a transition period of the complete emancipation of all oppressed nations. Referring to Lenin's attitude towards the problem of nationalities, the great Marxist-Leninist Stalin pointed out that Lenin never said that national differences must disappear and that national language must merge into one common language within the borders of a single state before the victory of socialism on a world scale. On the contrary, Lenin said something that was the very opposite of this, namely, that national and state differences among peoples and countries will continue to exist for a very, very long time even after the dictatorship of the proletariat has been established on a world scale. 148 Despite this commitment to a lengthy period of national flourishing, official documents continued to reflect an unwillingness to 426 return to the phraseology of the pre-Hundred Flowers period. For example, the long-awaited state constitution, finally unveiled in 1975, did not vary substantially from the 1970 draft. It did reassert the Leninist dictum that all nationalities are equal, but it aped the 1970 draft in granting only the right to use one's own language but not the right to foster it. In specific guarantees to the minorities, it fell short of the 1954 Constitution. This wariness on the part of the gradualists seemed to evaporate with the death of Mao in 1976. Even before the year of his death ended, the publication of his 1956 speech to the Politburo, in which he had pledged to sincerely and actively help the minority nationalities to develop their economy and culture and in which he had identified Great Han chauvinism as the principal evil, signaled a return to the minority policies of the early post-revolutionary period. Paeans to national flourishing now became common, and when plans were announced for yet another state constitution, this one designed to mark the complete victory of the gradualists over the ultraists, the minorities could sanguinely anticipate that the new constitution would be a marked improvement over that of 1975. At the opening session of the Fifth National Congress, convened in early 1978 to approve the new constitution, Premier Hua Qiaobang re-established great nationality chauvinism as the principal enemy, affirmed that regional national autonomy must be conscientiously implemented, pledged to try very hard to train cadres from minority nationalities, to guarantee without fail the rights of minority peoples to equality and autonomy, and to stress the use and development of the spoken and written languages of the minority nationalities. 9. The new constitution underlined the renewed significance ascribed to the minorities. The preamble alone contained 2 references to all our nationalities and another to all the nationalities. Article 4 confirmed the equality of all nations and the right of regional autonomy for compact communities. In addition, unlike the 1975 Constitution, the new document conferred upon the minorities not just the freedom to use their own languages but the freedom to use and develop their own spoken and written languages. It further signaled an official return to the flourishing of nations by granting to minorities the freedom to preserve or reform their own customs and ways. In addition, Article 40 pledged the higher organs of the state to take into full consideration the characteristics and needs of the various minority nationalities, and to make a major effort to train cadres of the minority nationalities. 427 Over the months and years that followed, the gradualist approach appeared secure. On September 29, 1979, in the course of delivering the official speech in celebration of the 30th anniversary of the formation of the People's Republic, the speaker, after criticizing the excessiveness of the Great Leap and the Cultural Revolution, stated that Mao's 1956 speech on the 10 major relationships, the major documents of the 1956 Party Congress, and Mao's 1957 speech on the correct handling of contradictions among the people together offered the guiding principles for socialist revolution and socialist construction in our country. Recall that Mao in his 1956 speech had identified opposition to Han chauvinism as the cornerstone of national policy, that the 1956 party program had declared that special attention must be paid to the prevention of Great Hanism, and that Mao's 1957 speech had also stressed the need for overcoming Great Han chauvinism. Other auguries of a return to pre-Great Leap policies followed. In October 1979 the Nationalities Committee of the National People's Congress, which had been abolished during the Cultural Revolution, reconvened. In an address to the committee, the rehabilitated Mongolian leader, Ulanfu, pointed out that the socialist stage is a time in which all nationalities develop and flourish. He also made a strong case for meaningful autonomy, noting that autonomous organs should not exist in name only. At a more practical level, mosques were reopened, University examinations were offered for the first time in the local languages, although the first year for any accepted minority candidates would be one of intensive Chinese study, and a number of non-Han were appointed to high, if largely showcase, positions. *4 In early 1980, Red Flag and all major newspapers carried a speech by the deceased Zhou Enlai, a legacy that was now characterized as an article, which expounds the national policy of the Chinese Communist Party, and is a Marxist work of immediate significance. 5. The speech, reportedly delivered on August 4, 1957, was said to have been refused publication in 1958, the period of the Great Leap Forward, and had been subsequently suppressed for over 20 years. *6 In general, the content of the speech was in tune with the 1978 Constitution. Han chauvinism was depicted as a more pressing danger than local nationalism, and both were described as contradictions among the people rather than between the people and enemies of the people. Differential tempos to achieving socialism were upheld, some nationalities were to be spared, birth control requirements applied to the Han, individual languages were 428 tend to be encouraged, and peoples without a written language were to be assisted in developing one. The language of the dominant group in an autonomous area was to become the area's first language. Indigenous Khader should represent a proper ratio of the Khaders in autonomous areas, and the customs and habits of all nationalities must be respected. In sum, national flourishing was reaffirmed. Interestingly, however, the speech also emphasized the progressive nature of assimilation in the absence of coercion. The Hans are so numerous simply because they have assimilated other nationalities. Assimilation is a reactionary thing if it means one nation destroying another by force. It is a progressive act if it means natural merger of nations advancing toward prosperity. Assimilation as such has the significance of promoting progress. The Hus are so huge in number just because they have succeeded in absorbing people from other nationalities. To absorb and expand, what's wrong with that? The posthumous publication of Zhou Enlai's speech was therefore a reminder that, while the CCP had returned to a policy of national flourishing, assimilation remained the ultimate goal of the party. Moreover, the new constitution's several references to a unitary state and to the unity of all nationalities represented a further reminder that autonomy had strict limitations and that the authorities would remain vigilant for signs of splitism. Registered. Finally, given the history of the party's vacillations on the national question, the minorities could not be certain that the constitutional guarantees of 1978 would prove any more durable than had those of 1954. Indeed, the ephemeral nature of the 1978 guarantees was highlighted the following year, when articles and big character posters written by the editor of an unofficial journal were declared to constitute counter-revolutionary crimes, despite the defendant's invocation of Article 45 of the new Constitution, which stipulated that citizens enjoy freedom of speech, correspondence, the press, assembly, association, and the freedom to strike, and have the right to speak out freely, air their views freely, hold great debates and write big character posters. Although minorities were in no way involved in the trial, the case's pertinence to the national question was underlined by the fact that the defendant was specifically charged with violating Article 56 of the Constitution. Citizens must support the leadership of the Communist Party of China, support the socialist system, safeguard the unification of the motherland and the unity of all nationalities in our country, and 429 abide by the Constitution and the law. The case in effect made Article 56 paramount to all other articles, with the result that a claim to freedom of speech, assembly, association, and the like could not prevail against a charge of undermining the unification of the motherland and the unity of all nationalities. Since the policy of the gradualists concerning the national question had enjoyed official sanction since 1976, the further solidification of power by this element, signified by the 1981 ouster of Hua Kuofeng from the party's leading office, was not immediately followed by any marked shift in national policy. At the same Central Committee session at which Hua's resignation was announced, a lengthy resolution on Mao's achievements and errors was adopted, in which past mistakes on the national question were acknowledged. The resolution read in part, "In the past, particularly during the Cultural Revolution, we committed, on the question of nationalities, the grave mistake of widening the scope of class struggle, and wronged a large number of cadres and masses of the minority nationalities. In our work among them we did not show due respect for their right to autonomy. It is necessary to persist in their regional autonomy and enact laws and regulations to ensure this autonomy." 9. A draft for a revised constitution, circulated the following year, was in accord with this desire to enact laws to ensure autonomy. It appeared to support the augmentation of powers of all autonomous units and, following current Soviet practice, required that the head of each autonomous unit henceforth be a member of the indigenous people. %degree and a new party constitution, also released during 1982, proclaimed that the party persists in the policy of regional autonomy. Perhaps more important than this formal recommitment to autonomy was the general importance ascribed to the minorities in the party constitution, a vivid contrast with the constitution of 1973. In the preamble, "the people of all nationalities" was now repeatedly used in lieu of the more conventional "the Chinese people" or "the Chinese workers and peasants." Asterisk. The post-Mao period was therefore marked by a return to the flourishing of nations. But this recommitment to national flourishing, as well as the constitutional concessions to autonomy, while certainly indicative of a major shift away from the extreme assimilation now policies of the Cultural Revolution, must be viewed against the broader framework of post-Mao national policy. The article authored by Zhou Enlai, which had been released in 1980. 430-10 and described as embodying the national policy of the current party leadership, had indeed approved regional autonomy and an expanded use of indigenous cadre. But it had also defended the past gerrymandering and resettlement policies that had left all autonomous units severely diluted from an ethno-national aspect. Moreover, the article had emphasized that Han cadre were to be important fixtures in all autonomous units, particularly in positions calling for what he termed leading cadres. And finally, as we have noted, the article had quite candidly championed the desirability of assimilation. Confirmation that the newly ensconced leadership indeed favored those aspects of Chu's policies that fostered control over the minorities could be detected in the unraveling of events during late 1982 and early 1983. As the new elite consolidated its power, a somewhat subtle shift away from its previous pro-minority stance occurred. Whereas in 1979, publicity had focused on those 1956-1957 speeches of Mao in which great Han chauvinism had been singled out for censure, the preamble of the new state constitution, adopted in December 1982, noted that it is necessary to combat big nation chauvinism, mainly Han chauvinism, and also necessary to combat local national chauvinism. Moreover, while the new constitution did reserve to the indigenous peoples a number of showcase positions in the government of the autonomous units, it also introduced for the first time in a constitution a harsh warning against any separatist activities. Article 4 read in part that any acts that undermine the unity of the nationalities or instigate their secession are prohibited. Furthermore, restrictions on family size, formerly restricted to the Han, were extended to the minorities, %degree, and although the campaign to increase the number of non-Han cadre continued, a number of articles and speeches emphasized that Han cadre were to remain indefinitely as part of the power structure in minority areas. 34 Finally, references to all the nationalities as members of a single Chinese nation reflected Zhou Enlai's view of assimilation as a progressive development. Yugoslavia. The early, post-revolutionary national policy of the YCP was a reflection of the still fresh memories of the World War II period. Intense national passions, manifesting themselves in outbreaks of genocide, had surfaced during the Axis occupation. The YCP was therefore fully sensitized to the danger of encouraging awareness. 43 of national distinctions. In this charged atmosphere, a policy of indigenization, such as that introduced by the Soviets and, to a lesser degree, the Chinese during their early years in power, could be particularly counterproductive to the creation of a viable state. On the other hand, the party had pledged respect for a right of secession at least as recently as December 1942 and had been promising the lesser right of regional autonomy since November 1943. Too rapid a repudiation of respect for national aspirations could be perceived as duplicity and therefore also prove counterproductive. Moreover, a policy that did not appear to pander to national peculiarities could hardly be expected to attract the inhabitants of Albania, Bulgaria, and northern Greece to join with Yugoslavia in forming a single political entity, a goal that the YCP endorsed at the time. The strategy selected by the party in order to straddle these two contradictory needs, that is, the need to carefully contain nationalistic proclivities while not seeming to depart from earlier promises, was to bypass the stage of indigenization and to embark directly upon the policy that was currently in effect in the Soviet Union. As would later be acknowledged by Stalin's successors, that policy was one under which form and substance were virtually at total variance. The Yugoslav Constitution of 1946 resembled the Soviet Constitution of 1936, the so-called Stalin's Constitution, in the many privileges and rights it bestowed upon the national groups and republics. Aping the Soviet myth model, it defined the republics as sovereign and made a chamber of nationalities one of two co-equal houses at the apex of the formal governmental structure. %6 It guaranteed the sovereignty, equality, and national freedom of the peoples of the FPRY and their people's republics and acknowledged the special characteristics of each people's republic. 87 But, as in the case of Stalin's constitution, these constitutional tributes to the concept of national flourishing amounted to little more than a mask for a highly centralized system. A more accurate indicator of the intentions of the authorities at this time was the adoption of a coat of arms in the center of which 5 torches are laid obliquely, their several flames merging into one single flame. The discrepancy between forms and reality during this early period was so blatant that when the authorities called for a revision of the first constitution, some members of the redrafting commission did not fear to describe the federal structure as being merely a facade, constitutional guarantees to the contrary, with the republics having few if any powers. 99. 432-10 Unlike the cases of the Soviet and Chinese parties, then, the YCP embarked immediately upon a policy weighted heavily in favor of integration rather than national flourishing. Moreover, it is evident that the decision to favor integration was not due simply to Soviet insistence, for, following Yugoslavia's expulsion from the Cominform and the corresponding loss in popularity enjoyed by Soviet models, the goal of assimilation became less camouflaged. A new constitution, the Constitutional Law of 1953, eliminated all references to the sovereignty of the republics. Moving farther from the Soviet model, it also demoted the Council of Nationalities to a subordinate part of the House that had hitherto been its co-equal. The name of its replacement, the Council of Producers, was also not without significance, for the new emphasis upon the production unit as a focus for identity was designed, in its architect's words, as a new factor which creates a socialist community of a new type in which language and national culture become a secondary factor. 4 degrees consciousness of membership in the enterprise was seen as a method of diminishing national consciousness, thereby promoting a natural merger of peoples. There were non-constitutional straws in the wind at this time also. Going beyond the Soviet notion of the exchange of Qatar between republics, a Yugoslav campaign was launched in the early 1950s to have artists, performers, writers, and the like partake in inter-republic exchange programs. Presumably the authorities hoped that breaking down cultural isolation would hasten the development of a single culture. Another indication that assimilation was being encouraged became evident with the 1953 census. Unlike that of 1948, the new census offered the option of listing one's national identity as Yugoslav. By contrast, censuses in the Soviet Union had never offered the option of a nation-transcending identity such as Soviet or the non-ethnic spelling of Russian. Still another portent was the increasing frequency with which nationalist proclivities were attacked beginning in 1953, party membership, the creative arts, and education, including textbooks, were particularly criticized. **. A still more ominous omen of looming assimilation, at least so far as the Croats were concerned, was the 1954 declaration that Serbian, Montenegrin, and Croatian constituted a single language, accompanied by the announcement of the formation of a committee to prepare a single dictionary reflecting this unity. The impact of this assimilationist pressure was most visible in the case of nationalities, that is, those without republic status. The 433 consolidation of their schools with those in which Serbian/Croatian was the language of instruction underwent a rapid growth during the 1950s. In other schools, the number of years of instruction in Serbian/Croatian underwent a progressive increase. And the provincial culture committees for minorities, after a steady deterioration in their influence, were formally abolished in 1957. The decision to pursue assimilation more openly and more vigorously following the rupture with Moscow had unquestionably been related to that development. The rupture provided both the opportunity and the need for a more undisguised approach to merging. On the one hand, Moscow was now cast in the same unifying role of the outside threat that the Axis powers had so ably performed during the recent wartime period. Anyone who resisted integrationist pressures could henceforth be branded as commonformist, a new synonym for traitor. At the same time, the new adversary role played by the Soviet Union highlighted the danger of national divisions within Yugoslavia. Given the history of Moscow's directives to the YCP concerning the manner in which the national question was to be exploited, particularly those during the 1920s and 30s, Belgrade could well expect Moscow to renew its interest in the Trojan horses represented by the various national groups within Yugoslavia. Rapid strides toward assimilation could thwart such a Soviet tactic. Moreover, in evaluating the likelihood of achieving such rapid strides, the YCP could find grounds for optimism in the fact that the concept of a single people was not totally alien to the Yugoslav tradition. There were numerous precedents for maintaining that the major ethnic elements within the country, the Slavs, comprised a single nation. Recall, 1. That this was the presumption underlying the creation of Yugoslavia in 1919, 2. That the adoption of the country's new name, Yugoslavia, in 1929 was intended as a testament to this single national identity, yen, 3. That several factions, including the Socialist Party, persevered in this position, and, 4. That the YCP had itself supported the one-nation concept until forced to recant in 1925 under great pressure from Stalin and the Comintern. Many factors therefore accounted for the YCP's decision to promote assimilation more openly. Yet, even while doing so, the leadership's cautious language manifested a continuing fear of triggering national reactions on the part of the individual nations. With each step taken toward assimilation, reassurances were given that no attempt was being made to obliterate the nations and their cultures. References to assimilation were eschewed, as were Ref. 434 tendences to less offensive Leninist terms, such as rapprochement, fusion, merger, and the like. The practices of using innocuous-sounding substitutes and that of coupling references to concrescence with reassurances concerning the continuing viability of national cultures were apparent in a speech delivered in early 1958 by the President of the Cultural Exchange Assembly, itself an organ specifically designed to foster a merging of the cultures. The President stated in part, although in the process which is developing in Yugoslavia the structure of the nations is changed in the direction of ever greater interrelatedness, the independent cultural development of each nation was, and remains, the condition for cooperation and the further drawing together of our peoples. The party program of 1958 was only slightly more forthright. It noted with evident satisfaction the growth of a socialist Yugoslav consciousness and elsewhere averred support for the steady consolidation of the brotherhood and unity of the peoples of Yugoslavia. Number 4 Still elsewhere, however, it advanced the customary assurances that there was no intention to obliterate the nations and their republics. Despite the program's verbal equivocation, in invoking a socialist Yugoslav consciousness the YCP leadership displayed a growing willingness to acknowledge publicly the course of action that it had been actively pursuing for some years. It was hardly a coincidence that a Yugoslav consciousness, elevated to the level of an established ism by the coining of the term Yugoslavianism. Yugoslavenstvo was also a key element in a work written by the YCP's leading theoretician, Edvard Kardelj, and published in the same year as the party program. Although defenders of the prerogatives of the individual national groups would later find statements in the work that they would find compatible with their own cause, the overall thrust of the document was definitely intended as a justification for, and a prophecy of, assimilation. Kardelj avoided laying out a precise timetable for the disappearance of national groups, but he definitely predicted their demise. Just as the nation appeared on the basis of the specific division of labor in the epoch of capitalism, so will it disappear gradually from the historical stage as a definite social historical category with the appearance of new forms and dimensions of the social division of labor which the socialist, that is, communist social order will bring. Copyright Kardelj then referred to the disappearance of nations as an objective, but one that cannot be attained by an imposed or artificial merger of language and culture, as Stalin thought, but by the further development of pro-435 productive forces and a higher level of human civilization, adapted to these new productive forces of humanity. For Kardelj's objection to Stalinist tactics was not due to any fondness for national distinctions. Following Lenin's lead, he opposed blatant attempts at assimilation because of a belief that they would prove counterproductive. People would not become denationalized through being denied their language, he asserted, but through a perceived need, nurtured by changes in socio-economic relations, for membership in a larger community, one transcending their national group. Degree in short, national distinctions were to be tolerated for a time, but since, under socialism, nations no longer had a progressive socio-economic role to perform, they were destined to disappear. The foregoing, of course, is all good Leninism, and Leninist terminology, such as rapprochement and merger, is liberally interspersed throughout Kardelj's work. In further harmony with Lenin and Stalin, Kardelj also indicated that while the process of merging is a worldwide one, it will proceed by stages through ever larger regional groups. One of these way units would be Yugoslavian. If this were all he had to say, Kardelj's scenario would be compatible with a very slow rate of assimilation leading to the obliteration of local nations within a regional group identity only at some very remote future date. However, by employing the view that the South Slavs are intimately related, Kardelj was able to project a telescoped schedule for amalgamation. There is no doubt that the ethnic and cultural kinship of the Yugoslav peoples is a very important factor in their rapprochement. This very factor, even in the past, was one of the driving forces in the struggle for their unification. Ethnic kinship and cultural affinity of the peoples of Yugoslavia, it is understood, give to this organism a characteristically appearing form and strength, facilitating the process of its internal cohesion. 5 degrees Kardelj acknowledged that this ethnic and cultural kinship was only one of the driving forces leading to a single organism. Otherwise, he noted, the rapprochement would have already occurred. Consonant with Marxist theory, socio-economic forces were pinpointed as the principal factor. But, because of the particularly tight ethnic and cultural kinship of the South Slavs, the new socio-economic forces would be able to bring about the merger of the nations of Yugoslavia much more quickly than would otherwise be the case. By thus returning to a position quite close to that held by the YCP prior to 1925, that is, that the Croats, Macedonians, 436 Montenegrins, Serbs, and Slovenes were offshoots of a single stem, Kardelj was able to predict/justify an accelerated merging. The official position of the authorities was therefore, 1. That a Yugoslavian consciousness was developing and this was a progressive and desirable development, and, 2. That this new sense of group consciousness did not represent a threat to the survival of the individual cultures. At a more realistic level, the launching of Yugoslavenstvo was both a signal that increased pro-assimilationist activity was in prospect, and a trial balloon to test reaction to such integration. With regard to the former, an early intimation of an impending stress upon integration was offered at the Seventh Party Congress in 1958. There, a rather innocuous phrase that could be interpreted to permit the individual republic wings of the party some very limited discretion in decision-making was rescinded in the name of keeping the party a united organization. 5. Moreover, following the publication of the party's 1958 program, with its official blessing upon an emerging Yugoslav consciousness, a series of articles advocating a single Yugoslav culture began to appear. Yet another development was the 1960 appearance of the dictionary predicated upon the oneness of the Croatian, Montenegrin, and Serbian languages. The 1961 census also reflected a benign official view toward a Yugoslavian identity. We have noted that the 1953 census permitted people to describe their national identity as Yugoslavian and that the overwhelming number of people assigned this designation were the Muslims. But even though Muslim had subsequently been designated a national category for the purposes of the census, the 1961 census still retained the category of Yugoslav. Tito lent his own weighty prestige to Jugoslavenstvo in early 1962, when in a speech he spoke of the need for a uniform socialist culture. 5. On the other hand, the launching of the Jugoslavenstvo campaign provoked a serious backlash. Official complaints of foot-dragging concerning the authorities' call for cultural cooperation were numerous, and charges of parochial nationalism became common. Registered. Although the authorities continued to support Jugoslavenstvo, an early concession to the growing reaction could be seen in a draft constitution, circulated in 1961, that would no longer permit a person to use the category of Yugoslav to describe his/her national identity. Degree 4. Still another measure of the seriousness with which the authorities perceived the growing national reaction was offered in late 1961 when opposition to Jugoslavenstvo was somewhat legitimized by the airing of an open exchange of views between a pro 437 opponent and an opponent of Yugoslavism in the party's official newspaper, Borba. The opponent was quite outspoken, accusing certain centralists who do not know what republics and what people are of attempting to eliminate the republics. He also made a ringing defense of nations as something far more than only capitalist or bourgeois phenomena and more than a number of particular economic, geographical, and cultural characteristics. 55. Not surprisingly, the issue of Serbian hegemony was also raised in the course of the debate that appeared in Borba. Nor was it surprising that the proponent of Jugoslavenstvo was Serbian, while the opponent, a Slovene, was not. Serbs were disproportionately found among the advocates of a Yugoslav consciousness, and opponents tended to perceive in it a resurrection of pre-war Great Serbian chauvinism. The old animosities that had been the bane of pre-war Yugoslavia and the motive power behind the genocidal horrors of the wartime period were resurfacing, giving the authorities cause for grave concern. In May 1962 Tito remarked that it is simply revolting when one sees how chauvinism is beginning to spread among our youths. In September of the same year, Tito felt compelled to reassure the non-Serbs that assimilation was not in prospect. Speaking before the Federal Assembly, he noted, "When we speak about integration, we do not think of the integration of nationalities, of their assimilation or negation." Before the same body, Cardinal J made a specific reference to the party's vigilance against hegemonism. "Our federation is not a frame for making some new Yugoslav nation, or a frame for the kind of national integration which various advocates of hegemonism or denationalizing terror have been dreaming of." About this same time, regional leaders of the YCP were giving assurances to their particular groups that merging was not an immediate prospect and that nations would continue to exist during the stage of socialism. Resistance to integration and the national passions that showed signs of revitalization in its wake were causing the leadership to have second thoughts. In early 1963 Tito still voiced support for Jugoslavenstvo, but with a decidedly defensive tone. To reporters he cited letters from children indicating their wish to be identified as Yugoslavs, and he added that our cultural life should develop within a Yugoslav framework. However, the implication was that few adults shared this vision, and he lamented that there are even individuals who simply don't dare to call themselves Yugoslavs. 16. Moreover, less than 2 weeks later, Tito publicly complained that there are not a small number of people in particular republics, 438-10 and among them some communists, who find it difficult to speak the word Yugoslav. Registered. Tito's reference to the children who desired to be called Yugoslavs proved to presage the resuscitation of a right to have one's national identity listed under that rubric. Unlike the draft Constitution of 1961, the Constitution of 1963 did not rule out adopting Yugoslav as a national designation. Indeed, despite the increasing indicators that Tito and Kardelj were having second thoughts about the wisdom of stressing Jugoslavenstvo, the 1963 Constitution was, if anything, more heavily weighted in favor of integration than had been the constitutional law of 1953. The weak status of the republics was maintained, and the principal governmental symbol of nationhood, the Council of Nationalities, already demoted to serving as a subordinate part of one of the two houses comprising the federal legislature, found its prestige further sapped when no change was made in its subordinate status despite the transformation of the legislature from a two-house into a five-house organization. But then the pendulum reversed direction. Sometime between final approval of the 1963 Constitution and the Eighth Party Congress that convened in December 1964, the growing doubts of Tito and Kardelj persuaded them to throw their weight behind those who opposed the integration drive. Absent from the Eighth Congress were all references to Jugoslavenstvo. Indeed, if one were to judge solely by the speeches of Tito and Kardelj, they had never entertained such a notion. Tito, for example, took to task certain people, including even some communists who suffered from the confused idea that the unity of our peoples means the elimination of nationalities and the creation of something new and artificial, that is a single Yugoslav nation, rather on the lines of assimilation and bureaucratic centralization, Unitarianism, and hegemony. Copyright proved that these words were not just another verbal smokescreen designed to pacify the non-Serb national groups, but were in fact intended to signify official renunciation of the policy attacked at the Congress, as integral Yugoslavism could be found in the new powers assigned to the Republican branches of the YCP. As noted earlier, in the name of absolute party unity, the previous Congress, held in 1958, had stripped these branches of even the most nominal powers of decision-making. But now each of the branches was empowered to convene its own Congress prior to any Congress of the entire YCP, a procedure that would seemingly ensure that each republic's delegation would arrive at the countrywide Congress with a national stance on all important issues staked out in advance. 439 Moreover, each Republican branch of the party was now empowered to determine the policies, positions, and tasks of the League of Communists of the Socialist Republic in harmony with the policy of the League of Communists of Yugoslavia. Registered ***. A speech at the Congress, elaborating upon these new powers, explained that the purpose was to express more precisely the independence of the League of Communists in the Socialist Republics on the basis of the national character of the economic development of the republics. 164 Developments in the wake of the Eighth Congress further underlined the commitment of Tito and Kardelj to a new direction in policy. The shift in 1965 from a command to a market economy was acknowledged by Kardelj to be linked to the national question. Copyright centralized planning had nurtured local nationalism, as growing complaints concerning the distribution of scarce resources among republics and autonomous provinces were readily translatable into an escalating sense of ethnic high dudgeon. The answer was believed to lie in decentralization, or what Kardelj had termed at the Eighth Congress the deterritorialization of economic decision-making. Still another indication of Tito's commitment to the new policy occurred in 1966, when the purge of his erstwhile heir apparent, Alexander Ranković, was made the occasion to brand him and, by implication, all who resisted the new decentralization program, as great Serbian chauvinists. This specific charge against Ranković might have been unfair. Little evidence for this charge was publicized, and Ranković had, in fact, made a speech earlier in the year that was critical of Serbian nationalism. However, he was certainly a centrist who had resisted decentralization, and it is a measure of the priority that Tito and Kardelj ascribed to the new policy that they were prepared to fan distrust of Serbian chauvinism in order to ensure compliance with the program. Centrists, hegemonists, and Unitarians now became synonymous with Great Serbian chauvinists, and it was evident at this juncture that great nation chauvinism had replaced local nationalism as the archfoe. Throughout the remainder of the 1960s and the 1970s, institutional changes appear to have increasingly strengthened the autonomy of the nations. Copyright constitutional amendments between 1967 and 1971 upgraded materially the powers of the Council of Nationalities, and the Constitution of 1974 re-established that council as one of the two houses of the federal legislature. The concept of one republic, or province, one vote was introduced as the principle. 440 of representation in the executive branch of the federal government and in the presidium of the party. At the time of Tito's death in 1980, national autonomy had certainly become far more realized than it had at any point during the 1945 to 1964 period. The national policy first articulated at the Eighth Party Congress held in 1964 therefore certainly represented a radical change in design. But did it represent a change of purpose or simply a change in the choice of means? In a speech delivered at the time of Ranković's purging, Tito was quoted as saying, "It is impossible to create a single nation here." Some scholars have found in this and similar utterances a full renunciation of the ultimate goal of assimilation, but such a conclusion appears unwarranted. In the Marxist-Leninist lexicon, it would indeed be impossible to create a new nation within the Yugoslavian Socialist Society, since nations arise only under capitalism. A new Yugoslav people, just as the new Soviet man, would necessarily be a higher order of things than a nation. Denials of attempts to create a new nation in a post-capitalist society are therefore not meaningful. Moreover, the authorities took pains to dramatize that decentralization should not be construed to indicate any slackening of the unrelenting war against national propensities. Thus, during early 1966 great publicity was given to the trial and conviction of a group charged with organizing a Croatian liberation movement. And only 2 weeks before Tito's statement concerning the impossibility of creating a single Yugoslav nation, he had, in the course of otherwise acclaiming the inherently liberal character of the decentralization movement, pointedly warned that we will not be liberal towards various separatist and nationalist trends. 6. The open break with the policy of Jugoslavenstvo, which the YCP had pursued with varying degrees of candidness between 1945 and 1964, was therefore not, at least in the eyes of Tito and Kardelj, an admission that the forces of local nationalism had emerged victorious. On the contrary, dropping the campaign for Yugoslavianism had come to be viewed as a necessary first step to dampen nationalism. Kardelj's speech at the Eighth Congress had depicted local nationalism as having fed on the specter of Great Serbian chauvinism, dressed up, in the eyes of local nationalists, in the garb of Jugoslavenstvo. As noted, Kardelj had also perceived centralized planning as having fostered nationalism. Centralization, whether of the economic or psychological, Jugoslavenstvo, variety was therefore scrapped. Atomization would bring about the deterritorialization of the well springs of national rivalry and thereby wean the IJIJII. 441 population away from perceiving issues in ethno-national terms. Registered degree. The anticipated result would be a weakening of national consciousness. 70 more indicative of the leadership's long-range perspective than occasional statements concerning the impossibility of creating a single nation was their unwillingness, some hedging terminology to the contrary, to forswear either the inevitability or the desirability of ultimate assimilation. Thus in late 1966, only a few months after Ranković's purge, at a time when the anti-Jugoslavenstvo campaign was at its height, Tito spoke approvingly of the founders of the Yugoslav Academy of Sciences and Art for their commitment to rapprochement among South Slav peoples. The general tendency at this time, however, was to hedge on the issue. For example, a 1967 pamphlet by a person vested with important responsibilities for national policy aped Tito in remarking that it would be impossible to seek to create a uniform Yugoslav nation. He added, Any attempt of this sort would amount to forcible assimilation in defiance of individual historical traditions and heritages and the existence and functioning of a whole series of national institutions. Any attempt to create a uniform Yugoslav nation would rouse the problem of a uniform Yugoslav language and of the creation of unified cultural and other institutions. Consequently, such a possibility belongs to an already completely superseded past. It might have been possible only in the 19th century, at the time of the emergence of the great European nations, of a still underdeveloped state of enlightenment and cultural, educational, and other national institutions. 7. If one glosses over the Marxist view of nations as products of the capitalist era, and the fact that the 19th century was everywhere part of that era, the passage certainly appears to be an unambiguous renunciation of Lenin's predictions concerning the coming together and fusion of nations. However, in the conclusion of the pamphlet, significantly entitled The Prospects, a quite different scenario is sketched. The development of the material base of socialism should contribute to the universal enrichment of all working people and all national collectivities, reducing the disparities existing in the economic development of individual national and other areas and mitigating the contradictions that stem therefrom. This will make for an increasingly dynamic and comprehensive development of 442.10 The social superstructure in education, culture, artistic creation, social services, and in all other sectors of life for each people and national minority. The general improvement of the material base of society should also make for a quicker emancipation of social relations from all statist, bureaucratic and administrative vestiges, leading to the strengthening of social self-government by way of an increasing participation of the direct producers and wide circles of citizens in decision-making on all social questions. This at the same time will make possible an increasing rapprochement between the peoples of Yugoslavia on voluntary basis, through integration and other forms of association, not however, in terms of the assimilation of the few and undeveloped by the better developed, but in terms of a growing need of the richer and more comprehensively active social and national environments for expanding cooperation and mutual exchange as equal and equivalent partners. This is a view of the future that Lenin could surely have endorsed. Another Yugoslav specialist on the national question peppered a 1975 article on the question with references to Lenin, but limited his comments concerning ultimate assimilation to very guarded references such as just as the working class could not automatically abolish itself as a class, it cannot abolish overnight the nation as well. For by contrast, much more frank references to the coming obliteration of nations appeared in a party-endorsed series of articles published in 1976. Written by the Secretary of the Executive Committee of the YCP Central Committee Presidium, unambiguously entitled The National Question and the Communist and Workers' Movement, and given prominence in the party organ Borba, there appears little question but that the series was ascribed utmost significance by the leadership. Supporting his points with numerous invocations of the name of Lenin, the author suggested that the process of obliteration is already underway, because socialism in its social and political economic sense and content is developing during the process when the classes, the nations, the state, and commodity production are being rendered obsolete. Lest the message be overlooked, the concluding paragraph to the series again hits at the ephemerality of nations, proceeding from the Marxist view, according to which the national question is essentially a class question. Or rather the nation is a form of the society's class structure and that the nation will disappear along with the disappearance of the class. 1 comes. J. 443 to the acceptable conclusion that the contradictions of the class and national interest will be accompanied by socialism until its disappearance as a categorical structure of society. This new candidness on the part of the party suggests a shift of official opinion in favor of playing down national flourishing and offering more encouragement to assimilation. However, the articles as several references to the total obliteration of national peculiarities only with the achievement of communism ruled out a shift sufficiently radical to re-embrace the program of Yugoslavenstvo. In addition, then, to establishing that the change in policy initiated in 1964 was one of strategy but not of goal, The newly found willingness of the party to publicize its faith in the inevitability of the merging of nations reminds us that policy on the national question was in flux throughout. Although, in contrast with the many severe vacillations in policy experienced by the Soviet Union and China, Yugoslavia had undergone only one overall tipping of the balance between the two approaches of encouraging either national flourishing or more direct assimilation. Forces in favor of each approach were continually active. Sometimes the resulting changes in emphasis were visible, as when Tito, stung into action by the national agitation within Croatia in the early 1970s, purged the party of nationalists and recentralized control even while retaining the form of republican, and therefore national, representation within the Presidium. At other times, shifts have been camouflaged. 8. But the most overt evidence that Jugoslavenstvo had not fallen completely out of grace with the leadership even after that concept had been officially discarded is that as late as 1969, polls were being conducted to test attitudes concerning the desirability of renewed efforts to overcome national differences and to create a unitary Yugoslav nation. The suspiciously highly favorable attitudes reported towards such efforts suggest that the polls were designed more to prepare the public to accept a return to Jugoslavenstvo than to record actual opinions. 7 degrees Those favoring Jugoslavenstvo may have been heartened by an unexpected jump in the number of people who declared their identity as Yugoslavian in the 1981 election. However, although the increase led to broad speculation and incrimination, including charges that the figures had been falsified by centrists, the total number of declared Yugoslavians represented only 5% of the population. Meanwhile, members of the Serbian community continued to bemoan the trend toward disintegration following 444 Tito's death and, in so doing, made clear their preference for a reintegrating movement. 8 degrees Czechoslovakia There are a number of parallels between the histories of the Slovaks and the Croats. At the time of the concurrent creation of their states, Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia, respectively, each was considered to share a single nationhood with the state's predominant people. In each case, a sense of separate nationhood ripened during the interwar period. In each case, the country's Communist Party, pursuant to orders from the Comintern, came, during the 1920s, to recognize and support this separate nationhood. But also in each case, this strategic appeal to nationalism was largely aborted by the presence of an alternative, non-communist party. Registered. In each case, the state's bourgeois government had tried in the late 1930s to quell the growing national aspirations of the group by conferring a large measure of autonomy. And in a final parallel, this palliative had failed in both instances, as each people, under Nazi aegis, formed an independent state during World War II. From the viewpoint of designing a national policy that struck the most effective balance between encouraging assimilation and national flourishing, the Czechoslovak Party, at the time of assuming power, 1948, therefore faced the same paradox as had the Yugoslav Party, in 1945. On the one hand, there was the close cultural affinity and a myth of shared ancestry between the Czechs and Slovaks. As we have seen in the case of the Yugoslav authorities, such a relationship could be reasonably perceived as making assimilation a relatively modest undertaking that should be pressed. On the other hand, recent decades had seen the growth of an undisguised sense of unique nationhood on the part of the Slovaks, as well as manifestations of strong separatist sentiments. Lenin's prescription for this syndrome was, of course, a lengthy period of national flourishing. As in our other country studies, actual policy was to undergo fluctuations between these two paths. During the 1945 to 1948 period, before the party had achieved domination, the leadership of the Slavic wing of the Communist Party had advocated a substantial measure of autonomy for Slovakia in nearly all spheres, including the military. This stance was to cost them dearly, for following the consolidation of communist power, the leadership of the more powerful and centrist-minded Czech wing of the party used this indiscretion to subject the Slovak IHII 445 wing to a thoroughgoing purge on the charge of harboring bourgeois national sentiments. The Stalin-like purge blended well with the overall national policy of the party. Not surprisingly, the party had immediately adopted the then current model of the Soviet Union, namely, one of promoting assimilation while paying lip service to national autonomy. The purge, which had probably run its full course, ameliorated soon after the denunciation of Stalin in 1956. But the policy of encouraging assimilation survived Stalinism. The 1958 Party Congress called for the completion of the Cultural Revolution and the strengthening of the unity of the peoples. Close on the heels of this intimation that even nominal national flourishing was coming to an end came the 1960 Constitution, which gerrymandered Slovakia into 3 territorial components, each made responsible to Prague, and which nearly stripped Slovak institutions of what little autonomy they had enjoyed. The accelerated timetable for achieving assimilation was also reflected in the publications of party theorists. In the words of one scholar, these works quite incautiously predicted the development of a homogeneous, cohesive, and assimilated national community within 1 generation. This projection was based on the classical Marxist assumption that an integrated economic society leads to an integrated people. But the party was assigned a most active role. On the negative side, First Secretary Novotny called for the waging of intolerant struggle against demonstrations of any nationalism and, on the side of positive action, he called for the obliterating of all national distinctions through the mass intermarriage of Slovaks with Czechs. 85 Gustav Husak, a Slovak leader who had been purged for bourgeois nationalism in the 1950s but who was to become the CZCP's first secretary following the Soviet intervention in 1968, was seemingly not far from the mark when he described the intentions of the party's leadership at this time as the degradation of a Slovak nation. 86 We have perceived the dangers in such a blatant espousal of rapid assimilation elsewhere. In China the authorities had been forced to retreat hastily from the rapid assimilation posture of the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution in the face of resistance on the part of minorities. And we have just recorded that the reaction to the Yugoslavenstvo campaign had caused Tito and his colleagues to order an about-face. The experience of the Czechoslovak party proved to be similar. Slovak writers, supported by the leadership of the Slovak wing of the party, staged a counter-offensive. Much of their campaign centered upon absolving TAR. 446 gets of the anti-nationalist purge of the early 1950s and upon ridding the Slovak nation of the taint of massive collusion with the Nazis. Novotny resisted for a time, but by December 1963 the party's Central Committee was prepared to acknowledge that the attacks upon Slovak communists had been unsubstantiated in toto. 87 The Slovak leadership continued to press its anti-assimilationist drive, allying itself during the late 1960s with the anti-centralist, liberal movement within the country's Czech population. The difference in views between these allies was shown in a poll conducted just prior to the Soviet intervention. While 91% of all Slovak respondents believed that the most important intrastate issue was the equality of the two nations, only 5% of Czech respondents agreed. Registered Slovak leadership had come to the conclusion that only a true federalism could ensure the Slovak nation's best interests, and on March 5, 1968 the Slovak National Council voted unanimously to support federalism as the only acceptable system. Despite a decidedly less favorable view of federalism on the part of the Czechs, we have reviewed how a true federalism was in fact approved by the Czechoslovak authorities and allowed to come into being by the Soviets. 89 If the Soviets had in fact permitted the spirit of the new federal system to operate, 1968 would have inaugurated a period of true national flourishing. Registered degree However, we know that through party purges and changes in the constitution, the Soviets brought about the re-establishment of a centralized system. The CZCP's new first secretary, Husak, who, with an eye to his reputation as a proponent of Slovak rights, had unquestionably been selected by the Soviets as a means of ensuring Slovak cooperation, was soon under pressure to swing policy back toward the assimilationist goal. 9. In 1971 he told the 14th Party Congress that we must consolidate a common consciousness among the nationalities of Czechoslovakia, a single Czechoslovak consciousness founded on our socialist order. Degree 2. The Congress obliged, the party will increasingly promote socialist relations between our peoples and the national minorities, as well as the universal Czechoslovakian consciousness in the spirit of both proletarian internationalism and socialist patriotism, mutual respect, cooperation, equality and fraternity. It will fight determinately to extinguish all expressions of nationalism and socialism. Percent. This official endorsement of Czechoslovakism was not followed by a radical raising of the level of assimilationist pressure, and it 447 may well be that Husak was merely mechanically complying with Soviet directives. However, references to a single Czechoslovak identity continued to appear, and, in 1976, a Yugoslav reporter commented that the theory on the existence of objective conditions for creating a single socialist nation not just in Czechoslovakia, but in the countries of the socialist community is being increasingly more present in the Czechoslovak publications and press, and these possibilities are directly or indirectly being increasingly written about and publicly discussed. Degree 4. The article continued, the Soviet Union's experience, it is further said, points to a path of bringing closer together, of overcoming differences, of merging, of removing the specific traits of nations and, finally, of creating a socialist nation. If in a multinational state, such as the USSR, a single Soviet nation had been formed, why should not a single nation be created in the countries of the socialist community? The article then went on to cite Soviet authors, who, in turn, had been cited in the Czechoslovak press, to the effect that as a consequence of economic and military integration of the Eastern European states under CEMA and the Warsaw Pact, the objective conditions are being created in the countries of the socialist community for a merging of nations and states. The reader was left to draw the obvious inference, if the growing economic and cultural ties between the states of Eastern Europe were transforming the diverse amalgam of Magyars, Romanians, Germans, Poles, etc. into one national group, then the much more intensive intra-Czechoslovakian economic and cultural ties must have achieved much greater strides in transforming the culturally more akin Czechs and Slovaks into a single nation. The party's commitment to a merging of the nations was also apparent in an article, written by a deputy premier, that appeared in the party's journal, THIRD-WORLDISM, in late 1977.1 after citing that portion of Brezhnev's speech on the 1977 Soviet Constitution in which the General Secretary had said that the Constitution did not signify the disappearance of national differences yet, the article added, underscore the new USSR Constitution, which reflects the highest stage of socialism's development is a constitution of a society of mature socialist relations expresses also the long-range tendencies of our constitutional development. We are going in a good, correct direction. 448 10 Developments elsewhere. Czechoslovakia was evidently not the sole country to be urged by Moscow during the 1970s to adopt a policy of rapid assimilation under the rubric of a single socialist nation. The expression also became quite common at this time within two other states that were particularly susceptible to Soviet pressure: Bulgaria and East Germany. In the former, the rapid integration of all minorities into a single socialist nation was alternately described as a basic task or a foremost task of the party. Degree under this program, language instruction in non-Bulgarian languages was effectively curtailed, and all Muslims, Turks and Bulgars alike were pressured into adopting conventional Bulgar names. Registered as the country's largest minority, the Turks came in for particular attention. 9 Adherence to Turkish customs and the Muslim faith were attacked as manifestations of Turkish bourgeois nationalism that must be eradicated in order to make the Turkish population part of the Bulgarian nation. 99 Whereas in Bulgaria, the concept of a single socialist nation was used to justify the rapid assimilation of minorities, in East Germany the same concept was used during the 1970s to rationalize the disintegration of an existent nation. Prior to 1970, the Communist Party of East Germany, the SED, had depicted itself as the vanguard of the entire German nation, and a steadfast goal of the SED had been a reunited Germany in a socialist state of the German nation. However, at the Eighth Party Congress in 1971, said General Secretary Honecker denounced as mere rhetoric the so-called unity of the German nation, maintaining that a new type of nation, the socialist nation, had come into being in East Germany. 0. While the renunciation of reunification represented a clear departure from previous East German policy, the reference to a socialist nation, in and of itself, was quite consonant with Marxist-Leninist terminology and need not have heralded a significant change of attitude with regard to national identity. However, an article that appeared during early 1974 in Einheit, the publication of the said Central Committee, demonstrated that the concept of a socialist nation could have the most profound consequences for national identity in a situation in which a nation became politically divided between a Marxist-Leninist and a bourgeois state. 2. After setting forth the classical Marxist proposition that the forces of production, most particularly the economic nexus and the rela. 449 of the socio-economic classes operating within that nexus, are more important in determining the geographic contours of a nation than are ethnic factors such as language, cultural history, and ethnopsychology. The author of the article concluded that if the primary factors are altered for part of a nation, the national consciousness of that part will also alter. No longer will the two share a common sense of nationhood. And since the economic nexus and the socio-political unit coincide most nearly with the state, it follows that when a nation is divided into socialist and bourgeois states, two separate sets of national identity will develop. The line of argument was not entirely new. As early as 1929, Stalin had noted that the bourgeois nation disappears with the coming of the socialist revolution and is replaced by the socialist nation. But beyond a few comments to the effect that attitudes among socialist nations are fraternal and beatific, as contrasted with the competitive and oppressive relations that characterize the relations among bourgeois nations, little clarification concerning the magnitude or specifics of the difference between the two classifications of nations had been advanced. The lack of specificity concerning vital distinctions between socialist and bourgeois nations suggests that the concept of the socialist nation had been introduced by Stalin as a pragmatic response to developments rather than to a deep conviction that vital distinctions in fact existed. Introduction of the term had been a necessary consequence of the admission that nations were to continue into the socialist era. That is to say, just as it had been deemed expedient to differentiate other factors, such as the state, economics, ethics, etc., within a Marxist-Leninist society from counterparts in a capitalist society by affixing the adjective socialist to them, so too were nations in a Marxist-Leninist society to be distinguished. Socialist nationhood was merely a phase through which the nation must pass on its way to eradication. It was at best the nation at a higher stage of history. It could not be an entirely new nation, since nations, according to Marx, were created only during the capitalist stage. The best evidence that Marxist-Leninist leaders had heretofore not ascribed any vital peculiarities to socialist nations is that in those many cases in which a political border divided a nation between a bourgeois and a socialist state, the latter's government had not maintained that the two segments had thereby been transformed into two totally different phenomena. Rather, the common nationhood of the two segments was stressed as a means of influencing 450 the transborder element and of convincing it that it should join the socialist state. Thus, under Stalin, the bourgeois Azerbaijani, Finns, Uyghurs, Ukrainians, etc. were appealed to in terms of their kinship with the segment of their nation residing within the USSR. We have reviewed how Ho Chi Minh and his successors appealed between 1954 and 1975 to the common nationhood existing between the Vietnamese of bourgeois South Vietnam and socialist North Vietnam. The Communist Party of China remains committed to reabsorbing the bourgeois people of Taiwan into the Great Han family. And 30 years after the division of Korea, General Secretary Kim Il-sung would proclaim, "Reunifying our divided country is the greatest national duty and the most important revolutionary task for our party and people. The country's reunification is a unanimous ardent desire of all our nation. Our people have lived as a homogeneous nation in the same land for thousands of years. They have one spoken and written language, and their history and cultural traditions are the same. Our country has no national minority. That any people who have lived as a homogeneous nation in a unified state for ages should be divided into two in our times, is impermissible either from the viewpoint of the communist ideas or from the standpoint of the nationalist ideas. Reunifying the country is an undertaking for the good of the whole nation, and a national task feasible only when the whole nation unites efforts and struggles for it in firm unity. Although we, the communists, and the nationalists in South Korea live under different social systems and differ in ideologies and political views, there can be no contradiction between them as far as the reunification question is concerned. Now when even countries and peoples with differing social systems are fighting in concert for a common goal, why cannot we communists and the South Korean nationalists of one and the same descent and nation join hands in the bid for reunification? In all of the preceding cases, the involved Communist Party perceived support for the unification of a nation or nations as furthering its own power, and it was therefore in the party's interest to stress that the bonds of nationhood bridged the bourgeois-socialist divide. But when the East German authorities became persuaded that the theme of reunification was more of a liability than an asset, in that a vastly greater percentage of East Germans were casting covetous looks at the lifestyle of Germans to the West rather to a eonlce atesitenten tmnt. 451, than the other way around, an attack upon the validity of the common national bond followed. The assertion that an entirely new nation had come into being in socialist East Germany was, as noted, at odds with classical Marxism. Yet, this major deviation had been indubitably approved in advance by, and may well have been hatched within, the Soviet Union, for its premise that the political division of a nation subsequently gives rise to separate nations was rapidly accepted as dogma by at least one other state heavily influenced by Moscow. Witness the following statement excerpted from an official Bulgarian publication: "It is a generally known truth that the nation is a product of the bourgeois epoch, of the transition from the feudal to the capitalist social system. It is usually formed as a development already existing for centuries or, as it more seldom happens, as the result of a division of a nationality, or as a result of the unification of several nationalities. The formation of a new nation is, of course, possible also later, as a result of the division of a nation already created by that time, of the formation of two states, etc." 0 degrees. The purpose behind the first two sentences was to repudiate a Yugoslav claim that there were living within Bulgaria large numbers of people who were allegedly part of a Macedonian nation, on the ground that pre-socialist, Bulgarian history disclosed that the people in question were part of the Bulgar nation. The purpose behind the last sentence was to deny any claim over those people living within Yugoslavia, whom the Yugoslav authorities called Macedonians, on the ground that what nations and what nationalities exist in the territory of Yugoslavia is a purely internal question, a question of the peoples of that country. The important point, however, is that the incompatibility between the first and last sentences was not addressed. As had been true at the time of the original surfacing of the doctrine within East Germany in 1974, the incompatibility between alleging that a socialist state gives rise to a new nation and Marx's restricting of nation formation to the capitalist era was sidestepped in silence. The nature of the change in the national consciousness of the East Germans that the formulators of the doctrine of a new socialist nation hoped to achieve soon manifested itself. Alterations in the 1968 Constitution, as approved on September 27, 1974, demonstrated an attempt to de-Germanize the population by eradicating all references to a German nation. Gone were the opening words. 452:10 of the preamble impelled by the responsibility of showing the entire German nation the path into a future of peace and socialism. In Article 1, the German Democratic Republic, formerly described as a socialist state of German nationhood, had become a socialist state of workers and farmers. In Article 6, the word German, before people, and the ending phrase of all Germans had been deleted from the opening sentence. The German Democratic Republic has eradicated German militarism and Nazism from its territory in keeping with the interests of the German people and the international obligations of all Germans. Totally omitted was paragraph 2 of Article 8, which had read, underscore the establishment and cultivation of normal relations and cooperation between the two German states on the basis of equality are the national concern of the German Democratic Republic. The German Democratic Republic and its citizens strive to overcome the partition of Germany imposed upon the German nation by imperialism, and support the step-by-step rapprochement of the two German states until the time of their reunification on the basis of democracy and socialism. %. The West German interpretation of what the said hoped to achieve by all of this was summed up in the critical comment of the Federal Minister for Inter-German Relations, in the opinion of the federal government. A nation, and therefore the German nation, cannot be created or abolished by mere act of law. 0 degrees. The response of the East German people to this attempt to degermanize them was overwhelmingly negative. In 1975 more than two-thirds of the East German population refused to identify the people of West Germany as a foreign nation. Socialist organizations within East Germany expressed their unhappiness with this attempt to sever them from their German roots, and voices of protest were heard even within the said. In less than 4 months, the attempt to purge German from the vocabulary was abandoned. During February 1975 the party newspaper, Neues Deutschland, carried a lengthy treatise whose main burden was to distinguish between the concepts of nationality and nation. 8 consonant with Soviet usage, a nationality was described as a group at a pre-nation stage, characterized by an amalgam of ethnic peculiarities, such as common language, culture, and traditions. According to the authors, the birth of German nationality coincided essentially with the evolution and full development of feudal society. By contrast, the German nation began to form only 453 in the 15th and 16th centuries on the basis of the capitalistic mode of production. This bourgeois German nation continued to evolve and indeed has continued to do so even down to the present day in West Germany. However, the introduction of a Marxist-Leninist political and social system within East Germany following World War II had given rise to a new socialist nation of a different order than the bourgeois nation from which it had sprung. Thus, by reverting to the two-nation thesis that they had advanced in early 1974, the authors maintained that all Germans shared a common nationality but not a common nationhood. 4. In a book published the following year, one of the authors of the Neues Deutschland article more expansively described the tempo of growth of a new nation within East Germany, to the extent that the foundations of socialist society in the GDR were established, national relations and national processes also changed. In this process of revolutionary transformation the presuppositions and elements of a socialist nation were created. Already in the mid-1950s, a socialist nation began slowly to develop in the GDR. At the beginning of the 1960s, when the foundations of socialism had been laid and the establishment of the developed socialist society had begun, this process reached a certain level of maturity. At present, when socialist relations of production prevail and the politico-moral unity of the people is assured under the leadership of the working class, we can speak of a highly developed stage of the socialist nation. 5. Thus adorned with historical vindication, the concept of a new socialist nation became a cornerstone of East German policy. At the same time, the distinction made between nationality and nation permitted the authorities to quit the dangerous course of denying German roots to the party and the socialist state. Thus, the party program of 1976 proclaimed that the party was not the representative merely of a socialist nation but of an independent socialist German nation. *6. The return to official grace of the German heritage permitted the authorities to seek increased legitimacy for their socialist order by portraying it as the progressive extension of the German past. During the late 1970s, the authorities played the German card with great frequency. Prussian history, shown in a favorable light, became a subject of a lengthy television documentary and of academic treatises. When the Soviets took an East German on a space mission, it was gleefully reported that the first German in space is a citizen of the German Democratic Republic. 454-10 and the cosmonaut was publicly linked with some of the greatest luminaries of German history. The concept of one socialist German nation had the attractive possibility of permitting the said to have it both ways. 1. an opportunity to deny a German nationalism shared with West Germans that had led East Germans to view the East German state as artificial, imposed, and ephemeral. 2. An opportunity nevertheless to appeal to the German nationalism of its populace as a means of shoring up the party's popularity. By wedding Marxism-Leninism to German nationalism in this manner, the said hoped to achieve a legitimacy in the eyes of their subjects that had hitherto largely escaped them. 8. Along with Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, and East Germany, Vietnam was one of the states most sensitized to Moscow's influence during the late 1970s. Here too the notion of a single socialist nation became the slogan of the day. Hardly had the struggle ceased in the South when Premier Pham Van Dong announced that reunification was necessary in the name of a single country, a single people, and a single economy. Registered. We have earlier reviewed how the slogan selected for a reunified Vietnam was "Vietnam is one country, the Vietnamese are one people," a phrase extracted from a speech by Ho Chi Minh in which he had evoked the baseless myth of a single ancestry common to all of the peoples of Vietnam. 20. Consonant with this myth, although not with reality, nation now came to be equated with the entire people. And yet, the term nationality continued to be applied to the Cham, Chinese, Khmer, Montagnard and other non-Kin, ethnically Vietnamese, peoples. For example, in a 1976 speech specifically addressed to the problem of minorities, the Vice Minister of Culture described the state's population in the following terms: "Dear comrades, the unified Vietnamese nation is a great family of both ethnic majority and minority nationalities." In short, at one and the same time, a differentiation between the concepts of nation and nationality that was being advanced in East Germany to support a case for one nationality but two nations was being employed in Vietnam to support a case for several nationalities but one nation. 22 Armed with the myth of a single Vietnamese nation, Hanoi proclaimed a policy of assimilation. During October 1976, at what was termed a Southern Cultural Conference on the Development of the Cultural Movement in the Mountain Areas, the Vice Minister of Culture announced plans for the assimilation of what he described as the approximately 30 nationalities with different languages, 455 customs and habits, and with a population of 2.5 million living in the mountain areas, deltas, coastal areas and border zones. 2. He noted in part, it is necessary to eradicate all the outmoded customs and superstitions which the Americans and puppets sought to develop and spread among the ethnic minority nationalities, while gradually bringing the new culture to each area inhabited by the people of each ethnic minority nationality in accordance with their ability to assimilate this new culture. The state has the duty to bring new, progressive culture to these people, guide them in engaging in new cultural activities, eliminate the vestiges of the former regime's enslaving culture, increase cultural exchanges among various nationalities throughout the country, assimilate what is good and beautiful in the cultures of these nationalities in order to build a new culture with socialist objectives and Vietnamese national characteristics. 24 In a similar vein, VCP First Secretary Le Duan informed the party's Fourth Congress that the party's policy on nationalities consists in creating conditions for the complete eradication of all differences in economic and cultural knowledge between the ethnic minority and majority people. 5. Later in his address, Le Duan suggested that the assimilation drive should be gradual, of course, backward, unscientific, superstitions, customs and habits must be changed, but the change must be gradual and in keeping with the mass line. We must use explanation and persuasion and wait with perseverance for the masses to understand, and absolutely refrain from using arbitrary or rude measures. But despite these Leninist-sounding words, the party had already embarked upon a program of extremely rapid assimilation for all minorities in both the North and the South. We have earlier reviewed how the party, immediately following its victory over the entire country, disbanded the autonomous regions in the North. 6 Earlier promises to the contrary, it had refused to introduce such administrative units in the South. Again, contrary to earlier promises, the VCP had by 1976 embarked on a massive resettlement program that would move millions of Vietnamese into minority homelands, thereby causing the non-Vietnamese to become overnight minorities within their own locales. In 1976 also, the VCP conducted a purge of those members of the highest echelon who 456 had been most closely associated with the gradual, Leninist approach to the national question, most of whom were members of one or another minority. The treatment of the Chinese community during this period is particularly revealing of Hanoi's desire to create an ethnically homogeneous state. As an ethnically self-aware people, conscious that members of their nation predominated in the Chinese People's Republic immediately across the border, the Chinese could be expected to resist loss of identity through assimilation into a single Vietnamese nation. At the time of the country's reunification in 1975, close to 1.5 million Chinese, popularly called Hoa by the Vietnamese, lived throughout the northern and southern sectors. During the period when South Vietnam was a separate state, 1954-1975, a decree had been in effect that forced the Hoa to adopt Vietnamese citizenship. However, in several pronouncements made during the 1960s, the Hanoi-dominated National Liberation Movement had promised that this law would be abolished and that all Chinese could freely determine their own citizenship. In the re-registration drive of January 1976, however, those Hoa who did record their citizenship as Chinese were subjected to loss of jobs, reduced food rations, and the like. Judging from refugee reports, the Chinese in the north were also subjected to discriminatory treatment beginning at about this time, and the general distrust with which the VCP viewed their Hoa minority was signaled in early 1977 when people of Chinese descent were forcibly removed from the area of the border shared with China. As relations between the two countries deteriorated and Peking took up the cause of the Hoa, the treatment of the Chinese within Vietnam appeared to become even more severe. By 1978 hundreds of thousands of Hoa were fleeing the country by boat or by crossing the Chinese border. Refugee reports establish that they did so with Hanoi's encouragement. Moreover, when the VCP claimed that the refugees were all unrepentant capitalists who were fleeing socialist reforms, and the party newspaper, Nan Dan, pointedly asked on May 29, 1978 why Peking was so interested in a handful of Vietnamese bourgeoisie of Chinese descent, Peking cogently retorted that Vietnam's description of the Hoa refugees as capitalists hardly jibed with the fact that 95% of the refugees had fled from northern Vietnam, where socialist reforms had taken place during the 1950s. Particularly unusual for a communist publication was an article that appeared in the August 1978 issue of the party journal, Tap Chi Kong San, Journal of Communism. In words 457 well chosen to foster ethnic animosity, the article identified the Chinese community of South Vietnam prior to 1975 as the principal exploiter of the Vietnamese people. The bourgeoisie of Chinese descent had controlled nearly all important economic positions, including more than 80% of the food, textile, chemical, metallurgy, engineering, and electrical industries, and nearly achieved a trading monopoly: wholesale trade 100%, retail trade more than 50%, and export-import trade 90%. They completely controlled the purchase of rice and paddy. They could manipulate prices. They built a closed world based on blood relations. This was truly a state within a state. One would have to return to Marx and Engels' Peoples without a history to find in Marxist literature so close an association of a specific people with the forces of reaction. The Hoa community evidently had no more role to play in the future of the single socialist Vietnamese nation than the Southern Slavs had had in Marx's scheme of things. We began this chapter by noting that debates among Marxist-Leninist elites concerning the relative stress to be placed at any one moment upon national flourishing rather than upon more direct assimilationist techniques were merely debates over means and not over ends. They involved a tactical question of tempo but not disagreement concerning the ultimate merging of nations. But it is, of course, only superficially true to say that disagreement is only over tempo. It is more likely that the debate disguises a difference of opinion concerning ends. In a Marxist-Leninist state it would be deemed apostasy to deny the progressive nature and therefore the desirability of the merging of nations that both Marx and Lenin had described as inevitable. Consequently, debates over the ultimate destiny of nations customarily masquerade as debates over tempo. Those who caution a slow pace, who defend national flourishing, who call Lenin for any citable hint of a prophecy of the long-term survival of nations may well be in favor of the indefinite perpetuation of a nation. This is most likely to be the case when the defender of national flourishing is a member of a minority. The point, however, is that Lenin's peculiar formula for achieving the desired goal of assimilation by promoting national flourishing has permitted both, 1. Those who would violate his strategy by promoting immediate assimilation, and, 2. Those who would violate 458-10 his intended objectives by perpetuating nations for all time to cloak themselves in Leninist garb. The former could cite Lenin's many statements to the effect that communists support everything that advances assimilation. The latter could cite his many references to the necessity of encouraging national flourishing. Thus Lenin's dialectical formula provided the camouflage for those who would ignore its strategy and for those who would defeat its ultimate purpose. But this is only one of the inherent shortcomings of Lenin's national policy. Chapter 11. And national in content Leninism versus practice. The Leninist claim to have discovered the formula for expunging nationalism can be evaluated from several perspectives. If evaluated from the perspective of the results of the policies actually followed by one or another Marxist-Leninist state, then Leninist national policy has failed as a strategy for the quelling of nationalism. Numerous incidents, periodic trials of people accused of nationalist deviations, and what few opinion surveys are available attest to the presence of vigorous nationalism. Indeed, even while maintaining that they have solved their national question by the application of Leninist national policy, party leaders have often acknowledged that nationalism remains and often the principal obstruction to the building of communism. Thus the party program of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union proclaims, nationalism is the chief political and ideological weapon used by international reaction and the remnants of the domestic reactionary forces against the unity of the socialist countries. Nationalist sentiments and national narrow-mindedness do not disappear automatically with the establishment of the social system. Nationalist prejudice and survivals of former national strife are a province in which resistance to social progress may be most protracted and stubborn, bitter and insidious. The Communists consider it their prime duty to educate the working people in a spirit of internationalism, socialist patriotism, and intolerance of all possible manifestations of nationalism and chauvinism. The paradox inherent in calling for vigilance against nationalism well after the national question ostensibly has been solved was apparent at the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Soviet Union. In listing the principal accomplishments of the Soviet experience, General Secretary Brezhnev emphasized the total solving of the national question as a major attainment. 478-11 In summing up the heroic accomplishments of the last half-century, we have every reason to say that the nationalities question, in the form in which it came down to us from the past, has been resolved completely, resolved definitively and irrevocably. Stormy applause. This achievement can rightfully be ranked among such victories in the construction of a new society in the USSR as industrialization, collectivization, and the Cultural Revolution. A great brotherhood of people of labor, people who are united, regardless of national origin, by a community of class interests and goals, has come into being and has gained strength in our country. It has developed relations unprecedented in history, relations that we can rightfully call the Leninist friendship of peoples. Applause. This friendship, comrades, is our priceless property and one of the most significant gains of socialism, a gain that is most dear to the heart of every Soviet person. We Soviet people will always cherish this friendship as the apple of our eye. Prolonged applause. Much later in the same speech, however, the General Secretary suggested that the question was far from being resolved completely, definitively, or irrevocably. As I have already said, we have completely resolved the nationalities question in those aspects that we inherited from the pre-revolutionary past. But nationality relations even in a society of mature socialism are a reality that is constantly developing and putting forth new problems and tasks. The party constantly keeps these questions in its field of vision and resolves them in good time in the interests of the whole country and of each individual republic, in the interests of communist construction. It should not be forgotten that nationalistic prejudices and exaggerated or distorted manifestations of national feelings are extremely tenacious phenomena that are deeply embedded in the psychology of people with insufficient political maturity. These prejudices continue to exist even in conditions in which objective preconditions for any antagonism in relations between nations have long since ceased to exist. This willingness to etch into the sharpest relief the fundamental discrepancy between the official posture and reality, a discrepancy hardly disguised by an allusion to an otherwise undifferentiated distinction between pre- and post-revolutionary nationalism, indicates that the vitality and perniciousness of nationalism within national in content 479, the Soviet Union were perceived by the General Secretary as having reached a point at which pretending that nationalism was not present constituted a greater risk than did the damage that might flow from puncturing the official myth of having solved the national question. Registered multinational Marxist-Leninist states have certainly not been unique in experiencing national unrest. Multinational states throughout the globe, regardless of official ideology, have recently been swept with nationally inspired ferment. Registered no state can convincingly lay claim to be a model for combating nationalism. But the fact that other states have fared no better, and in many instances have fared worse, in managing problems associated with ethno-national heterogeneity in no way strengthens the claim that Leninist national policy has proven an effective answer to the national question. Defenders of the Leninist formula would be on firmer ground if they contended that Leninist national policy has nowhere been given a fair test. As we have seen, only a handful of Marxist-Leninist states have made institutional concessions to carrying out Leninist policy. And these few states have then rendered their version of Leninist national policy soulless by their machinations in the areas of language policy, cadre policy, and population redistribution and gerrymandering. We have further reviewed how these governments have periodically fluctuated radically in the direction of immediate assimilation. A return to a tempo that is more in keeping with the spirit of Lenin's formula does not undo the damage done to the basic strategy. Lenin, we will recall, had insisted that nationalism was a byproduct of past great nation chauvinism and oppression, and that the task of communists was to convince minorities that communism was not the continuation of assimilation by non-bourgeois means, but an undisguised step toward assimilation. Whether Stalin's anti-nationalist purges, Mao's Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution, or Tito's program of Yugoslavenstvo, has the effect of placing minorities on their guard long after a retreat in policy has been effected. Lenin's worst fears come to be realized. Whatever party credence on the national question has been cultivated during a period of national flourishing is destroyed. In effect, the ability of the party to implement a Leninist policy is poorer than it was at the time of taking power, for subsequent avowals of respect for national peculiarities are apt to be greeted with skepticism by minorities who recall that past avowals of a similar nature were followed by determined attempts at rapid assimilation. 480. Coercion versus persuasion. We must therefore conclude that Lenin's formula for solving the national question in a post-revolutionary situation has nowhere been accorded a fair testing. But it does not follow that this failure to carry out Lenin's prescriptions can be ascribed solely to faithlessness on the part of his nominal followers. At the outset of the previous chapter we noted that Lenin, 1. Viewed assimilation as an inevitable, historical process, 2. At least inferentially condoned actions that would speed up the process, and, 3. Specifically prohibited only those actions that were coercive. Since nationalism to Lenin was a psychological response to oppression and inequality, he concluded that coercion would counterproductively nurture it. The authorities of even those few states that have continued to pay institutional lip service to Leninist national policy have not refrained from employing physical coercion to dispel nationalism, so the protestations of any government that it has never knowingly violated Lenin's policy must be viewed as cynical. But would nationalism be an insignificant force today within Marxist-Leninist states if authorities had refrained from the methods of physical coercion? The prevalence of national unrest within a host of democratic, open societies strongly supports a negative answer. Registered Lenin's program fallaciously presumed a discontinuity between persuasion and coercion, when what is really involved is a continuum. The one blends imperceptibly into the other, particularly in the perceptions of the minorities. For example, where is the line to be drawn between persuasion and coercion in the choice of language within the Ukraine? If Russian language schools, because of state favoritism, become the best schools, if Russian becomes the language of career-determining examinations, if Russian, because of the presence of large numbers of immigrants, becomes the everyday language within Ukrainian cities, if Russian becomes the local language of business and success, if the best, news-wise, newspapers are in Russian, if many books and journals are made available only in Russian, if all this is one being persuaded or coerced into adopting Russian as his/her principal language. Either you adopt Russian or forget about becoming an engineer is more in the nature of an ultimatum than a free choice, or, in any case, has tended to be so viewed by members of national minorities. And given Lenin's view of nationalism as a response to perceived oppression, the perceptions of the minorities, and not the motivation of the national in content 481 authorities, logically should have been made the criterion for adopting a specific course of action. It is indeed difficult to imagine what type of governmental action, whose purpose is to speed the coming of assimilation, would not be viewed as coercive by minorities. It is therefore probable that the actualization of Lenin's vision of overcoming national suspicions would require that the central government refrain from all such initiatives. Lenin appears to have come to this realization at a very late hour. Shortly before his death, he warned that a solution to the national question might require decentralization of decision-making to a point at which all matters other than military and foreign policy would become the prerogative of the individual republics. Registered Lenin's willingness to contemplate with equanimity such a decentralized structure is totally out of harmony with opinions expressed throughout all earlier periods of his life and is at sharp odds both with the fundamental tenet of Marxism concerning the progressiveness and inevitability of ever larger, integrated, eco-political units, and with Lenin's personal disdain for federalism. This sole and very late departure from his otherwise steadfast advocacy of a highly centralized system should therefore not be assigned too much weight when assessing Lenin's convictions. Given Lenin's pragmatic leanings, it is safe to conclude that, had he lived, the need for a strong economy, required both to establish a military-industrial complex that was able to withstand capitalist encirclement and to prove the rectitude of scientific Marxism by outperforming capitalist economies, would have reinforced his Marxist predilection for a large, highly centralized system. Strategic priorities, the freedom to allocate scarce investment capital in the geographically most rational manner, the free movement of labor and other factors of production, and the need for a lingua franca would all exert pressure for focalized planning and controls. What Lenin's aberration does accomplish is to draw attention to one of the dilemmas of Leninist national policy. If nationalism must be exorcised by convincing minorities that a new period of national equality has dawned, a period in which there is no place for coercive pressure to assimilate, and if nearly any decision involving language, education, the movement of peoples, and the geographic distribution of investments is apt to be viewed as violating the principle of national equality or the principle of non-coercive assimilation, how can Lenin's formula be compatible with the needs of an industrialized state, most particularly a Marxist-Leninist state? 482-11 That for ideological, structural, governmental ownership of the means of production, and competitive reasons places an inordinate emphasis upon centralized planning and control. Lenin's convictions concerning the proper way to quell nationalism appear to dictate a confederal system more decentralized than even the famed Swiss model rather than the system of focalized government that has been the rule in Marxist-Leninist states. Lenin's implicit condonation of all non-coercive efforts to bring about assimilation directly, non-dialectically, was logically at odds with his view of nationalism as a psychological phenomenon. The latter had accounted for his dialectical scheme for achieving assimilation via a period of the flourishing of nations. This scheme was based on a recognition that assimilation would require a lengthy period of constraint rather than of activism on the part of the authorities. The incompatibility between this dialectical strategy and support for non-coercive, direct assimilation would seem to be irreconcilable. It is conceivable that Lenin's general predilection for urging communists to take action to accelerate the development of progressive historical forces caused him to overlook this inconsistency. The success of the October Revolution confirmed Lenin's belief that revolutionary stages could be telescoped by proper action. But revolutions and assimilation differ drastically in this regard. As noted, activity perceived by a minority as an attempt to induce assimilation will retard rather than compress the process. Lenin's failure to prohibit non-coercive activity aimed at achieving assimilation directly was therefore tantamount to counteracting all of the effort so laboriously expended on promoting the dialectical approach termed national flourishing. This most atypical lapse of strategic coherence on the part of Lenin is not easily explained away. If, for the sake of debate, one were to accept the validity of a firm distinction between coercive and non-coercive actions and, further, were to allow that there may be some actions that a government might take to advance assimilation directly, non-dialectically, there remains Lenin's puzzling failure to offer guidance for differentiating between permissible and impermissible actions. As reviewed in the previous chapter, the absence of guidelines has permitted those who desire the indefinite survival of nations, those who desire their rapid obliteration, and all those holding any of the myriad possible positions intermediate between these two extremes, to all disguise themselves behind the single mask of Leninist national policy. From the view national in content 483 point of the implementer of actual policy, Lenin's formula proved to be no formula at all. Those who wished to tinker were free to do so. 5. It is difficult to comprehend why Lenin did not foresee the result, for perhaps the only truly inevitable feature of Leninist national policy was that there would be those in authority who would find the absence of restrictive guidelines an irresistible invitation to meddle with the assimilation process. Since such unrestricted tampering would undermine the rationale behind national flourishing, Leninist national policy, as Marx said of capitalism, contained the seeds of its own destruction. Equality versus reality and perceptions of reality. But what if Lenin had prohibited all effort to bring about assimilation directly? Would his dialectical approach then have brought about the desired end? Indeed, far from being certain that in such case the ultimate goal of assimilation would be realized, we are left with strong doubts concerning the attainability of even the intermediate goal of national equality. We will recall that Lenin's plan for achieving assimilation was dependent upon first achieving equality. Only by convincing nations that all inequality had been eradicated could the groundwork for psychological assimilation be laid. Lenin does not appear to have considered national equality a difficult accomplishment. Beyond his deathbed warning involving the chauvinistic tendency of Russian bureaucrats to preserve their dominant status over other peoples, he had little to say concerning the obstacles to achieving national egalitarianism. His silence suggests too sanguine or naive a view of this task, for a great deal of propaganda to the contrary. National equality remains beyond the accomplishments of Marxist-Leninist states. Consider economic equality. In all states, discrepancies, sometimes very sharp discrepancies, persist. In the case of the Soviet Union, the persistence is in part attributable to the fact that in matters of investment the authorities have been guided more by the concept of most efficient utilization of scarce investment capital than by national equality. But had they emphasized for a time the standard of national equality, it is likely that results would soon have dictated a reversion to the standard of maximal return. Yugoslavia did follow just such a pattern. After having pumped large sums into the poorer South without satisfactory results, the authorities came to the conclusion that the living conditions of all 484 citizens could best be elevated by investing scarce investment funds in a manner most apt to promote the economic growth of the country as a whole. Were minorities dispersed evenly throughout a country, the goal of national equality could be achieved, at least theoretically, through anti-discrimination policies, without causing economic dislocation. But the fact that national groups populate distinct regions of a country introduces a complicating element. Large states, whether ethnically heterogeneous or homogeneous, exemplify marked regional distinctions in economic level. Sharp differences in income between Italy's poor south and wealthy north, between Canada's poor maritime provinces and Ontario, or between Castile and the wealthier Spanish Basque land have little to do with ethnic discrimination. There is, in effect, something of a rule of uneven regional economic development. Among the overlapping explanations for such variations can be climatic factors, soils, topographic barriers to transportation, relative proximity to power resources, raw materials, and markets, the availability of support industries, the presence of a sufficiently large workforce possessed of the necessary technological tradition, and the age and condition of the present industrial plant, as well as the type of industry for which the plant was designed. The aggregate impact of such factors often militates against any attempt to overcome regional imbalances. It would be unrealistic to expect those responsible for planning within the Soviet Union, China, Vietnam, or Yugoslavia to approve the expenditure of untold amounts of scarce investment capital in an attempt to develop a modern industrial infrastructure in Tajikistan, Tibet, the Vietnamese highlands, or Kosovo. Limited investment funds, plus the security interests and economic well-being of the state as a whole, have dictated that planners adopt the more reasonable standard of comparative return. Firm evidence that we are not dealing here with something explicable simply in terms of favoritism for the state's dominant group is offered in the case of the Soviet Union by the fact that the inhabitants of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and probably those of Armenia and Georgia as well, enjoy a higher per capita income than do those living in the RSFSR. 7. Within Yugoslavia, Croats and Slovenes enjoy a higher living standard than do the politically dominant Serbs. The quest to achieve maximal economic growth for the state as a whole has exerted its own imperative upon the planners, and, as Lenin should have anticipated, national in content 485 economic equality of national groups has been correspondingly slighted. There is yet another congenital problem in the pursuit of national equality, the difficulty, if not the impossibility, of discovering a universally acceptable formula to achieve equality between unequals. The question of whether seemingly fair equality of access to opportunity on the basis of individual merit does not perpetuate inequality among groups has become endemic to multi-ethnic states. Group quotas have been introduced into Marxist and non-Marxist states alike as a means of decreasing the proportion of a group or groups within the more desirable professions. Thus the percentage of Jewish students within Soviet institutes of higher learning has been cut as a matter of policy, ostensibly as a means of ensuring increased social mobility for other groups. Similarly, following the Cultural Revolution, the Chinese CP reverted to its practice of establishing quotas at universities for non-Han who would otherwise not qualify. Registered as anyone familiar with the debates concerning recent affirmative action programs in the United States, Malaysia, and elsewhere can attest, quotas are certain to be seen as unfair by those groups adversely affected by them. It can further be expected that any group that enjoys an advantage in income and living standards over another will insist that any formula that merely aims at closing the gap is simplistic and deficient. To them, the higher income is the result of greater effort and acumen, and a formula that does not recognize and reward such factors is inherently unequal. Thus the Slovenes of Yugoslavia, though enjoying the highest standard of living of any of the state's national groups, tend to be unhappy because they feel they would have an even higher income were it not for the fact that monies they have generated through their industriousness are quite unfairly used to raise living standards outside of Slovenia. Registered, the obstacles to achieving national equality are therefore seemingly insurmountable. But had Lenin nevertheless conjured and bequeathed some ingenious strategy for surmounting all of the preceding obstacles, he would still have encountered the gulf between reality and its perception. It is the latter, not the former, that has social consequences, and reality and perceptions are often at serious variance. For example, Russians often complain that their living standard is below that of many other Soviet peoples, while statistics indicate a reverse order of things. Thus, even if national economic equality were achieved, it is doubtful that national groups 486-11 Perceiving the world through the distorting lens of an ethnic prism, would so view it? We conclude, therefore, that due to a number of complexities which Lenin failed to anticipate, national economic equality has not been achieved and is not apt to be achieved. Even if it were, there would remain the problem of perceptions. Turning now to cultural and political equality, we find that they have been equally elusive. The gaps between the ideals of cultural and political equality on the one hand and reality on the other are particularly conspicuous in cases such as the Soviet Union, China, Romania, and Vietnam, in which a single national group enjoyed a clear numerical and cultural preeminence long before the coming of communism. Should not Lenin have anticipated such a development? In planning the revolutionary takeover of Tsarist Russia, he was envisioning communist control over a sprawling empire, one, that had resulted from the expansion of the Great Russians from their original hearth in Muscovy, 2, whose history was therefore principally the history of the Russian people, 3, whose capital, whether Moscow or St. Petersburg, had remained within the Great Russian's hearth, 4, in which Russians were the Jotgast ethnic element, 5, in which Russian was the language of most of the population, the official language, and the only approximation of a countrywide lingua franca, 6, within which Russians had disproportionately manned the ruling apparatus and the elite structure generally, and 7, whose name, Empire of Russia, conferred official recognition of the cultural and political preeminence of the Russian people *. In such an environment, was it not to be expected that as the bloodless abstraction termed the new Soviet man took flesh, he, she, should come increasingly to resemble a Russian? And that a socialist society that arose within Russia would be quite different from one arising within China, in that each society would exemplify a number of either Russian or Chinese characteristics. Lenin did anticipate that the new Soviet man would be Russian in speech. Presumably, he felt that since the Russian language had become the established language throughout most of the empire, the linguistic mold had already been cast. The forces of history were well on their way to bringing about the progressive stage of full linguistic assimilation, and it would be counter-historical to undo this progress by requiring all Russian speakers now to switch to Esperanto or some other ethnically neutral language. Still another pragmatic consideration that may have influenced Lenin was the national in content 487 realization that downgrading the language of the dominant group would run the very real risk of alienating the most important national group in the state, a group whose support would be crucial to the success of the communist experiment. The adoption of the historically dominant language as today's lingua franca and tomorrow's single language was therefore to be expected. But where does this leave the principle of cultural equality? If the lingua franca, the language of success, is the traditional language of another group, that group and its culture are automatically endowed with favored status. The problem is hardly unique to Marxist-Leninist states. In multilinguistic states as diverse as Canada and India, questions concerning the official language, the language of business, the language of entrance examinations, and the language of government have been volatile issues. And charges of ethno-national discrimination have been everyday occurrences. The need to invoke the past in order to motivate the masses has also conspired to cause the new Soviet man to resemble the state's dominant group in ways other than language. Lenin had not anticipated such a development. For a time following the October Revolution, the tendency was to brand all that had preceded the revolution as reactionary. Little that was worthy of admiration or emulation was discovered in the political and cultural history of the Russian Empire. Traditions held no value in the brave new world. The new Soviet man was to be totally new. This clean slate approach admittedly constituted a form of cultural equality, but in a most perverse form, predicated as it was upon equal disparagement of cultural traditions rather than on their equal esteem. The approach was also at odds with Marx's low estimation of people without a history. To Marx, people without a history were people without a future. While such a prognosis proved to be an exaggeration, it is certainly true that throughout history the evocation of a people's glorified past has been the most commonly utilized goad for spurring the masses on to greater sacrifice and dedication. Stalin soon recognized the implausibility of mobilizing a country without resort to a cultural tradition, and during the 1930s the great political, military, and artistic figures from pre-revolutionary times came again to be venerated. But what figures? Quite expectedly, those whose actions and views were compatible with the existing boundaries of the new Soviet state, therefore those who had been associated with the expansion and consolidation of the Russian Empire, and, consequently, people who were almost exclusively Great Russian. As the 488 most important political figures in the history of the empire, the Tsars, including Ivan the Terrible, were now discovered to have possessed progressive qualities. 2 The military figures of history who were now re-elevated to the status of heroes were necessarily those who had contributed to the expansion of the empire, not those non-Russian leaders who had led their people in resisting its encroachment. Nationalist authors, poets, and artists of the past who were to be honored were necessarily Great Russian nationalists, since the nationalism of any other group questioned the historic legitimacy of the new Soviet state. The audacity with which the authorities claimed Russian writers for Marxism-Leninism and then made them the heritage of all Soviet peoples is suggested, and applauded, by a Soviet author with regard to the Korean community in the Eastern RSFSR. The Korean readers received in their native language the works of the classicists of Marxism-Leninism, political and popular literature, the works of A.S. Pushkin, L.N. Tolstoy, I.C. Turgenev, N.V. Gogol, A.P. Chekhov, M. Gorkog, V. Mayakovsky, and others. 8. Sculpting the new Soviet man in the image of the dominant national group has been carried farther than exigencies would seem to dictate or than Lenin would probably approve. Excessiveness has been particularly apparent in the praise heaped upon the state's dominant ethnic element, in attributing godlike national characteristics to it, and in elevating it to a model to be emulated by other national groups. In the case of the Soviet Union, the growing role of the Great Russians as the vanguard of the nations was apparent before World War II, and it was made explicit in a famous toast by Stalin shortly after the Nazi surrender. One would like to propose a toast to our Soviet people, and in particular to the health of the Russian people. I drink first of all to the health of the Russian people because it is the leading nation of all the nations belonging to the Soviet Union. I propose a toast to the health of the Russian people because it earned in this war general recognition as the guiding force of the Soviet Union among all the peoples of our country. I propose a toast to the health of the Russian people not only because it is the leading people, but also because it has a clear mind, a firm character and patience. Following Beria's ouster in 1953, an article in the July 12, 1953 issue of Izvestia affirmed that the vanguard role of the Russian national in content 489 nation had survived Stalin. After proclaiming that a decisive role belongs to the Great Russian people, the article continued, the Russian people rightfully merited recognition as the most outstanding, the directing nation of the U.S.S.R. And by his comments before the 24th Party Congress in 1971, General Secretary Brezhnev testified that this vanguard role had survived not only Stalin but Stalinism as well. Recently many fraternal republics celebrated their half-century jubilees. This was an impressive demonstration of the flourishing underscore of socialist nations, of the monolithic unity of all the peoples of our homeland. Next year we shall celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. In terms of its political significance and its social and economic consequences, the formation of the USSR holds an outstanding place in the history of our state. Applause. All the nations and nationalities of our country, above all the Great Russian people, played a role in the formation, strengthening and development of this mighty union of equal peoples that have taken the path of socialism. Applause. The revolutionary energy, selflessness, diligence and profound internationalism of the Great Russian people have rightfully won them the sincere respect of all the peoples of our socialist homeland. Prolonged applause. Asterisk. If anything, official extolling of the virtues of the Great Russian nation became more commonplace after the 26th Congress, held in 1981. Andropov, in his first major speech as General Secretary of the CPSU, expressed special words of gratitude to the Russian people without whom in none of the republics would the present achievements have been conceivable. Asterisk. The gushiness that characterized this latest outpouring of admiration for the Russians, even in the more sophisticated Soviet publications, is illustrated by an anonymous article in the party's leading theoretic journal, Communist. It is impossible not to single out the special role of the Russian people in the establishment and development of the Soviet people. The name of the first among equals of the fraternal peoples has been firmly and justly attributed to them. Not, of course, because the Russian people are numerically the strongest or possess some qualities which are inaccessible to others. They have won respect and authority for their revolutionary services, self-11 and spiritual generosity. It is no exaggeration to say that the Russian people have become the backbone of our new internationalist community of people. The rulers of Tsarist Russia made great endeavors to install in Russians a sense of superiority over a contemptuously hostile attitude toward outsiders. But nothing could eliminate sensitivity to other people's troubles from the soul of the Russian people, who became a good friend to all the country's peoples, large and small. The misanthropic ideas of chauvinism and racism never took root in practice on Russian soil, and super-patriotic intoxication never turned the heads of indigenous Russians. The Russian people were undoubtedly the decisive force in the victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution, on the battlefields of the Civil War and in the restoration of the national economy, the industrialization of the country and the collectivization of the countryside, that is, in the building of socialism as a whole and subsequently in the victory over fascist Germany. They also made and are continuing to make an invaluable contribution to our society's post-war development. *8 It is not difficult to imagine the response of an Armenian, Georgian, Let, or Ukrainian to such sentiments, as one Soviet citizen wrote with regard to expressions zero of this type. Like all manifestations of great power chauvinism, it provokes reaction, aggravating the nationalist sentiments of smaller nations. Naturally they can only be suspicious and distrustful of the nation held up by Simonov and his friends, with no authority whatsoever, as a dominant superior race whose whole history is sacred. This kind of approach hardly promotes the ideas of internationalism nor does it strengthen the state. *#. A similar vanguard role has been claimed for the Han, Romanians and Vietnamese within the states in which they predominate. Considering the materially more one-sided numerical advantage enjoyed by these peoples within their respective states, the prospect that the emerging Soviet man within each of these societies would take on the characteristics of the state's dominant people was even greater than in the case of the Soviet Union. A Chinese magazine is reported to have described such an outcome in a most candid manner. The Chinese make up 94% of the whole population of China, and from the point of view of the political, economic and national in content 491 cultural development they are the most advanced. Consequently, the merging of the nationalities should be realized on the basis of one nationality. It is China we are speaking of, so the basis should be the Chinese. The characteristics of the Chinese nation are being transformed into the general national characteristics of the national minorities. * In a similar vein, Vietnamese Communist Party First Secretary Le Duan addressed the party's Fourth Congress in December 1976. The new socialist man is the new Vietnamese whose most outstanding features are his collective mastership, labor, love for socialism and his spirit of proletarian internationalism. This man is the embodiment and development of what is best and noblest in the Vietnamese mind and character forged through 4,000 years of history. 6 Although one could well argue that the potential damage of flaunting officially endorsed favoritism of a single nation is much less in such cases where the minorities represent a much smaller percentage of the entire population, one wonders why any party has felt compelled to adopt a line that must necessarily rankle the sensibilities of the country's minorities. One possible explanation is that the theme of national superiority actually reflects the innermost convictions of the power elite, most of whom have been members of the most favored nation registered. Another explanation involves the need to ensure the fidelity of the dominant group. Unlike minorities, whose loyalty to a state they perceive as dominated by another people is always suspect, manifestly dominant people within a state, whether Russian or Frenchman, Han Chinese or Israeli Jew, Vietnamese or Englishman, Romanian or Castilian Spaniard, perceive the state as essentially the political expression of their particular nation and therefore worthy of their unconditional loyalty. The destiny of the dominant nation, as well as its history, is perceived as indissolubly linked to the state. Such considerations cause communist parties to staff their state's security forces disproportionately with members of the dominant group. They also underlie our depiction of the dominant group as the most loyal nation. Degree 8 Loyalty to a state and loyalty to a regime are not synonymous, however. And to the degree that the policies of a regime run counter to the dominant group's perception of the state as our state, the regime risks alienating itself from the largest and most powerful 492.11 part of its population. National equality is precisely such a policy. Having been the beneficiary of the former inequality and being convinced that that particular allocation of prestige and power was both deserved and just, the dominant group perceives the introduction of a policy of equality as innately unfair. Degree indeed, despite the fact that the dominant groups have each enjoyed a special status under Marxism-Leninism, their perception of their status is quite different. For example, one collectively authored document, A Nation Speaks, that surfaced in Sami's Underground, in the early 1970s described the Great Russian people as the most underprivileged nation in the USSR. Degree The voices of Great Russian discontent have grown more strident over the years and have involved a broad range of often waspish complaints such as the disorderly hybridization of nations, the diverting of capital investment funds away from the RSFSR to other republics, the destruction of Russian village life and the denigration of the Orthodox religion, said to constitute the twin pillars of the Russian soul, the yellowing, ojheltini, of the armed forces, that is, the increase in the proportion of Asians, the fact that the Great Russians are the only major people without their own party, and the fact that they are also the only major people without their own republic. Han people, living within autonomous regions of China, have also complained of the preferential treatment accorded to the minorities. Similarly, the Serbs perceive themselves as discriminated against and, therefore, are definitely not one of the more contented peoples within Yugoslavia. Indeed, among both Russians and Serbs there has been a small but growing number who speak of breaking off from the other nations and going it alone. In assessing the potential consequences of alienating the dominant group by fostering a policy of national equality, a regime would have to consider the pervasive presence of members of the group throughout all echelons of the power structure. As we have seen, Cotter policy, buttressed by 1. Inherited pre-evolutionary personnel patterns, 2. Imbalanced national demographic statistics, 3. Bureaucratic ethnocentrism, and 4. A conviction that the dominant nation was the most loyal nation, has resulted in the preeminence of the state's major national group throughout the bureaucracy. The preeminence has extended to the most sensitive arms of government, including the secret police. To risk offending the national sensibilities of such strategically placed people would be perilous indeed. Thus when Alexander Solzhenitsyn, following his expatriation from the Soviet Union, was asked what force Rep. National in Content 493 resented the greatest threat to the survival of the Soviet regime, he pointed to the sense of national consciousness shared by Russians in positions of power. In our country, I count on that degree of enlightenment which has already developed in our Russian people and must inevitably extend also to the spheres of the military and the administration. A people, after all, is not just a throng of millions down below, but also its individual representatives occupying key posts. There are sons of Russia up there too, and Russia expects that they will fulfill their filial duty. It is, of course, during periods of severe crises that the loyalty of the major group is most essential. It was therefore not a coincidence that the paeans to Russian superiority became particularly pronounced during World War II, nor was it a coincidence that Stalin's famous toast of gratitude to the Russians occurred in the immediate afterglow of that struggle, for the Russians had necessarily borne the major responsibility for victory. Although one may well disagree with Solzhenitsyn's prediction of a coming war between the Soviet Union and China, his warning to the Soviet leadership that the survival of their regime has and does hinge upon the support of the Russian nation does not appear far from the mark. To someone brought up on Marxism, it seems a terrifying step suddenly to start living without the familiar ideology of Marxism-Leninism. But in fact you have no choice, circumstances themselves will force you to do it, and it may already be too late. In anticipation of an impending war with China, Russia's national leaders will in any case have to rely on patriotism, and on patriotism alone. When Stalin initiated such a shift during the war, remember, nobody was in the least surprised and nobody shed a tear for Marxism. Everyone took it as the most natural thing in the world, something they recognized as Russian. The hour of peril will come, and you will appeal to your people once more, not to world communism. And even your own fate, yes, even yours, will depend on us. Advantageous numbers and positions of power enjoyed by the major group therefore encourage the regime to accord it the status of primus inter pares. But the Leninist legacy also contributes to this tendency. Lenin realized that the loyalty of the minorities was inherently suspect, and this realization led him to dangle the carrot. 494-11 of independence before minorities everywhere as a means of furthering the revolution. There was indeed always something of an inconsistency in the logic underlying this piece of Leninist strategy and that which underlay the post-revolutionary introduction of national equality. The proven efficacy of the lure of independence in a pre-revolutionary situation confirms the disloyalty of minorities to the state. People whose temporary cooperation was purchased by the promise of separation from the state cannot, following a reneging on that promise, be expected magically to have developed a fondness for that same state. Registered. Moreover, the party's memory of the disloyalty displayed by the minorities does not necessarily dim with time. Self-determination for peoples everywhere remains a basic foreign policy theme of long-established Marxist-Leninist regimes, and is therefore a continuous reminder of the disloyalty of minorities. Moreover, the fact that Marxist-Leninist regimes regularly appeal to the unhappiness of minorities within rival Marxist-Leninist states confirms their keen awareness that minority disloyalty does not subside with the revolution. Registered. In short, Marxist-Leninist ideology and practice cause the regimes to be unusually sensitized to the endemic disloyalty of national minorities. Dominant nations are the only ones who can benefit from such a fixation. It is therefore understandable how one group tends to reassert its dominance following a Marxist-Leninist takeover of power. Lenin's optimism concerning the attainability of cultural and political equality might have been more justified if nations more closely approximated one another in size, education, cultural traditions, and the like. But nations are most unequal with regard to such considerations. And even had Lenin, Mao, Tito, et.al. been able to convince a traditionally dominant group that it should be prepared to surrender its vanguard status in the name of true equality, they would still have encountered a dilemma discussed earlier in connection with economic equality, namely, the difficulty of developing formulae designed to ensure equality among unequals. For example, the issue, raised earlier, of whether the principle of national equality is honored or violated by the introduction of quotas, as contrasted with a system based upon individual merit, is not confined to national economic equality. The ethnic composition of the political and cultural elites will also be heavily influenced if quotas are applied to university admissions, government service, and the like. Still another question involving an appropriate formula arises from the disparities in size among nations, this one involving national in content 495 political representation. We have seen in the case of Yugoslavia how the formula one people, or republic, one vote was viewed as unfair by the numerically superior Serbs, while one person, one vote proved unacceptable to Croats, Slovenes, etc. Late in his life, Tito opted for the standard of one republic, one vote, but the growing disenchantment of the Serbs, to which we earlier alluded, indicates that the turmoil surrounding the two conflicting formulae is far from spent. Finally, as in the case of economic equality, the overcoming of all of the previously mentioned obstacles to real equality in the political and cultural spheres would still leave Lenin confronting the problem of perceptions. Even if the principle of proportionality were strictly observed, the numerical superiority of the dominant group would make it the most heavily represented in positions of power and thus make it appear to minorities to be in control of the state and party apparatus. Moreover, the location of the capital within the homeland of the dominant group, which is true in all Marxist-Leninist states, adds to this perception. We have seen, however, that the dominant nation that does in fact enjoy advantageous status may nevertheless feel it suffers discrimination. That is to say, contrary to facts, the vanguard nation may perceive itself as the pariah nation. This being the case, it should not be surprising that less favored nations perceive the situation in Orwellian terms: all nations may be equal, but we conclude, therefore, that even the intermediate Leninist goals of economic, political, and cultural equality of nations defy realization. But for the purpose of more fully examining Lenin's legacy on the national question, let us presume that equality can be achieved and stabilized. This would bring us to Lenin's differentiation between form and content degree. Form versus content. As we have seen, Lenin's solution to the national question was predicated upon a plenary distinction between form and content degree. Degree only: the form was to be national, the content must be exclusively socialist. But can such a plenary distinction between the two be upheld? Do not national forms, in and by themselves, help to reinforce and perpetuate that sense of group uniqueness which, according to the Communist Manifesto, should be daily more and more vanishing? Did Lenin err in not appreciating that forms have a content of their own? 496. 11. Lenin was convinced that the content of scientific socialism would be more readily acceptable to the masses if presented in national garb. However, even if Lenin were correct and the socialist messages, transmitted through national forms, were absorbed by the masses of the various nations, it would not follow that these same people would necessarily acquiesce in the loss of their national identity as required by the merging and fusing of nations. If the masses, encouraged by the government's support for national forms, continued to think of themselves as Russians, Ukrainians, Georgians, Hans, Tibetans, Serbs, Croats, Vietnamese, Czechs, Slovaks, Romanians, Magyars, Poles, etc., then, depending upon which conviction was felt as primary, there would emerge either national socialists or socialist nationalists. But not nationless socialists. Lenin's ostensible disciples have shown far less assurance concerning the ideological passivity of national forms. As we have seen, most Marxist-Leninist states have shied away from Lenin's policy with regard to forms. The four states that do honor national forms have demonstrated their distrust of those forms by saddling them with a series of hedging devices. The difference between Lenin's perception of forms and the perceptions of his successors is particularly glaring in the case of language. Indeed, if Lenin is to be faulted for ascribing too little content to the matter of language, his successors are to be faulted for ascribing too much power to this form. Far from perceiving language as simply a medium for communicating the tenets of Marxism-Leninism, his successors have tended to perceive language as the key to national identity, for the notion that a person is what he speaks is obviously exaggerated, since peoples have been known to lose their language without a corresponding loss of national identity. 5. On the other hand, a national language is much more than the passive form that emerges from Lenin's writings on the national question. It is, first of all, a constant reminder of group uniqueness. Moreover, in their desire to resist acculturation and assimilation, national groups often make rallying points of their more tangible manifestations of uniqueness, particularly language. In such cases, the national language is elevated to the symbol of the nation and becomes the principal battleground against the forces of assimilation. Flemings, Quebecois, and Tamils as well as Ukrainians and Lets have phrased their urge for group self-preservation largely in terms of preserving the language. In such cases, language becomes infused with emotion. Recall, for example, the seemingly irrational response of the Croats to the proposal for II. National in content 497. A single Serbo-Croat dictionary and the equally peevish response of Serbs to the increasing use of the Latin alphabet on signs throughout the country. Degree registered. Anything viewed as a threat to the language can become equated with a threat to the survival of the nation. Language, in addition to being an enduring reminder of national uniqueness, can therefore also become a sensitized outer defense perimeter that the forces of assimilation must not be permitted to penetrate. Form has become saturated with national content. Similar considerations surround Lenin's plan for regional autonomy. The rationale for creating administrative units along ethno-national lines was intended to blunt the urge of nations to possess their own state. But was it reasonable to presume that the impulse toward national self-determination could be satisfied by mere form? Further, was it not to be expected that the very existence of political units bearing ethnic designations would whet the collective appetite of individual ethnic groups for a true realization of an independent nation-state? Demarcating the borders of the administrative unit gives geographic precision to the more shadowy notion of the ethnic motherland. Constitutionally declaring the unit to be sovereign or autonomous legitimizes the idea of self-rule. Giving the unit an ethnic designation conveys the idea that the unit's proper raison d'être is the safeguarding and promotion of the national interests of the people so designated. Adorning the unit with its own government as well as other appurtenances of political individuality, seals, flags, and the like, conditions the people to think in terms of their particular unit rather than in terms of the entire state. The recording and publicizing of census and other data broken down by administrative units furthers this tendency, as do repetitious references to our sovereign/autonomous, Ukrainian, Tibetan, Croatian, Slovak, etc., republic/region/province/area/district. Dialectical reasoning to the contrary notwithstanding, was it not likely that the national, geopolitical form would produce a nationalist rather than an internationalist orientation? Surely Lenin's successors feared that the consequences would be far different than what Lenin had anticipated. Most Marxist-Leninist parties simply refused to initiate regional autonomy. The Slovak leadership, for example, has adamantly rebuffed all entreaties from Budapest and the concerned minority to grant any form of autonomous status to the Magyar community within Slovakia, while concomitantly demanding a true federal status vis-a-vis the dominant Czechs. 5 Romania, which under Soviet and Budapest Press. 498-11 Shures granted autonomous status to a segment of its Magyar minority, meanwhile refusing such status to the remaining Magyar community and the entire German minority, dropped even this limited application of Leninist national policy as soon as it was propitious to do so. 55 Vietnam abrogated its autonomous regions almost simultaneously with victory over the southern part of the country, strongly suggesting that the authorities had long planned to take such a step the moment the external propaganda value of the autonomous regions ended. Those states that have maintained a system of regional autonomy have shown their fear that the forms might encourage nationalism by employing such risk-reducing measures as non-indigenous cadre, non-indigenous security forces, population transfers, and gerrymandering. Beyond all this, the reservations of the Chinese, Romanian, and Vietnamese parties toward autonomous units extended even to the labeling of such units. From the outset, the Chinese leadership purposefully chose names that would play down the connection between the unit and a single ethnic group, either by including two or more ethnonyms in the unit's official title or by combining an ethnonym with an ethnically neutral geographic term. The authorities took for granted that naming a unit after a particular group would jad that group to conclude that it had an exclusive or primary interest in the unit. In turn, such sentiment would be more conducive to separatism than to recognizing the hegemony of the state and party apparatus. This is how Zhou Enlai phrased it in 1957, "We don't lay emphasis on the secession of nationalities. If we do now, imperialism will take advantage of this. Even though it will not succeed, it can add troubles to the cooperation among our nationalities." In Xinjiang, for instance, before liberation, when some reactionaries engaged in separatist activities to set up a so-called Eastern Turkestan, imperialism took advantage of it. In view of this, At the time of founding the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, we did not approve of the name Uyghuristan. Xinjiang embraces not just the Uyghurs but 12 other nationalities as well. It is impossible to form a stand for each of the 13 nationalities. So the party and government, with the consent of our Xinjiang comrades, decided on the founding of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. As to the two characters Xinjiang, they just mean the new land, and do not connote aggression. The names Tibet and Inner Mongolia are names of a national in content 499 both places and nationalities. These names, i.e., the matter of names, may sound a thing of minor importance, but they are very important in connection with the national regional autonomy in China, for they have the connotation of national cooperation. Zhou did not explain why a smaller Uyghuristan AR that more closely reflected the ethnic distribution of the Uyghur people could not have been created instead of one that coincided with the borders of Xinjiang province. Or alternatively, why the large unit that was decided upon could not have been called Turkestan, or Eastern Turkestan, AR, a historical term that would have had special meaning to most of the non-Han peoples of the area, who, like the Uyghurs, were of Turkic background. As in the case of the Ningxia Hui AR and the Guangxichuang AR, the CCP preferred to include an ethnically neutral geographic word in the unit's title. Chinese determination to avoid popular equating of a unit with one's own ethnic group carried over to the titling of the lesser levels of autonomous districts and counties as well. All were prefaced by a geographic term. Moreover, in the case of the autonomous districts, 7 designations contain 2 ethnonyms and 1 contain 3. Even at the still smaller, county level, 6 of the official designations contain 2 ethnonyms, 2 contain 3, and 3 of the districts were simply called multinationality units, for example, the Lungshen multinationality AH. 5. Similar concern for nomenclature was shown by the Romanian CP during the abbreviated period when it tolerated an autonomous region within its jurisdiction. As first established, the unit was known as the Magyar Autonomous Region. However, concomitant with its ethnic dilution through the redrawing of its borders in 1960, the unit was renamed the Murs Autonomous Hungarian Region. Murs, a Romanian word referring to a geographic region, held no emotional significance for Magyars. The Vietnamese CP acted in an analogous manner. At the time of its creation in 1955, the first autonomous unit, the Taimyo AR, bore the name of 2 ethnic groups. A second unit, created in 1956, bore no ethnic designation, simply being referred to as the North, Viet Bac, AR. A title so totally devoid of ethnic symbolism recommended itself to the leadership even over a multi-ethnic one, for in 1961 the Taimyo AR was renamed the Northwest, Tay Bac, AR. Even these alterations did not totally reassure the Romanian and Vietnamese 511 leaders, who, as we know, later did away completely with all autonomous units. Soviet and Yugoslav authorities have not shown a similar level of concern for the issue of what's in a name. However, they certainly offer other confirmation of their belief that regional autonomy inspires national particularism rather than a merging of nations, for in both states certain administrative units were created for the specific purpose of encouraging a separate nationalism by the people encased therein. For example, the Soviet authorities furnished the Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, Tadshiks, Turkmen, and Uzbeks with their own administrative units as a means of discouraging a larger movement of a Bukharan, Pan-Turkic, or Pan-Muslim complexion. Registered similarly, in creating a Macedonian republic, the Yugoslav authorities intended to strengthen a Macedonian identity at the expense of a possible Bulgar one. More recently, they have encouraged the growth of a Bosnian national consciousness, although Bosnia-Herzegovina was originally perceived as the only non-ethnically inspired republic in the federation. But the most significant illustration of the importance that both the authorities and the people ascribed to a republic surfaced during 1981 to 1982, when Albanians agitated to have Kosovo province elevated to republic status. The demand was vehemently criticized by the central authorities, who perceived such status as part of a planned sequence terminating with secession and union with Albania. The official reaction was given by a member of the party Presidium: a Republic of Kosovo is not possible within the framework of Yugoslavia, neither in terms of our constitution, nor in terms of Yugoslavia's national composition, nor in terms of what was achieved by the National Liberation War, especially in view of the fact that the establishment of a Republic of Kosovo in Yugoslavia would in essence mean the downfall of Yugoslavia. The qualms of those in power concerning the peril of regional autonomy were, of course, quite realistic. Rather than being beguiled by the forms, spokesmen for minorities quite predictably have emphasized discrepancies between form and content and have campaigned to bring the two into conformity. Thus, concluding what is probably the most comprehensive criticism of national policy to emerge from within the Soviet Union, a Ukrainian wrote of this desire to see the socialist Ukraine as truly existing and genuinely equal among the socialist family of nations, this feeling of a socialist national in content 501 Ukraine as a national reality and not simply as an administrative geographic term and a bureaucratic stumbling block. 6. Given this quite natural tendency of people to believe that they have a claim to all that is constitutionally guaranteed to them, it is not at all surprising to find dissident members of those peoples assigned a Union Republic within the Soviet Union often invoking the right of secession registered. 6. More surprising is that they should feel that they have the right, nowhere granted, to control immigration policy. As noted, Soviet authorities have acknowledged widespread objections to non-indigenous immigrants, particularly Russians. Rallies with the basic theme of Russian, go home. Read, leave our republic, have occurred. Registered asterisk in a number of instances, forces within the SSRs have been known to inveigh against increased investment for their republic because increased industrialization would lead to increased immigration. Registered nor has this conviction of a right to control immigration been limited to the constitutionally sovereign SSRs. Thus executives within the Adzar ASSR, located within Georgian SSR, were accused of urging the Adzar party to reject plans to build new factories and plants and to develop resorts and tourism, basing their advice on the premise that this would lead to immigration of people from other republics. Moreover, in the case of China's autonomous units, which, even at the level of form, had been extended precious little power, people came to perceive the mere establishing of such units as an acknowledgement of the indigenous people's right to exclude Chinese. In 1953 the Nationalities Affairs Commission complained that in a number of areas there were those who considered that the enforcement of autonomy meant a separation from the Han Chinese, and that the Han Chinese would no longer be wanted in their region. The Chinese authorities were to find this linkage between autonomy and an implied right to ethnic isolation a difficult one to eradicate, for similar attitudes were expressed following the Great Leap and Cultural Revolution. We're here dealing not just with the natural tendency to demand that content come to reflect form, that is, to demand that that which has been promised be delivered. When the form is an autonomous, ethnically defined unit, expectations do not remain confined to specifically enumerated powers. Simply dwelling within one's autonomous ethnic unit, no matter how circumscribed the authorities declare the unit's powers to be, instills a sense of possession of fundamental proprietary rights. Form becomes the father of content. 502.11 The tendency to wish to rid the homeland of an alien presence is admittedly a near universal that has also surfaced in multinational states that have not introduced ethnically based administrative units. So too, secessionist movements have afflicted numerous unitary political systems. It might therefore be contended that Lenin's scheme of territorial autonomy cannot be faulted for having nurtured nationalism, since the result would have been the same in any event. The answer to such a contention is threefold. First, Lenin did not view nationalism as inevitable. His view of the autonomous form was not that of an essentially passive or harmless device, which he indifferently approved with the attitude that since it can do no additional harm, why not grant it as a sop to the minorities? He was ideologically opposed to any type of federalism or pluralism, but came to believe that the granting of territorial autonomy was a necessary device to blunt the nationalist urge. This it failed to do. Second, had Lenin not committed his more faithful legatees to the policy of territorial autonomy, it is quite likely that they would have broken the link between peoples and homeland, that psychological intermingling of blood and soil that 19th-century German nationalists abbreviatedly sloganized into Blut und Boden. We have noted that Marxists are well aware that people outside of their homeland are most apt to assimilate. Given this awareness plus the uncompromisingly hostile view of nationalism held by true Marxist-Leninists, it is reasonable to presume that, if unfettered by Lenin's pro-autonomy scheme, leaders who ordered the elimination of the kulaks or who ordered the Cultural Revolution would not have blanched at ordering the mass relocation of peoples in order to maximize intermingling and minimize the notion of homelands. Indeed, Stalin did not hesitate to move entire peoples out of their homelands during World War II. Tito summarily expelled the Germans from Vojvodina and was prepared to do the same with Magyars. Mao ordered more than 10 million Han into non-Han regions, and deported minorities from the immediate border areas. But only the Vietnamese, after dropping their very limited system of regional autonomy, unsparingly applied the policy of indigenes out, others in. Lenin's recommendations concerning autonomy may well have prevented the parties of the Soviet Union, China, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia from otherwise pursuing a policy of thorough geographic intermixing of peoples, thereby destroying once and for all the psychological vibrations emanating from contemplation of any homeland other than one coterminous with the state. Third, the fact that aversion to an alien presence in the ethnic, II4. National in content 503 homeland is a universal in no way leads to the conclusion that the creation of ethnically based administrative units does not serve to awaken, catalyze, focus, or strengthen such sentiments. As noted, creating such units sententer alia adds legitimacy to ethnopolitical claims, gives precision to the area and to the human and non-human resources over which a proprietary right is felt, and provides institutions and symbols that can both evoke and focus loyalties. As we have seen, all communist parties, by refusing to introduce the autonomous form, by dropping it, or by saddling it with an intensive system of risk-reducing devices, have acknowledged that the form feeds nationalism. We have thus far confined our discussion of form and content to the intrastate scene. It is evident, however, that the Leninist dichotomy between form and content was intended to govern the relations between the Soviet fatherland, the USSR, and any states that should subsequently become Marxist-Leninist. As laid out in a 1922 letter from Stalin to a still friendly Lenin, new additions to the socialist camp were to be permitted more sovereignty than the sovereign Union republics within the USSR. But not total sovereignty. And not for an indefinite period. For the nations which belong to old Russia, one can and must consider our Soviet type of federation to be expedient as a means to international unity. These nationalities either had no state of their own in the past, or have lost it long since. Hence the centralized Soviet type of federation can be adapted to them without any special friction. One cannot however say the same of nationalities which did not belong to old Russia but existed as independent states, developed a state of their own and which, if they become Soviet states, will be compelled by the force of facts to establish some kind of political relations with Soviet Russia, for example a future Soviet Germany, Soviet Poland, Soviet Hungary, or Soviet Finland. As soon as they have become Soviet states, these peoples who have their own state, their own army, their own finances, will hardly agree immediately to a federative union with Soviet Russia like the Bashkir or the Ukrainian Republic. One do not doubt that for these nationalities the most acceptable form of association would be a confederation of independent states. In the case of new states, form and content were to be in closer agreement than was true in the case of the republics within the USSR. However, while the gap might be smaller, in that the newly 504 socialized nations would, during a transitional period, have their own state, their own army, their own finances, there would still be a gap between their sovereign form and the reality of their inferior status vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. A communist party would, of course, assume the usual vanguard role in any new Marxist state, and, in the same year as Stalin's letter, Lenin had ordained that the policy of communist parties everywhere must be to achieve the closest alliance, with Soviet Russia, of all the national and colonial liberation movements. Registered also in the same year, all communist parties, as a condition to membership in the Comintern, were required to pledge to be bound by all decisions of the Communist International and its Executive Committee, both of which were Soviet-dominated. In conjunction, these policies were designed to tie all Marxist-Leninist parties and, by extension, any states they might come to control, to the fatherland of socialism and the socialist motherland of the international proletariat in a subservient relationship. Although the Comintern was formally dissolved in 1943, it is evident that the Soviets intended this subservient relationship to continue. Indeed, number 14 of the original conditions of admission into the Communist International, which decreed that every party was obliged to give unconditional support to any Soviet republic in its struggle against counter-revolutionary forces, anticipated the so-called Brezhnev doctrine of limited sovereignty by nearly a half-century. 7**. Moreover, while the confederal form envisaged by Stalin in 1920 was never introduced per se, the Socialist Commonwealth, with its Brezhnev corollary, that no member state can secede, nor even be perceived as taking tentative, early steps towards secession, from the Commonwealth, more than fulfilled the requisites of Stalin's notion of confederation. The scheme under which new Leninist states were to be sovereign in form, dependent in content, has suffered serious setbacks. Sparsely populated and landlocked Outer Mongolia, responsive to Soviet direction since the inception of a People's Republic there in the early 1920s, offered early grounds for Soviet optimism that the state form posed no innate challenge to Moscow's control. But since the advent of Leninist states in Eastern Europe and the Far East during the 1940s, challenges to this domination have proliferated. Believing he was bringing Tito to task, Stalin, in one of his greatest blunders, expelled Tito from the Comintern in 1948, only to find that he had thereby strengthened the resolve of the Yugoslav leadership to resist Moscow's domination, and that Titoism had be national in content. 505 a contagious symbol of independent Marxism-Leninism beyond the borders of Yugoslavia. Registered degree. Stalin otherwise managed to maintain a tight rein over the Eastern European states, but following his death agitation for greater state independence surfaced. Registered the New Hope, as well as a candid reference to past relations between the Soviet Union and the states of Eastern Europe, was sounded by the Polish CP's first secretary, Władysław Gomulka, in October 1956. The mutual relations between the parties and states of the socialist camp do not and should not give any cause for any complications. Within the framework of such relations, each country should have full independence, and the right of each nation to a sovereign government in an independent country should be fully and mutually respected. This is how it should be, and I would say this is how it is beginning to be. In the past it was unfortunately not always like this in the relations between us and our great and friendly neighbor, the Soviet Union. Stalin, as the leader of the party and of the Soviet Union, formally recognized that all the principles enumerated above should characterize the relations between the countries of the camp of socialism. Not only did he recognize them, but he himself proclaimed them. In fact, however, these principles could not fit within the framework of what makes up the cult of personality. Registered 10 days later, in a document paying the customary tributes to the principles of complete equality, of respect for territorial integrity, state independence and sovereignty, and of non-interference in one another's internal affairs, the Soviet Union announced it was sending troops into Budapest at the request of the Hungarian People's Government. Registered Hungary's flirtation with state independence was ended by Soviet tanks in a manner calculated to inform all socialist states that their sovereignty had very definite limitations. It was therefore somewhat paradoxical that Chinese leaders, whose deference to Moscow had always been decidedly restrained, gave total verbal support to the intervention. This support was later to take on heavily ironic overtones, for the growing estrangement between Peking and Moscow that developed in the late 1950s and broke into the open in 1960 was to provide smaller Leninist states with new leverage for maneuver. Registered sharing a border with both states. North Korea was well positioned to take advantage of the competition, and Kim too. 506-11 Sung proved adroit at doing so. His regime increasingly took on the stamp of independence. And in Eastern Europe, Albania, taking advantage of the Sino-Soviet rift and the buffer location of Yugoslavia, broke completely with the Soviet Union in 1960. Romania and Czechoslovakia also became the scenes of policies frowned upon by Moscow. Czechoslovakia's move toward greater state independence, as well as internal democratization, was squelched by Soviet forces in 1968.8, but even the proclamation of the Brezhnev Doctrine at that time did not deter the Romanian leadership. Nicolae Ceausescu adamantly refused to permit Soviet troops on Romanian territory under the Warsaw Pact, maintained good relations with China, and increasingly took other foreign policy positions that clashed with the policy of the Soviet Union. Afghanistan had ostensibly become an independent Marxist-Leninist state through a coup d'état in 1978, but, within a year, the Soviet Union felt compelled to commit large-scale forces to what proved to be a prolonged, countrywide, anti-guerrilla war in order to maintain a Leninist regime in power. The advent of independent labor unions within Poland focused attention on that country in late 1980. The Soviets quickly made clear their profound unhappiness with this development, and tensions mounted. After increasing their military strength along Poland's borders, the Soviets drew attention to the enduring significance of the Czechoslovakia-related events of 1968, with particular emphasis upon the proclamation of the Brezhnev Doctrine of limited sovereignty. In their concerted, almost desperate appeal to the Polish people to refrain from activities that might increase the likelihood of a Soviet invasion, the Polish authorities were somewhat at a disadvantage in not being able to refer directly to such a possibility. Somewhat paradoxically, the code words became a threat, from an unidentified source, to the independence and sovereignty of the homeland, although the very need to avoid giving Moscow pretense for invoking the Brezhnev Doctrine was in itself a poignant reminder that whatever independence and sovereignty Poland enjoyed was confined to the limited form permissible under that doctrine. Nevertheless, the fact that the party leadership, in time of travail, elected to fall back upon protection of the sovereignty of the homeland as the most effective means of rallying the public to heed its admonitions makes the Polish 1980 experience an excellent illustration of a broadly held desire among the general populace to bring form and content into greater harmony, by infusing the myth of independent statehood with more of the actual prerogatives of independence. It. National in Content 507. The crisis of 1980 was certainly not the first occasion on which the Polish Communist Party had felt the need to raise the specter of a threat to the independence of the homeland as a means of rallying the people. It had been the principal motif of the party's propaganda in 1956 following the Poznan riots and the ensuing thorough change in party leadership. When popular dissatisfaction with progress under the new leadership had led again to violence and yet another change of leadership in 1970, the propaganda apparatus had reverted to the same theme. Indeed, it is somewhat ironic that the propaganda campaign of 1980, which also stressed defense of homeland, should be kicked off at a party conclave at which the recently deposed first secretary had been derided for having employed the same tactic. Referring to the lack of ideological direction since 1970, one of the party's most powerful members attacked the ex-first secretary as one who quoted the word homeland on all occasions of little significance, for example, homeland demands of us, homeland expects of us, homeland is suffering, and so on and on. 8 However, at the same meeting, it was agreed that party goals included the following: the ideological activity of the party should strengthen both patriotic and internationalistic principles of the functioning of the PZPR, consolidate the alliance with the USSR and other socialist countries, which is of crucial importance to Poland's independence, sovereignty, security, and prosperous development. A separate appeal addressed to the people by this same session of the Central Committee opened with the declaration that the destiny of the nation and the country is at stake, and appealed to the collective wisdom of the nation to realize that the development of popular rule and guarantees of our independence may be consolidated solely within the framework of a socialist state. These pronouncements were made with the knowledge that the Soviet authorities had called an emergency meeting of the Warsaw Pact in Moscow for the following day in order to discuss the Polish situation. The published report of the Moscow meeting, though couched in guarded terms, left no doubt as to the determination of Moscow to intervene if the situation in Poland deteriorated. It was acknowledged that Socialist Poland, the Polish United Workers' Party and the Polish nation can count absolutely on the fraternal solidarity and support of the country's party to the Warsaw Pact. The PZPR representatives stressed that Poland had 508 been and would be a socialist state, a lasting link in the community of socialist countries. Degree. With this new code, a broad-scale propaganda campaign using nearly every agency of society was launched. Particularly important to such a campaign was the hierarchy of the Catholic Church, a body which had consistently maintained that it was the true and only spokesman for, and defender of, the Polish nation, and, as such, the interpreter and defender of the nation in relations between the latter and the state and party apparatus. Although the party had never accepted such a contention, it now needed the cooperation of the Church as the one agency that could conceivably reach all segments of Polish society, most particularly workers and farmers who could be expected to be very distrustful of the party. The report of a meeting held on December 8, 1980 between representatives of the Church and the government announced that the most important problem discussed was the internal stabilization of our country, which is necessary for the good of our homeland. It further noted that both groups of delegates concurred on the need for unity. Today especially all Poles should unite, no matter what their politics or philosophy. They should unite to save the independence of our country, and find the best way out of our crisis. Degree. With the Church's support thus ensured, the campaign for restraint in the name of protecting Poland's independence went into high gear. On December 1, 2th, the Politburo of the Polish CP issued a declaration in concern for the future of the homeland. After calling for the full cooperation of the Polish nation, the declaration averred, the consistent implementation of this line is in the vital interest of independent, sovereign, and socialist Poland, and it reflects our patriotic, internationalist responsibility. The necessity of recognizing the vanguard role of the CP was justified in nearly identical terms. The consolidation of the PZPR's leading role is in the most vital interest of our nation and favors the security and sovereignty of Poland. On the same day as the publication of the party's declaration, there was also published a communiqué from the hierarchy of the Catholic Church of Poland. The prelates noted their great concern for the future of our homeland, and warned that we must beware of any activities which could endanger the independence and statehood of our homeland. Emphasis added. Calling for sacrifices in the name of a better future in a free homeland, the communiqué noted that the bishops had national in content 509 addressed a letter to the nation, appealing for responsibility for the homeland, and fixed January 1, 1981 to be a day of prayer for Poland, and that December 14, 1980 be a day of prayers for the unity of the nation. The communiqué further noted that the bishops extend best wishes to all daughters and sons of our beloved homeland, and concluded with the bishops' blessings to all inhabitants of our homeland. Registered also on the same day, a spokesman for the Polish episcopate told Western journalists that it was necessary that Poles avoid actions that could harm Poland's interests and noisy and irresponsible declarations directed against our eastern neighbor. The following day the CP's newspaper carried speeches made before the Congress of the Peasant Party by the head of the party and by Communist Party First Secretary Kania. Kania's speech was full of allusions to the vital interests of the nation and the responsibility of all Poles for the fate and state of their homeland. He recalled the glorious World War II struggle for our homeland's independence, and called for cooperation on the part of all the patriotic forces within our nation, for the sake of Poland, her security, and her sovereign development. Registered degree. In a section of his speech entitled Strengthening the State, the Crucial Task, the head of the Peasant Party emphasized, the thing most precious and indispensable to a nation is its own sovereignty. Today this truth needs to be understood more widely than it has ever been in the history of People's Poland, and to generate attitudes active in the defense of the state's indispensable authority and strength. Toward the close of his speech, he sandwiched between paeans to friendship with the Soviet Union the statement that the problem of guaranteeing our sovereignty and defensive system must always be seen as a task of the utmost importance. The verbal barrage concerned with homeland and the need to avoid imperiling it had been orchestrated with one eye nervously cast toward December 16, 1980, the day on which a monument would be dedicated to workers who had been shot during a demonstration in Gdansk 10 years earlier. Authorities evidently feared that the event might touch off anti-party demonstrations on the part of the huge throng expected at the ceremony, a development that in turn would likely bring in Soviet troops. However, the theme of responsibility to the homeland, further echoed at the ceremony, had the desired diffusing effect. The first speaker, Lech Walesa, 510-11, the best-known leader of the workers' independent union movement, Solidarity, set the theme: "From this place, in the name of patriotism and peace, I call upon all of you present here and upon all Poles of peace and goodwill, to assume full responsibility for the fate of our fatherland. Call upon you for reason and common sense in all endeavors for the good of the fatherland. I call upon you to be vigilant in defense of our security and to maintain the sovereignty of our fatherland." Party and church officials clung to the same line during the ceremony, although the Bishop of Gdansk came closest to suggesting the nature of the outside pressures under which the service was being conducted. After duly noting the duty of all Poles to ensure the good of their homeland, the bishop observed that there are moments in a man's life when he must remain silent, further noting that it is difficult not to speak today. A few sentences later he added, "Our Savior gave his life for us. May we give our lives for him, our Lord Jesus Christ, and for our homeland, as it is our sacred duty to cherish her immediately after God." Over the next 2 days, countless references to the need to protect the homeland were made at similar ceremonies throughout the country. It was therefore difficult to disagree with the statement in the December 18, 1980 issue of the party's newspaper that it is now a truism that what Poland needs is, above all, caution, calm, political wisdom and a normal pace of life and work for our common good, the people's homeland. Copyright degree. A relieved CP First Secretary Kania, feeling that tensions had ebbed, for the first time suggested that the threat from the east had been merely a Western fabrication. He accused leading NATO authorities and other Western political quarters with having conducted an alarming campaign of absurd insinuations about threats against Poland being made by our allies. Degree. The first secretary chose to overlook a Pravda article of the previous day in which the Soviet authorities reasserted their right to intervene in any Leninist state upon request. The scheme to make future Leninist states sovereign in form, dependent in content did not, therefore, fare very well in practice. From the beginning, geography endowed the states of Indochina with a real bulwark against domination by Moscow, although not necessarily against domination by one of their own number. The same was true of Cuba. Albania, China, North Korea, Yugoslavia, and, to a lesser degree, Romania, had assumed an independent, national in content ES 511 posture. Afghanistan, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary had required military intervention to counter sovereign aspirations, and Poland had required an immediate and very credible threat of military force. The system of heavily guarded fences and walls erected along the entire length of East Germany's western borders and the permanent stationing of some 500,000 Soviet troops on its soil denied that state even the independent form that Lenin and Stalin had envisaged. Of 16 states, then, only Bulgaria and Mongolia can be said to have worked out as planned. In all other cases, the dichotomy between form and content could not be maintained. Tuesday path that our analysis of Leninist national policy has taken can be retraced in 5 steps. 1. Nowhere has the policy been given a fair testing, and the persistence of nationalism in all Marxist-Leninist states does not in itself establish the invalidity of the policy's underlying assumptions. 2. In the few states within which Leninist forms have ostensibly been employed, Lenin's failure to proscribe tampering with the process and to prescribe effective guidelines for differentiating permissible from impermissible tampering encouraged authorities to saddle their programs with an array of risk-reducing features that run counter to the natural process of the coming together of nations as envisaged by Lenin. 3. Lenin's sole prohibition avoid coercion was predicated upon a fallacious dichotomy between coercion and persuasion. It signified a narrow concern with the perceptions of the authorities, when what Lenin's policy logically required was primary concern for the perceptions of the masses. It should have been anticipated that any significant tampering with the merging process, regardless of where the mode of tampering might objectively belong on a coercion-persuasion continuum, would trigger a popular response detrimental to the notion of a natural coming together of nations. 4. Even if Lenin had proscribed all tampering with the process, his intermediate, sine qua non goals of economic, cultural, and political equality would have resisted fulfillment. In the most unlikely event that these goals were objectively realized, the encounter with perceptions would still be there. 5. The cornerstone of Lenin's policy, national in form, socialist in content, was, in any case, faulty. National forms, particularly language and homeland, have a national content in and by themselves. Far from exerting a deadening effect upon nationalism, encouraging national forms reinforces that phenomenon. 512-11. As was earlier noted, Lenin's plan for neutralizing nationalism flowed from his conception of nationalism as the psychological consequence of past oppression. Copyright a period of equality was therefore essential in order to rid the masses of this ism that placed national consciousness above class consciousness. But a causal explanation closely tied to a sense of injustice and oppression would at best help to explain the nationalism of minorities. It has no explanatory power in the case of the nationalism of a dominant people such as the Russians, Han, Vietnamese, Serbs, Czechs, Magyars, Romanians, etc. It would be foolish and unfair to charge that Lenin was unaware of national proclivities on the part of dominant peoples. He must have been indelibly reminded that dominant people are in no way immune from such proclivities by his bitter disappointment in the early phases of World War I, when, contrary to his urgings and prognostications, English, French, German, and Russian members of the proletariat rallied to the national call. Moreover, Lenin occasionally referred in his writings and speeches to the nationalism of the oppressor nation. Much more commonly, however, he differentiated great nation chauvinism from oppressed nation nationalism, as though they were two distinct phenomena. And indeed, logically they would have to be different phenomena, if natio-iflism wuululaveluu for li cmualic lay ib navionasm was to be obliterated by a period of equality. As we have seen, a move toward equalization would certainly not tend to pacify nations who had been the beneficiaries of inequality. Yet nowhere does Lenin, or Stalin, offer a formula for dissolving great nation chauvinism. In short, Lenin's formula for eradicating nationalism was developed against an inadequate concept of nationalism. The concept that shaped his work was at best a variety of nationalism, namely, minority nationalism. One can only surmise as to the reasons for Lenin's failure to contemplate the whole rather than a part. One factor may have been his remarkable strategic penchant for locating and concentrating upon the most vulnerable element. It was obviously minorities, not the dominant group within the state, that sparked Lenin's imagination and led to the ascribing of great importance to national self-determination. A second, overlapping factor may have been that the country of primary interest to Lenin was the Russian Empire, a state in which minorities comprised a most unusual numerical and strategic element. Had Lenin's preoccupation been with China, Germany, or Japan, it is doubtful that minorities would have been so consuming an interest in his calculations, relative to the dominant group. Still a third contributing element to Notes 513. Lenin's preoccupation with minority nationalism is that nearly all of his adult life was spent in plotting revolution or in consolidating power against the whites, goals whose attainment depended heavily upon the endemic unhappiness of national minorities. Only in the last months of Lenin's life did Russian chauvinism/nationalism become an immediate, pressing concern. Even during this period, minority nationalism, agitated by Comintern orders, remained a key element in Lenin's strategy for protecting the Soviet Union from hostile states and for furthering world revolution. Whatever the reasons for Lenin's narrow concept of nationalism, his limited focus accounts for many of the previously cited inconsistencies and shortcomings in his policy for combating nationalism. Degree 6. At a more fundamental level, that limited focus misled Lenin into confusing possible catalysts of nationalism with its essence. Had he been more preoccupied with Russian nationalism and less with that of the Finns and Ukrainians, he would have been far less apt to conclude that nationalism was explicable solely in terms of oppression and inequality and was therefore subject to eradication by the introduction of equality. Inequality may of course act as a catalyst and exacerbator of national tensions. But it is simply not the case, even among minorities, that the absence of inequality eradicates nationalism. 07 This confusion of catalyst with essence accounts for Lenin's greatest presumptive error. Degree 8 That most central piece in Lenin's policy, national in form, socialist in content, presumed that the overt symbols of national uniqueness were not tied to nationalism. Agreed, neither language nor any other single tangible national trait or institution is indispensable to the flourishing of nationalism, comparative studies show they are not. But the overt symbols of group uniqueness perpetuate and reinforce that self-identification with a particular national group, its past and its future, which is nationalism. Lenin was correct in his perception of nationalism as a matter of attitude rather than overt, group characteristics. But in mistaking a possible catalyst for the essence of nationalism, he left himself vulnerable to his most egregiously erroneous presumption, that one could have nations without having nationalism. The unanticipated synthesis. Chapter 12 Nationalism within the vanguard. Keep the party centralized and free of all national proclivities. This third and final prescription of Lenin for solving the national question represented his ultimate trump card for ensuring that nationalism would be kept in check. No matter how often communists appeared to side with nationalism and self-determination in a pre-revolutionary situation, prescription number 1, or catered to national flourishing in a post-revolutionary situation, prescription number 2, there would be no likelihood that the Marxist movement would fall prey to national deviations if the party were organized according to the principle of strict centralization, democratic centralism, and if party membership remained conditional upon unswerving commitment to proletarian internationalism rather than to nationalism. It would be difficult to exaggerate the significance that Lenin attached to this prescription. Leonid Brezhnev was quite correct when he noted in his address commemorating the 50th anniversary of the formation of the Soviet Union, as is known, Lenin repeatedly emphasized the complexity of the approach to nationalities' problems and spoke of the need to show tolerance and tact toward national feelings, especially those of the smaller peoples, and the need gradually to foster a spirit of internationalism in these peoples. But Lenin always demanded from communists of all nationalities a clear and principled position on the nationalities question. He allowed no backsliding or indulgences on this point. Lenin always waged a relentless struggle against all manifestations of nationalism and great power chauvinism in the communists' ranks. Some of Lenin's most faithful heirs, including Brezhnev, would come to sense that his national policy was potentially very dangerous and required a series of precautionary devices. But to Lenin, a highly centralized, monolithic party composed of people who could be trusted to place the cause of proletarian internationalism ahead of national considerations was the sole precaution necessary. 534-12 Even his deathbed contemplation of a Soviet Union so decentralized as to leave Moscow responsible only for military and diplomatic matters, a scenario at total odds with Lenin's often expressed bias in favor of thoroughly integrated societies, was made palatable by his faith that a centralized, countrywide party, untainted by nationalism, would be more than equal to the task of combating vociferous nationalisms registered. Although comprising a single precautionary measure, Lenin's all-important third prescription actually contained two readily distinguishable types of command. 1. keep the party centralized, was organizational in character and should prove easy to implement. The other, keep the party's membership free of the taint of nationalism, being ideological in nature, could be more difficult to honor. And indeed, although Lenin perceived the two commands as comprising a single strategic whole, there has been great variation in the degree to which the two have been observed in practice. They therefore merit separate comment. Keeping the party centralized. Lenin's command to keep the party centralized was totally in accord with his earliest writings on party organization. Years before developing a profound interest in the national question, and in a tract having nothing to do with that question, Lenin had insisted that the organizational principle for the party must be iron discipline organized in the most centralized manner. Registered all that was subsequently added to this principle, with specific regard to combating nationalism within the ranks of the vanguard, was the prohibition that the party not be organized along national lines. The catalyst for this stand was the Jewish Bund, which, prior to the revolution, was pushing for cultural autonomy outside the party, along the lines recommended by the Austrian socialists, Bauer and Renner, and for a federation along national lines within the party. With Lenin's approval, Stalin in his 1913 tract unequivocally expressed their firm opposition to both proposals. With specific regard to the organization of the party, Stalin observed, "The Bund demands that the Social Democratic Party should in its organizational structure introduce demarcation according to nationalities. Organizational federalism harbors the elements of disintegration and separatism. The Bund is heading for separatism. We know whither the division of workers 535 along national lines leads. The disintegration of a united workers' party, the division of trade unions along national lines, aggravation of national friction, national strike breaking, complete demoralization within the ranks of social democracy, such are the fruits of organizational federalism. When the workers are organized according to nationality, they segregate themselves within their national shells, fenced off from each other by organizational partitions. The stress is laid not on what is common to the workers but on what distinguishes them from each other. In this type of organization the worker is primarily a member of his nation, Jew, Pole, and so on. It is not surprising that national federalism in organization inculcates in the workers a spirit of national aloofness. Registered the subsequent division of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union into Republican wings, that is, a Ukrainian party, a Lithuanian party, etc., might superficially appear to contradict this pre-revolutionary stand of Lenin and Stalin. In fact, however, these branches are but another illustration of the Leninist dichotomy between form and content. The Republican wings of the party were designed to function as purely subordinate sections of the parent party. An accurate description of their status was offered by the party leadership as early as 1918. The Ukraine, Lithuania, and Belarusia exist at the present time as separate Soviet republics. Thus is solved for now the question of state structure. But this does not in the least mean that the Russian Communist Party RKP should, in turn, reorganize itself as a federation of independent communist parties. The 8th Congress of the RKP resolves, there must exist a single centralized communist party with a single central committee leading all the party work in all sections of the RSFSR. All decisions of the RKP and its directing organs are unconditionally binding on all branches of the party, regardless of their national composition. The central committees of the Ukrainian, Latvian, Lithuanian communists enjoy the rights of the regional committees of the party, and are entirely subordinated to the central committee of the R.K.P. While subsequently honoring each newly formed Union Republic with what appears to be its own party, the Soviet leadership has never deviated from this early dedication to a single centralized 536-12 Communist Party, headquartered in Moscow. All decisions made at the center are binding upon all Republican branches. Membership policy including decisions on purges, and appointments and dismissals of key personnel are made at the center, and, as we have seen, both the general membership and the major bodies of the Republican branch parties contain a disproportionate number of non-indigenes, particularly Russians. Important office holders have been regularly rotated between the center and the branch units. In short, on the matter of party organization, the Soviet leadership has been faithful to Lenin's legacy as redefined recently by a Soviet author. As for the fears about a possible revival of nationalistic elements in the event of the republics being recognized as independent and sovereign, Lenin argued that any centrifugal tendencies could be checked by the activity of the Communist Party, which operated on the principle of democratic centralism. The Yugoslav CP followed the Soviet model in creating branch units along territorial national lines. Croatian and Slovene units were created as early as 1937, and by 1949 a separate branch existed for each of the 6 republics that constituted the Yugoslav state. In 1952 a further suggestion of decentralization was offered when the name of the parent body was changed from the Yugoslav Communist Party to the League of Communists. But behind these changes of form, control remained firmly at the center. As described by a recognized authority on Yugoslavia, the Republic parties did not of course exercise any REA powers, although each had its own Politburo and Central Committee. With party controls almost 100% effective throughout the country, any tendency to adopt a nationalist position, in the government or elsewhere, could be quickly brought under control. Centralization of decision-making remained the rule throughout the 1950s. Even a purely nominal concession involving the vesting of some limited power of decision-making in the republics, which was endorsed by the Sixth Party Congress in 1952, was repealed by the very next Congress, meeting in 1958. However, matters took a turn during the 1960s when Tito and Kardelj came to the conclusion that centralization and conformity were not the proper way to combat nationalism. On the contrary, the Yugoslavenstvo campaign had sharpened ethno-national identity, and the centralized systems of economic decision-making had triggered a sense of calm. 537 petition among the nations. The answer to nationalism was now to be sought in a thoroughgoing decentralization of the society and economy. But if this switch in policy was to be given a fair chance, some decentralization of the party would probably also be necessary. Serbian leaders could be expected to be most resistant to the changes, since both Yugoslavenstvo and the concentration of economic decision-making in the central state apparatus favored the Serbs. However, the central apparatus of the League of Communists, just as the central apparatus of the state, was a citadel of Serbian influence, and Ranković et al. Might well use this prime center of power to cripple the intended reforms. In an apparent effort to head off or to weaken any resistance from this quarter to the new policies, which they planned to inaugurate during 1965, Tito and Kardelj drafted a resolution that for the first time gave the Republican branches a measure of real authority in the decision-making process. It was dutifully endorsed by the Eighth Party Congress in 1964. Despite these precautions, effective resistance to the 1965 reforms did develop within the party. Calls for the need to observe party discipline evidently went unheeded, and the purge of Ranković and a number of his associates followed. With the most determined centrists thus eliminated, the federative principle was injected into the party at the highest level of power. At the Ninth Congress, held in 1969, an executive bureau was created, consisting, in addition to Tito, of 2 representatives from each republic and 1 from each autonomous republic. Registered moreover, the Republican branches were given the right to appoint their representatives to both the Presidium, the former Central Committee, and the newly created Executive Bureau. If the leadership had hoped that greater comity would result from the party's reorganization, they were to be disillusioned. When Tito announced in late 1970 his plan for a collective presidency of the state apparatus, the ensuing violent controversy, in which sides were chosen largely in accordance with national background, thoroughly pervaded the party's ranks. By early 1971 a split in the League of Communists had become a distinct possibility. Acknowledging the danger, Tito declared in April that we shall not allow the emergence of factions pursuing different lines and that the line of the League of Communists is one in all the republics. In early May he specifically rejected the theory allegedly held by some members that the League of Communists should become only an alliance of 6 independent Republican parties, adding there is 538-12 only one Yugoslav League of Communists and only one Yugoslav working class. A statement made at about this same time by a member of the party's executive bureau demonstrated that indeed some of those in authority were convinced that the League of Communists had already become merely a loose alliance. We have evolved to a stage at which it is no longer thinkable that a Republican Party leadership could be removed by the federal party center. Registered the speaker was badly mistaken. Now aware of the gravity of the situation, Tito organized resistance to those favoring decentralization of the party, and, before the year was out, a purge of party leaders was underway in Croatia, Macedonia, Serbia, and Kosovo province *degree during 1972. The purge also spread to Bosnia-Herzegovina, Slovenia, and Vojvodina. People more amenable to centralized power replaced those who were dismissed. The party now moved to reassert Leninist principles of party organization. In September 1972, in a letter to all party units and members, Tito outlined the vital tasks that the party must perform. In an allusion to the need for further purges, the letter noted the necessity for certain steps to ensure a more resolute elimination from the ranks of the League of Communists of all those elements which are alien to the ideology and policy of Munists, of all those who place their egotistic and group interests above the interests of the working class and self-managing socialist community. Calling also for the consistent, practical application of democratic centralism, the letter insisted that there must be determined opposition to the ideological and political disintegration of the LCY, to its conversion into a loose coalition of Republican and provincial organizations and to the division of the working class according to national and Republican criteria. In an interview following shortly on the heels of this letter, Tito confirmed his position. The League of Comi see in the press that it still happens that the republics try to insulate themselves from the others as though the League of Communists were also some kind of federation, so that in each republic the party can operate quite independently, without consultation, without directives which are not to some people's liking. But things cannot go on this way. He added that all decisions must be made on the basis of a unitary ideological guidance and that the party must be a cohesive force. 539 within each republic, and also the monolithic force of our socialist country. 28 in subsequent years, the party organization underwent an almost bewildering series of changes. Alterations approved by the 10th Congress in 1974 for representation in the party's highest reaches underwent substantial changes at the 11th Congress in 1978, and Tito's death in 1980 occasioned still other adjustments. The constant factors throughout all this flux were the maintenance of a system of representation according to republic and autonomous province, and the concentration of real, in contradistinction to nominal, power to select the individual members of the highest organs at the top of the hierarchy. 5. While the former aimed at assuring all of the non-Serbs that the party would not again become Serb-dominated, as it had under Ranković, the latter was a protection against the infiltration of nationalists into inner sanctums of party power. But in any event, as Tito had demonstrated in his victorious struggle with the nationalist federalists, more important than the facade of structure is the effective principle of organization. At the party's 10th Congress in 1974, Tito again took the opportunity to emphasize that it had been the principle of democratic centralism that had defeated the evil of factionalism, and he pledged that for our party this will in the future, too, remain the basic principle. 6. Given the faith that Tito placed in democratic centralism within the party as the ultimate instrument for preserving the Yugoslav state against the forces of nationalism, it is perhaps not surprising that 4 years later, in what would be his last address to a party congress, Tito should conclude his last testament by yet again stressing the need of the party to uphold democratic centralism, which must continue to be the basic principle of the internal relations, organizational standards, and entire activity of the LCY. 2. Czechoslovakia offers the final case of a party with a history of branch units. A separate Slovak CP emerged from World War II but was made part of the statewide Czechoslovak CP after the Communists came into power in 1948. While the Slovak Party retained its pre-1948 name, it became in fact a subordinate branch of the statewide party, being officially described as the territorial organization of the KSC Communist Party of Czechoslovakia in Slovakia. 8 Czechs had tended to dominate the parent party registered. Indeed, the relative unimportance of the Slovak wing, as seen from the center, was demonstrated by the KSC's overall, asymmetrical 540-12 organization. The dominant Czechs apparently felt no need to create a Czech branch to balance that of the Slovaks. During the euphoric days of outspokenness that characterized the spring of 1968, Slovak party members campaigned for truly federalizing the party, and some of the Slovak leaders requested equality of representation between Czechs and Slovaks in the highest councils of the countrywide organization. As we have seen, the Soviets subsequently approved the nominal federalization of the political structure. But they vetoed the desired reforms within the party. Federalization of the state structure was one matter, federalization of the party was quite another. No other party has permitted national branches. The Chinese Communist Party, for example, at a time when it was still seeking the support of minorities in its struggle to assume power, unequivocally announced in its constitution that THIRD-WORLDISM is a unified, combat organization, built on the principle of democratic centralism and cannot tolerate any demand for autonomy within the party. 85 Nor did the party subsequently budge from this stance, even though it would later acknowledge that during both the Great Leap and the Cultural Revolution, minorities had tended to describe the CCP as a Han instrument and to demand their own separate national parties. The record of communist parties is therefore quite good with regard to respecting Lenin's injunction to keep the party centralized. With the exception of the Yugoslav scene in the 1969 to 1971 period, violations of the injunction have tended to be at the level of form rather than of substance. From a structural perspective, the parties have been orthodox, keeping the party's membership free of the taint of nationalism. But is it enough to keep the party centralized? While in Lenin's view democratic centralism was a necessary precondition for immunizing the party from the virus of nationalism, he realized that it alone was not sufficient to guarantee immunization. In order to have the desired effect, those at the nerve center of power within the party must themselves be impervious to the virus. Otherwise, democratic centralism could become an instrument for implementing programs of national coloration. And, as Lenin was well aware, communists were capable of being seduced by nationalist sirens. Not only the ranks of the labor parties but a number of the stresses STT. 54 luminaries of the international movement had shocked and angered Lenin by surrendering to just such a seduction on the eve of World War I. 3 And years later, after the revolution, he had found it necessary to warn a party congress, scratch some communists and you will find great Russian chauvinists. Shortly before his death, he wrote to the highest council of the party, I am declaring a war not for life, but to the death, against great Russian chauvinism. As soon as I rid myself of my damned tooth, I shall eat it with all my strong teeth. One must absolutely insist that the United Central Executive Committee be presided over in turn by, a Russian, a Ukrainian, a Georgian, and so on. Absolutely. The implication was clear, even the Kremlin walls surrounding the highest organs of the party could be breached by nationalism. That Marxist elites should be vulnerable to national instincts should not occasion great surprise. No less than others, communists have been born into a national group, and it would be strange indeed were they never to feel the slightest twinge of national pride or resentment. Registered. We have had occasion to comment on the traditional tendency of the Chinese and Vietnamese to consider themselves superior to all neighboring peoples. Similarly, the missionary or civilizing role of the great Russian people was woven into the rationale of the Russian Empire. Was it therefore reasonable to expect the new elite, overwhelmingly composed of Chinese, Vietnamese, or Russians, to be unattuned totally to the ethnic vibrations with which their traditions and youthful environment were saturated? Solzhenitsyn hoped not, as witness his letter addressed to the Soviet leadership in 1973, "I am writing this letter on the supposition that you, too, are swayed by this primary concern, that you are not alien to your origins, to your fathers, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers, to the expanses of your homeland, that you have not lost all feeling of nationality. If one am mistaken, there is no point in your reading the rest of this letter. Degree A review of the writings and speeches of leaders in the Marxist-Leninist movement supports the thesis that the topmost leadership has not been immune to nationalist tendencies. We have seen that. 542-12 The writings of the founders of scientific socialism, Marx and Engels, were peppered with national stereotypes and a most unscientific gradation of peoples according to which they were fated for greatness or extinction. Some authorities have perceived strong German nationalism at work in the writings of both men. Indeed, a respected Slovak communist scholar has dared to write that the works of Marx and Engels were not altogether free of German arrogance. As for Lenin, the account of his pre-revolutionary exile written by his wife contains several references to his nationalism. They moved to Austrian Poland because it was closer to, and more like, Mother Russia. Even there, his prejudice for all things Russian prevailed. He starved for Russian literature and greedily perused Russian periodicals. The prejudice extended to art. Volodia is a terrible nationalist. He wouldn't go to see the works of Polish painters for anything, but one day he got hold of a catalogue of the Tretiakov galleries, and he frequently becomes absorbed in it. Stalin offers something of a paradox. A Georgian who often sounded and acted as a great Russian nationalist. It was under Stalin that Russian national character and culture were extolled, and that the Russians became loudly touted as the foremost of peoples. Moreover, at the other extreme, Stalin's overzealous maltreatment of his fellow Georgians, treatment which was sufficiently excessive to cause Lenin to expend his life's last efforts attacking it as wanton and ill-advised, and which, more than 3 decades after Lenin's criticism, was still viewed as sufficiently wanton to earn a prime place in Khrushchev's famous post-mortem inventory of Stalin's sins, also went well beyond what could be expected of a leader, who was also a member of a minority, to convince party colleagues and the mass of great Russians that he was personally untainted by nationalism and above favoring the minority from which he had sprung. Furthermore, there is evidence that this public behavior of Stalin did in fact reflect an inner preference for the great Russians even over his own Georgians. Sent Stalin's unnecessarily excessive eagerness to elevate the Russians to an unmistakable level of primus inter pares, even relative to his own nation, is indeed something of a paradox. But it is a paradox often encountered in other societies. In a manner reminiscent of the particular zeal with which converts to a religion often embrace and practice their new faith, individuals who aspire to identification as 543 a member of a nation into which they were not born often become fanatical defenders and promoters of that nation's interests. Stalin's actions appear to offer a case history of this phenomenon of the convert nationalist. Mao's works also contain several passages reflecting a great sense of pride in Han accomplishments and virtues. So too do the works of Ho Chi Minh with regard to his Vietnamese nation. Communist leaders seemingly as disparate as Korea's Kim Il-sung, Hungary's Imre Nagy, Romania's Ceausescu, and Poland's Gomulka, Gierek, and Kania made numerous unmistakably nationalist speeches and pronouncements during their tenure of office. Nor did Leonid Brezhnev blanch from aping Stalin in his exaggerated praise of the virtues of the great Russian people, who stand out above all because of their singular revolutionary energy, selflessness, diligence and profound internationalism. 5. Evidence that Marxist-Leninist leaders have not been totally immune to nationally inspired emotions is therefore not hard to find. But it is dangerous to jump from this general finding to the conclusion that these leaders have allowed their national inclinations to take precedence over the interests of the world movement. If, in making decisions, the leaders have been guided by proletarian internationalism rather than by concern for the fortunes of a particular national group, then their nationalism, while of passing interest, does not constitute a violation of the communist creed. Marx and Engels did not ordain that communists erase all memory of their personal national heritage, but only that their sole yardstick in all endeavors be the welfare of the international movement. Recall that they stipulated in the manifesto that communists are distinguished by this only: 1. In the national struggles of the proletarians of the different countries, they point out and bring to the front the common interests of the entire proletariat, independently of all nationality. 2. In the various stages of development which the struggle of the working class against the bourgeoisie has to pass through, they always and everywhere represent the interests of the movement as a whole. In short, it is by their actions ye shall know them. This standard would certainly exonerate Lenin from any charge of nationalism. Commencing with his World War I exhortation to the proletariat of his own country to work for the defeat of their state, and continuing through to his late life excoriation of his great 544-12 Russian brethren for chauvinism, Lenin's actions undeviatingly reflected preoccupation with the international movement *. But the standard is of much less help in evaluating the degree to which a number of his successors have been influenced in their actions by national considerations. A number of factors have caused these leaders to be adjudged more nationalistic than is perhaps warranted. One factor is the difficulty in distinguishing between a person who is aware of the power of nationalism and of the wisdom of adapting it to an immediate advantage, and a devotee of nationalism. Commencing with Marx, the most effective communist leaders appreciated the advantages to be derived from manipulating national attitudes and have striven, when it suited their ends, to cloak themselves and their activities in national garb. Foreigners, as well as connationals, have therefore often jumped to the conclusion that the leadership's goals were basically of a national nature. Thus, during the period of American involvement in Vietnam, conventional wisdom on the part of many who were opposed to the involvement held that while Ho Chi Minh was obviously a communist, he and his colleagues were Vietnamese nationalists first and communists second registered, but this presupposes a communion of form and content. Whereas Stalin spoke of national in form, socialist in content, this viewpoint would hold that recent Marxist movements are communist in name but nationalist in content. Such an inverse ordering of things is indeed possible. With regard to the Romanian communist leadership, for example, one author has described how what began as national manipulation may have resulted in national conviction. The paradox is that the architects of the new course, many of them rather emotionless one-time Stalinist apparatchiki, may well have viewed the use of nationalist symbolism as a tactical expedient to drum up support for a politically isolated leadership. But in acting out the role of the defender of the cultural and historical heritage, the party became absorbed by it, providing an excellent example of how behavior may ultimately influence basic attitudes. This should be taken to imply not that the Romanian party has abandoned Marxism-Leninism in favor of ethnic particularism, but rather that it has incorporated the latter into the former. The telos, the ultimate goal that provides a raison d'être for the party, is still the building of socialism and a collective welfare society, but the idea of the constituency that the party is 545 prepared to serve, even in theory, has moved from the broader concept of the international proletariat to the narrower confines of the ethnic community. A program strictly limited to the particular ethno-national community would be nationalist, whether its other sources of inspiration were Marxist-Leninist, Adam Smith, or whatever. The important point, however, is that while communist leaders may fall victim to the national virus, the fact that they have disguised themselves as nationalists in order to manipulate national aspirations is not in itself an adequate symptom that they themselves have succumbed to the disease. Their appreciation for manipulating the land-hungriness of the peasants did not mean that Lenin, Stalin, Mao, and Ho had become believers in the wisdom of indefinitely perpetuating private property. It may be equally fallacious to fail to differentiate between manipulator and believer in the case of nationalism. Registered degree. A second complicating factor in measuring the degree to which nationalism has motivated Marxist leaders arises from the growing number and geographic diffusion of communist movements. The principal crucible within which and through which the various movements have operated, both before and after taking power, has been the state. In 1936 Mao ably described the necessary linkage between the state and a Marxist-Leninist movement before victory. The victory of the Chinese national liberation movement will be part of the victory of world socialism, because to defeat imperialism in China means the destruction of one of its most powerful bases. If China wins its independence, the world revolution will progress very rapidly. If our country is subjugated by the enemy, we shall lose everything. For a people being deprived of its national freedom, the revolutionary task is not immediate socialism, but the struggle for independence. We cannot even discuss communism if we are robbed of a country in which to practice it. With victory, the state apparatus falls to the party, making the distinction between party and state all the more blurred. It is in the name of the state that the party leaders issue edicts and conduct foreign policy. Traditional Leninist strategy further contributes to the blending of state and party. In a revolutionary situation, the party acts under the umbrella of a national liberation front. After the revolution, appeals to all patriotic forces become commonplace at times of crisis. As a consequence of all of this, Marxist-Leninists 546-12 have often been perceived by people living both within and without the state as promoters and protectors of the national interests of those who are dominant within the particular state. Hakha as leader of the Albanians, Mao of the Han, Ceausescu of the Romanians, and Ho of the Vietnamese are cases in point. But can we safely conclude from 1. The fortuitous coincidence of short-range Communist Party goals and long-range national goals, 2. The periodic self-description of party leaders as national patriots, and 3. Popular perceptions of the leadership as nationalists on the part of the masses of the same national group, even though the people who hold these perceptions may not be communist and may not be currently under the jurisdiction of the party, that the leaders of the party are, in fact, essentially nationalists whose actions are determined by what they perceive to be best for the nation? The compartmentalization of communist movements into a number of states contributes in yet another way to a presumption that the leaders are more nationalist than internationalist in orientation. Differences among the movements from one state to another are obvious to the most casual observer. Though ostensibly all are Marxist-Leninist, Chinese society bears little resemblance to the Soviets, and both differ, in turn, from Hungary's degree * adoption of national cultures and traditions. At least in part, this lack of worldwide conformity among Marxist societies is the result of purposeful policies. This is how Mao put it in 1938, another of our tasks is to study our historical heritage and use the Marxist method to sum it up critically. Our national history goes back several thousand years and has its own characteristics and innumerable treasures. But in these matters we are mere schoolboys. Contemporary China has grown out of the China of the past. We are Marxist in our historical approach and must not lop off our history. We should sum up our history from Confucius to Sun Yat-sen and take over this valuable legacy. This is important for guiding the great movement of today. Being Marxists, communists or internationalists, but we can put Marxism into practice only when it is integrated with the specific characteristics of our country and acquires a definite national form. The great strength of Marxism-Leninism lies precisely in its integration with the concrete revolutionary practice of all countries. For the Chinese Communist Party, it is a matter of learning to apply the theory of Marxism-Leninism to the specific 547 stances of China. For the Chinese Communists who are part of the great Chinese nation, flesh of its flesh and blood of its blood, any talk about Marxism in isolation from China's characteristics is merely Marxism in the abstract, Marxism in a vacuum. Hence to apply Marxism concretely in China so that its every manifestation has an indubitably Chinese character, i.e., to apply Marxism in the light of China's specific characteristics, becomes a problem which it is urgent for the whole party to understand and solve. Foreign stereotypes must be abolished, there must be less singing of empty, abstract tunes, and dogmatism must be laid to rest, they must be replaced by the fresh, lively Chinese style and spirit which the common people of China love. To separate internationalist content from national form is the practice of those who do not understand the first thing about internationalism. We, on the contrary, must link the two closely. But a Soviet dissenter has maintained that national variations were in any case inevitable, and that they operate within a multinational state as well as across state borders. Truth is concrete as are the concepts of good and beauty. Truth is also national. It is the same for all, but it has a million facets. The mission of each nation is to recognize its own facet, which only it can discover, and thus enrich mankind. It is not enough to introduce Marx into Belorussia. In order for him to become meaningful for you, he must be perceived through Belarusian eyes. If you think he can be simply borrowed from Moscow, you are greatly mistaken. Marxism, and any ism for that matter, brought into Belorussia, is only the comb which must be filled with Belarusian honey. Copyright. It is far easier, of course, to say that national culture mixes with international Marxism than it is to evaluate the impact of the former upon the latter. But preoccupation with the national varieties of communism is conducive to perceiving each variety as nationalist first, communist second. The system of Chinese communes has visibly little in common with the 80% privately owned, agricultural system of Poland. One suspects that the leaders of Czechoslovakia and Hungary were as bewildered as non-Marxists by the Great Leap Forward, the Cultural Revolution, Vietnamese re-education camps, and the enforced depopulation of Cambodian cities. Also contributing to a view of Marxist-Leninist leaders as Pr. 548-12 merely motivated by nationalist considerations are the splits and intense rivalries that have developed. Relations between People's China and the Soviet Union, and between the former and Vietnam, deteriorated to a point at which major border clashes were possible. Vietnamese forces invaded and occupied ostensibly Marxist-Leninist Cambodia. Soviet forces did likewise with regard to Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Afghanistan. Since Tito's ouster from the Cominform in 1948, descriptions of the Second World that suggested a monolithic structure were self-evidently anachronistic. But it is a leap of impressive dimension from this truism to the conclusion that the leaders of Marxist-Leninist movements are necessarily nationalists whose thoughts and plans start and end with their nation. Surely Trotsky and the Trotskyists were no less internationalist in their objectives because of their objection to Stalin's, and therefore Moscow's, direction of the movement. Can Mao and his successors be charged with nationalism simply because they insist that the leadership of the Soviet Union has betrayed the world revolution through their revisionism of Marxism-Leninism? If people who disagree over the content of the national interest can nonetheless be nationalists, then certainly Marxist-Leninists can disagree over the international interest and remain internationalists. The problem of certitude that one is in fact confronting a communist leader who is guilty of nationalist proclivities extends even to the many individuals who have been purged over the years on the charge of nationalism, separatism, splitism, and the like. Are such charges to be taken at face value? Or are they a convenient and therefore often resorted to surrogate for justifying the elimination of an undesirable individual or group, although the accused are in fact innocent of national behavior? Or are the periodic purges of eminent figures a device for warning the general populace against any activities that could be perceived by the authorities as nationalist-inspired? Or some medley of the foregoing? It is certain that the sweeping anti-nationalist purges carried out under Stalin, both within and without the Soviet Union, were often knowingly aimed at innocents. Beginning with Khrushchev's denunciation of Stalin at the party's 20th Congress, it has been acknowledged in several instances that charges had often been fabricated even to the point of falsifying documents registered. Perhaps the best evidence we have that party officials, that is, those with the greatest access to the facts, were convinced that the charges had often been baseless was their subsequent willingness to entrust a 549 few of those who had been purged with the most powerful positions in their respective parties. A classic example occurred in China, where leaders such as Olenfu, who were purged on charges of nationalism and separatism during the Cultural Revolution, were re-elevated to their former eminence following Mao's demise. Even less satisfactory than purges as evidence of nationalist leanings on the part of party leaders are the charges of nationalism and chauvinism hurled back and forth across state borders in the polemical disputes that have marred relations among a surprisingly large number of Marxist-Leninist states. Such accusations have been most consistently aired in the rivalry between China and the Soviet Union registered, but they have also been prominent in the disputes between China and Vietnam, Romania and Hungary, Hungary and Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria and Yugoslavia and Albania. It would, of course, be safer to impute sincerity to such allegations if they were not meant for public dissemination. As publicly aired, they sound like little more than name-calling. However, it would also be dangerous to presume that the accusers believe the charges to be groundless, albeit useful, propaganda. Thus, the fact that Tito did perceive nationalism to be at work behind the actions of the Soviet leadership that led to the rupture of relations in 1948 is strongly suggested by his semi-private comments made in 1949, "What happened? For one thing, the Bolshevik revolutionary mind, which Lenin exemplified, was supplanted by the bureaucratic and police mind, if it can be called a mind. I suppose her leader's primacy in the international communist movement, their being rulers of a vast land and a great power, and winning a tremendous military victory, all this has blinded them, and they blundered into the rankest type of nationalism, into Great Russianism, which always had imperialistic overtones. Evaluating the degree to which the leaders of Marxist-Leninist movements have been influenced by nationalism is, therefore, a most elusive goal. At bottom, our problem is the inherent difficulty of imputing motivation. Egocentrism, ethnocentrism, conditioning in the tenets of Marxism-Leninism, and unquestionably still other forces vie for primacy in an intricate and shifting manner that probably make it impossible even for the individual leader to sort out his drives according to their influence. Sometimes these drives will be reinforcing, at other times competitive. Rationalization and self-delusion will play their roles, for example, in a Russian who comes to believe that what is good for the Soviet Union is 550-12 necessarily good for the world movement. As a mass phenomenon, nationalism is normally identified through the responses of large numbers of people to national symbols and evocations. It is vastly more difficult to isolate and identify it in the case of an individual. Unquestionably, certain Marxist-Leninist leaders have been more influenced by nationalism than have others, and the same leader more influenced during one period than during another. While the foregoing may appear somewhat pedestrian, failure to take such considerations into account has led to a number of over- and undersimplifications concerning the influence of nationalism upon Marxist leaders. Thus Titoism and national communism became almost interchangeable terms after 1948. But it is evident that state communism would be a far more accurate description of what Tito strove to preserve. During his lifetime, national communism, in the form of Croatian, Slovene, and Serbian varieties, was the principal threat to Titoism, outdistancing in this regard even Moscow's version of proletarian internationalism. In his unrelenting struggle to preserve his state communism against these internal forces, Tito was unquestionably acting as an internationalist rather than a nationalist, and in his struggle against Moscow to preserve state communism, it is far easier to see the forces of egocentrism at work than those of ethnocentrism. Far from being a nationalist, Tito, throughout much of his career, did not even restrict his loyalty to Yugoslav state communism. As we have seen, the Yugoslav CP, under his direction, did not deign to resist the Axis invaders until the latter had subsequently invaded the Soviet Union, and the belated declaration of resistance to the invaders was pitched largely in terms of defense of the Soviet Union. These credentials established Tito as one of the most internationalist figures of the period. Those who cavalierly describe Ho Chi Minh as a nationalist also ignore contrary data. We have reviewed how he voluntarily collaborated with the French colonial administration during 1937 and 1938.6. He did so under the direction of the French CP, which in turn was following a course of action dictated by the Soviet Union. For an ostensible national liberation movement to shelve its raison d'etre of political emancipation is anomalous in the extreme, and the Vietnamese Trotskyists, who scorned Ho's latest alliance as the United Front of Treason, had a better claim to be performing as nationalists. Moreover, Ho's image as a Vietnamese nationalist is challenged by his fluctuating position on the peoples under the aegis of his party, from the purely Vietnamese, prior to 1930, to all of the peoples of French Indochina, 1930 to 1945, to the peoples 551 of the state of Vietnam, 1945 until his death. Quite aside from these fluctuations, documents of his lifetime substantiate that since at least 1930, Ho's plans envisaged a single Marxist-Leninist state for all of Indochina registered his successor's involvement in Cambodia and Laos, though hardly explicable in terms of Vietnamese nationalism, has been in thorough conformity with Ho's plans for the area registered. Assessing the influence of nationalism upon Marxist leaders is therefore fraught with difficulties and uncertainties. The relationship of nationalism to communism has been more subtle and complex than most of the literature indicates. Generalities to the effect that all Marxist-Leninists are primarily nationalists should be avoided. Assuming a Lenin or Tito to be motivated principally by national concerns could only produce misconceptions concerning the goals to which they were committed. Caution against too facile attributions of nationalism is therefore in order. There is good reason to conclude that nationalism has indeed permeated both the leadership and the ranks of communist parties. But since it is prescribed strategy for Marxist-Leninists seemingly to embrace nationalism when it is useful to the movement to do so, the test of the Communist Manifesto, "By their actions ye shall know them," is not sufficient. The test must be whether their action, regardless of its national form, is evidently at odds with the ultimate goals of scientific socialism, or goes well beyond what could be justified in terms of promoting those goals. Only if one of these two conditions prevails can we speak with some certainty of nationalist motivation. Thus, we have suggested that Stalin's ardor for elevating the Great Russians to a level of eminence went well beyond what was necessary to ensure the loyalty of the most loyal nation, while unnecessarily irritating the national sensibilities of the non-Russian peoples. Subjecting to the same test the actions of some of the individuals who have been purged for nationalism within the Soviet Union in recent decades suggests that the charges are much more apt to have substance than they did during the Stalin era. Indeed, while we have pointed out that such purges may well be a device for warning the public against the evils of nationalism, it is a risk-laden device in that it may nurture the very weed it is intended to root out. Referring to the many purges and incarcerations of Ukrainians for nationalism, one dissenter has written, "It has become evident that instead of intimidating people, you have aroused their interest. You wanted to extinguish the fire, but instead you added fuel to the flames. Nothing has contributed." 552-12 So much to stimulating political life in the Ukraine as your repressions. Nothing has drawn so much attention to the processes of the Ukrainian Renaissance so much as your trials. To tell the truth, it was these trials that demonstrated to the public at large that political life has been revived in the Ukraine. You wanted to hide people in the Mordovian forests, instead, you placed them in a large arena for the whole world to see. It was this atmosphere of awakening produced by your repressions that created the majority of the activists in the Ukrainian Renaissance. In a word, enough time has passed for you to have finally understood that you are the ones who are most hurt by the repressions. Still, you continue to hold trials. What for? In order to fulfill your plan? To appease the official conscience? To find an outlet for your anger? More than likely, you do this from inertia. Registered there is, in any case, evidence that the growing nationalism within the Soviet Union has permeated the higher echelons of the Republican wings of the party. Nationalism at the top became very apparent in the Ukraine in the mid-1960s. During the first 5 years of the first secretaryship of Peter Shellist, 1963 to 1968, the fortunes of the Ukrainians underwent a significant uplift. Degree representation in the party and state structure increased. Contrary to official policy at the time, Shellist also strongly promoted the use of the Ukrainian language, calling for more textbooks to be published in it, and telling the Ukrainian Writers' Congress that it is necessary that we cherish and respect our beautiful Ukrainian language. Before a visiting Canadian Communist delegation, he disagreed with remarks of other Soviet spokesmen to the effect that the fate of the nation does not depend upon the health of the language, insisting, in the words of the report, that the development of communist society must permit the fullest and freest economic and cultural development of every nation. He shielded authors and others from purges for nationalist tendencies, and evidence exists that he was instrumental in the publication of the most devastatingly critical attack on Soviet national policy in the Ukraine, Ivan Gyuba's Internationalism or Russification, which he distributed among some of the party's elite. Shellist was himself purged for nationalism in 1972, but what makes his case particularly noteworthy for our purposes is that he had been a member of that most inner circle of Soviet power, the Politburo of the statewide party, while concurrently pursuing his pro-Ukrainian activities. The same held true for Politburo member and first secretary of the Georgian Communist Party, Vasily Mzavanadze, who was 553 also purged about this same time. Among the charges with evidence of validity were that the party, under Mzavanadze, had been lenient in prosecuting nationalist behavior and in permitting the publication of nationalist tracts. Quite expectedly, symptoms of nationalism within the Republican wings of the party have been most apparent in the case of those Baltic, Caucasian, and Slavic peoples who combine a highly developed sense of a national tradition with relatively good representation in the higher councils of the Republican wing of the party, namely, the Armenians, Estonians, Georgians, Lithuanians, and Ukrainians. For despite the pyramidal, countrywide party structure, democratic centralism, and the rotation of key personnel from outside the republics, there has been a visible tendency for these Republican parties to serve as advocates of the interests of their people and to serve as a buffer between the center and their people in the case of policies viewed as detrimental to local national interests. Practicing leniency in searching out and prosecuting nationalist behavior is one facet. Earlier we reviewed how leaders of party wings have been known to resist increased investments because they feared such increases would further dilute the ethnic homogeneity of the homeland. An analysis of speeches delivered at the important 50th celebration of the founding of the Soviet Union further attests to the breadth of the tendency for party leaders to harbor national proclivities. Speeches of the first secretaries of 7 of the Republican wing set forth positions that were in conflict with those enunciated by the first secretary of the parent body, Leonid Brezhnev. 6. Another usually overlooked indication of the influence of nationalism within the party is the impact exerted by the national question upon the careers of its top leaders. Stalin was essentially unknown prior to publication of his article on the national question in 1913. Although his rise to power within the apparatus is generally and appropriately ascribed to his becoming secretary of the party while Lenin was still alive, his position as Commissar of Nationality Affairs in the early years of the Soviet state was also extremely important to his succession. In addition to furnishing the opportunity to increase his contacts and support among the non-Russian membership, it was to aid him more directly in the crucial period of Lenin's infirmity and death. Here is Richard Pipes's account. In February 1923 the plenum of the Central Committee, from which Lenin was also absent, decided to add a second chamber to the Union legislature to represent the national groups. Arig. 554-12. In Italy, the Communists had been hostile to the idea of a bicameral legislature, considering it a feature of a class society and unnecessary in the proletarian state. In November 1922 Stalin had stated that, although some communists were advocating the creation of a second, upper chamber to provide representation for the nationalities as such, he felt that this view will undoubtedly find no sympathy in the national republics, if only because the two-chamber system, with the existence of an upper chamber, is not compatible with the Soviet government, at any rate at the present stage of its development. By February, however, Stalin changed his mind in favor of a bicameral legislature, largely, in all likelihood, because it enabled him to increase his personal control over the Soviet legislature. The Council of Nationalities, Sovet National Nastet, which was approved by the party and incorporated into the constitution, was the same Council of Nationalities that Stalin had formed as part of the Commissariat of Nationality Affairs in April 1921, with the addition of deputies from the three Union republics. The second chamber was, therefore, staffed with people who had Stalin's personal approval. The willingness to reverse position that Stalin demonstrated with regard to the Council of Nationalities was to characterize his subsequent policies on the national question. Moving from his early condonation of harsh treatment of non-Russians for which Lenin had castigated him, Stalin approved the period of indigenization, only to revert again in the 1930s to a policy of repression. One of Stalin's most commonly self-asserted claims to greatness was that the national question had been solved during his stewardship, and two of the three principal eulogies at his funeral, those by Malenkov and Molotov, emphasized his contribution in this area. The omission from the third tribute was purposeful, for Beria, we know, had decided that a major element in his campaign to succeed Stalin would be the promise to reverse Stalin's national policy in favor of a return to indigenization. While this policy was to prove Beria's undoing within the privacy of the Politburo, the victor in the power struggle, Khrushchev, upon coming to power also publicly embraced a more favorable stance toward national flourishing. As in the case of Stalin, this embrace was of short duration, and policy was soon deflected away from flourishing toward merging. The incumbency of his successor, Brezhnev, was also marked by an early period of sympathy toward national peculiarities, followed by a sharp retreat. 555. A pattern of behavior is therefore visible. Each changing of the guard, Stalin, Khrushchev, and Brezhnev, brought an abbreviated period of national flourishing followed by a swing in favor of integration. The fact that each felt compelled, prior to consolidation of his power, to express support for the national aspirations of the minorities strongly suggests the existence of constituencies of real strength within the party apparatus, wherein the constituents were motivated principally by national considerations, or who, in American political parlance, would be termed one-issue voters. Registered. This conclusion is lent great credence by Beria's flagrant appeal to non-Russians within the apparatus as a means of besting his competitors, as well as by Khrushchev's reaction to this ploy, a reaction expressing fear that the ploy might indeed work. Registered. There is, to be sure, real danger in drawing analogies from democratic electoral systems by referring to the ethnic vote, etc. 8. We cannot be certain how various elements within the party make their weight felt at time of change in leadership. But the evidence seems to suggest that national orientation on the part of powerful segments of the party is recognized by the top leadership as a sufficiently influential force as to make its courting a wise maneuver during the period when the crown still rests shakily. Registered. The most thorough case of permeation of a party apparatus by nationalism is that of Yugoslavia. Abetted, as in the case of the Soviet Union, by the organization of the party into republican wings, nationalism not only pervaded that apparatus but, on many occasions, turned the party into the principal battlefield of ethno-national struggle. Given the breadth and depth of the ethnic animosities that had surfaced during World War II and the predominant position of Serbs, particularly Serbs from Croatia, within the partisan movement and consequently within the post-war party, it is not surprising that the party, as the citadel of ultimate power, should become enmeshed in the continuing national competition. Serbs, who dominated the central party structure, would see in the party the means for ensuring that Croat nationalism would not again become a menace. Registered. The Croats would perceive their branch unit as a fortress for fending off Serbian domination. Considering the country's recent agony due to extremist nationalism, it took amazingly little time for nationalism to become again a factor in the Yugoslav power struggle. Registered. Although, in this new environment, the leadership must have been reluctant to draw attention to a revival of nationalism, particularly within the ASEAN. 556. 12. Cybele bastion of internationalism represented by the party, they felt compelled to do so in a warning to members as early as 1953.84. The warning failed in its purpose, and in 1958 a letter to all party units from the Executive Committee complained that very often, members of the leading bodies of the League of Communists fall under the influence of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia and are guilty of nationalist and chauvinist influences. Registered degree additional warnings of this sort had little perceptible impact. And the Republican parties increasingly demonstrated independence with regard to carrying out central directives. Tito was finally forced to take action when it became manifest that the economic decentralization and other reforms that had been approved in 1965 were being frustrated by entrenched Serbian interests at the top of the central apparatus. The public became aware of the remarkable extent to which Serbian nationalism had affected policy, when Ranković, Tito's ostensible successor, along with numerous highly placed Serbian associates, was purged for national chauvinism. With the party's scandal in the open, Tito became less reluctant to focus attention on the danger. In the summer of 1966 he criticized the growth of nationalism within the party apparatus, noting that Chetnik, Ustasha, and White Guard ideas still smolder and, when they get the chance, flare up. While such a perception would seemingly recommend a return to a recentralized structure of power, Tito and Kardelj pushed ahead with their plans for decentralization. With the central apparatus suffering from a decline in prestige because of the Ranković scandal, the Republican wings pressed their advantage. The extent to which the wings became nationalist parties over the next few years is illustrated by the so-called Zanko affair. Zanko, the permanent Croatian delegate to the party conference of the statewide party and also the vice president of the federal parliament, was purged of all offices and expelled from the ranks of the Croatian Communist Party in early 1970 for writing articles criticizing the reappearance of nationalism within Croatia. Thus was created the rather anomalous situation of a person being purged by a Marxist-Leninist party specifically for defending internationalism against nationalism. With the Zanko affair, the issue of nationalism within the party focused principally upon the Croatian wing. Captured by the national euphoria sweeping that republic, the leadership acted increasingly as leaders of a purely nationalist movement. One nationalistic speech made by the party's chairman was punctuated 557 with shouts from the crowd of "Long live free Croatia." Registered. The first secretary complained publicly of the disproportionately few Croats in the Yugoslav armed forces. The adoption of nationalism as the guiding principle of the party appeared complete when the Croatian Central Committee in November 1971 approved a report in which it was noted that during the recent past, a unity of nation and party was forged and sturdily grew into a mass political movement, elsewhere called the mass national movement. Tito had by this time become cognizant of the rapid deterioration of the party, and had, to no avail, privately warned the Croatian leadership that its house must be put in order. According to his own account, however, he feared to take more positive action because of his belief that the League of Communists was not sufficiently united to take a common stand against the nationalists within the party. Tito's reluctance is quite understandable, for the Croatian wing of the party was hardly the only section currently under the sway of national emotions. When Tito, with the essential backing of the military high command, finally did mount his successful campaign against entrenched nationalists, the purges that followed affected all branches of the party. The numbers associated with the purge, although not all attributable to national deviations, are impressive rough indicators of the degree to which nationalism had permeated the entire structure. In 1969 the party had 1,146,000 members. During the first stages of the nationalist purge in late 1971 and early 1972, membership dropped by 40,000. Subsequent purges were offset by new members, but in the period 1969 to 1974, 51,370 members were expelled for deviations from the party line, and an additional 92,400 were expelled for inactivity. Included in this group were some of the most prominent communists from all sectors of the country. Now fully aware that party membership could not be presumed to guarantee an internationalist outlook, the League of Communists went on record as demanding that the struggle against nationalism must be unrelenting in all milieux and within every national group, and nationalism must not be underestimated for one moment, no matter what form it might take. Inter-party bickering along national lines continued, however, and a decade later a major purge for failing to combat nationalist forces removed the top leadership and hundreds of members of the Kosovo party apparatus. Degree Czechoslovakia's experience followed a similar pattern. There too, an ethno-national wing of the party became the principal agency. 558-12 for expressing national aspirations. In the early 1950s, the Slovak wing of the party underwent a severe purge of members charged with nationalism. Quite aside from the merits of the accusations, if their purpose was to warn Slovak communist leaders not to serve as advocates of Slovak interests, they did not succeed for long. As First Secretary Novotný, the Czech leader of the statewide party, remained seemingly deaf to even minor Slovak requests for a more balanced order, a deafness in itself suggestive of ethnocentrism or great nation chauvinism. Leaders of the Slovak party became increasingly militant. Degree. The dispute became public knowledge in September 1967, when the first secretary of the Slovak party, Alexander Dubček, attacked the policies of the Novotný regime before the Central Committee of the parent, Czechoslovak Communist Party. Among the specific charges was that investment funds that had been earmarked for Slovakia had in fact been deflected by the Czech-dominated central bureaucracy. Registered the following month, in another session of the Central Committee, Dubček was prepared to go further. During a discussion of increased economic autonomy for Slovakia, the Slovak First Secretary asserted, "Before we can talk of economic division, we must discuss political division, starting at the top with the party leadership." The degree to which nationalism had permeated the ranks of the Slovak party is indicated by a poll of party functionaries conducted in June 1968. Degree only 11% of the Slovak party members were willing to accept improvements within the basic present system. 85% wished to go beyond anything ever permitted by a Marxist-Leninist party by introducing a truly federal system within the statewide party. But given the jaundiced communist view of separatist tendencies as the most insidious and extreme manifestation of nationalism, perhaps the most amazing statistic was that more than 4% of the party membership went on record as favoring a totally independent state for the Slovaks. As in the cases of the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, the national question within Czechoslovakia has also exerted a great impact upon the careers of the top leadership. Novotny's removal as first secretary of the statewide party was made possible only by an alliance of those Czech members of the Politburo who advocated a liberalizing of the regime, and who were in a minority among the total Czech membership, with the Slovak members, all of whom were committed to Slovak interests. This balance of forces, in turn, made it possible for Dubček to become the first secretary of the Czechoslovak Communist Party to be drawn, from the Slovak 559 minority. Moscow's subsequent decision to jettison Dubček was therefore a particularly sensitive one in Slovakia. Degree. Unquestionably, this was a major consideration in the Soviets' election of Gustav Husak to succeed Dubček. As a person who had been purged from the party in the early 1950s on charges of Slovak nationalism and Titoism, Husak's appointment would neutralize any imputation of anti-Slovak motivation behind Moscow's ouster of Dubček. Tuesday growth of nationalism within communist parties has therefore been abetted by the presence of supposedly subordinate wings. But nationalism has not been confined to such parties. Indeed, the central organs of the parties with unitary structures have, on balance, been more nationalistic. As we have seen, the winged structure of the Soviet, Yugoslav, and Czechoslovak parties arose from the fact that each of the states contained at least two national groups sufficiently numerous and nationalistically motivated to make a unitary system dominated by a single group a risky approach. Since nationalism in these states constitutes a pronounced threat to the cohesion of the state, anti-nationalism has been a key theme in the party line. By contrast, parties in command of a state within which the dominant group's preeminence is beyond serious challenge have not perceived nationalism as a threat that must be constantly castigated. Thus, in a 1971 content analysis of the party newspaper in each of the 8 Marxist-Leninist states of Eastern Europe, anti-nationalism was found to be the most frequent theme of articles only in Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia. By contrast, of the 8 themes used in the content survey, anti-nationalism placed 6th in Albania and Hungary, 7th in Bulgaria, and last, 8th, in Poland and Romania. Registered. In these more homogeneous states, any loss of influence among minorities can be more than offset by the overall gain in legitimacy that would accrue if the party could convince the masses that it was the legitimate spokesman for the dominant nation. Party leaders have therefore felt a freer rein to express their nationalism. Degree. Contrast, for example, Polish First Secretary Kania's 1981 statement that every measure we are taking stems from the need to serve the nation, from the concern about matters of our community. Degree 4. With Napoleon's nationalistic justification for his highly autocratic tenure of office, we have at all times been guided by this great truth, that the sovereignty resides in the French people in the sense that everything without exception, must be done for its best interests, for its well-being, and for its glory. 105. 560. 12 such statements, whether made by Marxists or non-Marxists, may be a tactical maneuver rather than evidence of nationalism. Degree. But they cannot be described as Leninist tactics, since Lenin had not condoned wrapping the party in national costume after the consolidation of power. Moreover, assertions that the party is motivated by what is best for a particular nation are self-evidently incompatible with proletarian internationalism and with the Communist Manifesto's definition of a communist. Furthermore, the desire to have legitimacy in the eyes of the masses is a two-edged sword. If a nationalist upsurge occurs among the people, there is a strong possibility that the party leadership, responding to a melange of motivations including the survival urge, a desire to retain power, a desire to be popular with the masses, and true national inclinations, will be swept along in the national current. Events in Hungary during 1956, as well as in Czechoslovakia in 1968 and Yugoslavia, particularly Croatia in 1969 to 1971, illustrate this phenomenon. On October 23, a massive impromptu nationally inspired student demonstration took place in Hungary. The first reaction of the authorities was negative. The demonstrators were denounced as fascist reactionary elements and counter-revolutionary gangs, and Soviet forces within Hungary were officially called upon for assistance in quelling them. Degree. The first secretary ordered the party to oppose any attempt at creating disorder, nationalist well-poisoning, and provocation, and he reminded all members that communists were not nationalists. We communists are Hungarian patriots. While we loftily proclaim that we are patriots, we also make it plain that we are not nationalists. We are patriots, but at the same time we are also proletarian internationalists. Despite such incantations, when threats and the usual import unities to desist in the name of the nation's best interests failed to impede the spreading national demonstrations, the leadership quickly shifted to a national stance. Within a week, the salutations customary in declarations and public addresses, workers, comrades, and working people of Hungary, were replaced by Hungarians, friends, comrades, friends, young Hungarian men and girls, people of Hungary, Hungarian brethren, patriots, loyal citizens of the fatherland, and Hungarian brethren. Degree. Adopting an entirely national program, the leadership now called for the restoration of ancient national symbols and pre-socialist, national holidays, as well as for a revision of Soviet-Hungarian relations. 561 culminating in a declaration of neutrality and withdrawal from the Warsaw Pact. The leading party newspaper carried blatantly nationalist articles. Leninist orthodoxy had been vanquished by nationalism, and Soviet troops were necessary for its reinstitution. In contrast to the Hungarian party, in which nationalism surfaced in response to a popular nationalist movement outside the party, the Romanian party appears to have taken the initiative in assuming the role of chief defender and advocate of the interests and aspirations of the nation. And, in doing so, the party deviated so far from Leninist internationalism as to leave little question of the authenticity of the leadership's nationalism. As noted in the previous chapter, During the 1960s and 1970s, Romania began to stress its sovereignty and independence of action in the area of foreign policy. 1. But the extent of its national deviation is best seen in its party program of 1974, which decidedly had more of a national than a Marxist-Leninist ring. It began with a 25-page account of what the General Secretary described in a preface as the 2,000-year-old history of our people prior to the party's assumption of power. 5. The fact that the beginning date of this history antecedes the creation of the party, 1921, by some 2 millennia is significant, for the party's raison d'être was expressed in the program solely in relation to Romanian national history. By its actions during World War II, the party was said to have established its right to take over the leadership of the Romanian people, thus fulfilling its historic mission of defending the national interests of the entire people. Plus, this is surely an odd historical mission for a party that is ostensibly part of an anti-national, international movement. Moreover, the history in the program made clear that our people referred to the ethnic Romanians, a nation said to have been born out of the fusion of the Dacians, an ancient people, with the Romans, during the period when present-day Romania was part of the Roman Empire. Romanian legendary figures, kings, and other earlier national heroes were lauded in the program for their contribution to the unfolding Romanian epic. Registered class and epic transcending national characteristics, the Romanian people's way of being and thinking, were described as forged during the nation's peculiar history. There was also a lengthy, ringing defense of the continuing progressive role of nations and national states. It was prophesied that the national state will not even begin to disappear gradually until the stage of mature calm. 562. 12. Munism. Even when this distant plateau is reached, it was stipulated that the nation will continue to exist as a distinct entity, with its own organization, keeping its specificity. Degree all this within the program of a communist party? Degree in addition to symptoms of nationalism that are peculiar to one party or another, there are symptoms that are common to many or all. One of these has been the tendency of leaders to pose as protectors of the interests of members of their national group dwelling within adjacent states and, in some cases, to set forth a right to reunite the transborder segment of the nation with the larger family by annexing the territory which it populates. When such claims allude to people and territory that are presently within a non-Marxist-Leninist state, raising them can be attributed to sound Leninist strategy. But a number of such campaigns have involved only Marxist-Leninist states. Cases in point include Hungary's position concerning Magyars living within Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia. Bulgaria's claim that the Macedonians are Bulgars and therefore a fit subject for Sofia's concern, **. Albania's periodic statements with regard to the Albanians within Yugoslavia, **. The countering Chinese and Soviet propaganda barrages aimed at peoples straddling their mutual border, similar transborder appeals between China and Mongolia, and the Romanian campaign for the return of Moldavia on the basis that most of the people living there are members of the Romanian nation. Plus such policies are, of course, quite incompatible with Marxism. Marx had maintained that it was life within the economic nexus that determined loyalty and identity. Notions of blood ties as a basis for drawing political borders had no place in classical Marxism. 5. Irredentism is plainly a nationalist, not a Marxist tenet. The infiltration of nationalism into various parties can also be detected in the growing tendency to make national heritage a criterion for membership and leadership. Periodic purges that appear to concentrate on Jews is one dimension of this tendency. During the early 1950s, such purges occurred within the Soviet Union, Hungary, Romania, and Czechoslovakia. Registered since that time, Jewish membership within the Soviet Party has continued to decline sharply, and the disappearance of Jews from the highest councils of power has been even more dramatic. Moreover, despite a sharp decrease in the number of Jews within Eastern Europe, further attacks upon Jews within the power structure occurred within Czechoslovakia and Poland. While scapegoating, in contradistinction to nation. 563. Alism, is often at and sometimes the key motivation behind such campaigns, national scapegoating itself necessarily implies that national heritage is a legitimate criterion to apply within the party. This sentiment has worked to the disadvantage of several peoples. We have seen how Serbians, particularly under the protection of Ranković, made Serbian background a prerequisite for influence in the statewide as well as in the Serbian party, and how the Croats made their party a bastion of the Croatian nation. Elsewhere, the rank and file of the Slovak party has resisted the admission of Hungarians, even though the Slovak leadership favored such admission as a means of placating and controlling the Hungarian minority. Registered. Both the general membership and the upper echelons of the Romanian party were disproportionately staffed by members of national minorities at the time of achieving political power. The percentage of members represented by minorities subsequently shrunk, and although the authorities maintain that their general membership now more accurately reflects the national composition of the state's population, it is evident that effective power has been transferred to a group who perceive themselves as born out of the fusion of the Dacians with the Romans. We have also seen how the very select few members of minorities who held positions of influence within China were purged during the Cultural Revolution. And in Vietnam. The 1976 purge of old-line communists of non-Vietnamese heritage underlined the monopoly of power enjoyed by the dominant nation. Degree 5 The tendency to restrict access to the fonts of power to members of particular nations harmonizes with our earlier findings concerning Cotter policy. Degree 6 There we found a proclivity to trust the dominant group, the most loyal nation, and to distrust minorities by comparison. 37 When augmented by the personnel practices flowing from bureaucratic ethnocentrism, the result has been to give a distinct national coloration to the power structure, including the Communist Party. In turn, the parties have been known to become identified with goals as unmitigatingly nationalistic as separatism and irredentism. Degree. We began this chapter by noting that keeping the party free of all national proclivities was to Lenin an absolute imperative. Only so long as the citadel of internationalism remained impervious to the national antithesis could scientific socialism be secure. When one surveys the disarray today both within and between states led by communist parties ostensibly committed to a single internationalist 564-12 movement, the justifiability of Lenin's fears concerning the consequences of party infiltration by nationalism becomes apparent. But since Lenin was neither inexperienced nor naive regarding the appeal of nationalism, even to communist comrades, the mystery of why and how he believed the party could be protected against infiltration by nationalism remains. Perhaps influenced by his own unquestionable dedication to internationalism, he simply presumed that there would always be a sufficient percentage of those with an international outlook among the leadership to maintain an effective vigilance against any sign of nationalism creeping into the apparatus. If so, he was mistaken, for the true internationalist, whose vision transcends the interest of his nation and state, has been a rarity indeed in the vanguard of the international proletariat.